the magician in the world of Doraemon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Gambling and Discovery. After hearing Nobita's request, Dekisugi said quickly, "Nobita, the purpose of the exam is not to compare scores, but to test the results of learning and your own shortcomings. It is meaningless for you to do this." But Nobita felt that he had Doraemon's props and was sure to win, so of course he was unwilling to let go of this opportunity. "How can that be? I declare war on you right now. Nobita, will definitely surpass Dekisugi in tomorrow's exam." Hearing this, Dekisugi wanted to say something, but Junfei stepped forward and slapped Nobita on the shoulder. He felt like he was slapped by a bear and almost fell to the ground. "But, you have ambition. I admire your courage to challenge. Today I will be the witness of your challenge. If Dekisugi loses tomorrow, I will make him admit in front of the whole class that he is not as good as you." Gian was a little unhappy when he heard that Dazi actually used him as a bet. "Gian, how can you just agree to such a thing on my behalf?" Shizuka also agreed and said, "Yes, you can't agree to him on behalf of Gian." He turned to Gian and said, "Think about it. Nobita has finally been so motivated. Of course I can't discourage him. If he can surpass Dekisugi in this exam, it means that he is willing to work hard. Isn't this a good thing? So Gian, you have to bear with it." Hearing what Junfei said, Gian touched his head. After thinking for a while, he still didn't refute him again, which was considered as his tacit consent to this matter. Nobita was very happy to see such a great assist from Junfei. Now he has begun to imagine the beautiful scene of Dekisugi standing on the podium and admitting that he is not as good as Nobita tomorrow. But Junfei will definitely break this beautiful fantasy. "But if you lose, it means that you haven't worked hard enough and you are embarrassing me." Then he continued to pat Nobita on the shoulder. "So, if you lose, I will let you see the consequences of your embarrassing me, understand?" Nobita only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and at the same time, waves of malice attacked him from all around, and the already low temperature dropped to freezing point. But thinking of the props in his hand, he still plucked up the courage to agree. "Don't worry, I will definitely do better than Dekisugi tomorrow." Then he left here quickly, saying as he ran, "Then I will go back and prepare for tomorrow's exam. See you tomorrow." Seeing that Nobita had taken the bait, Junfei sneered at his back. "Humph, even if Dekisugi scores 0 tomorrow, I will find a way to make you score lower than him. Not to mention that Dekisugi can't possibly score 0. After the bet was established, everyone said goodbye to each other and went back to prepare for the exam. Even Nobita works so hard, what reason did he have not to work hard? So they hurried back to review, not wanting to be surpassed by Nobita tomorrow. Junfei walked to the side of Dekisugi and went back with him. Along the way, he was still a little bothered by Junfei's betting with him, but he didn't get angry for long, and it was fine when he cooked dinner. In the evening, Junfei continued to practice magic and physical skills. Since the last time he trained his muscles, he found that his muscles were disappearing rapidly, and his abdominal muscles have become the same as before, and even the outlines of his arm and leg muscles have disappeared. However, Junfei was not too panicked about this, because he did not feel the decline of his physical strength, but felt that his strength was better than before. It's a pity that the soul-devouring monument has fallen into a deep sleep, otherwise he could be called out to ask why this happened. Is this to play the pig to eat the tiger, so he gradually becomes like an ordinary child? There is no use thinking so much. It is better to seize the time to continue to practice magic and improve yourself. One night passed like this, and the next morning he was still full of energy, waiting for Nobita to jump into the pit he dug for himself. When he arrived at school, Izuki was still reviewing and preparing, while Junfei was looking at the scenery in the distance. From here, you can directly observe the back mountain, which can be regarded as a feng shui treasure land, but it's a pity that it's not his alone. Looking at Tsuneyoshi Yuma, who has come to his side, he always feels that this boy is a bit strange. but because Yuandaiji doesn't know whether it is because he invaded his private territory and brought about subjective prejudice, he ignored him. Soon the teacher arrived and began to distribute the test papers. After he got the test paper, he suddenly heard the frightened voice of Izuki from the front. Sure enough, this guy Nobita used that machine to make Izuki afraid of the exam. As long as Izuki is not interested in the exam, he will naturally get 0 points. Then Nobita received special training from Yuandaiji some time ago, so it is impossible that he doesn't know anything. By then, victory will be Nobita's bag. Seeing that Izuka's state is not normal, the classmates around him immediately asked about Izuka's situation with concern. Zyashin couldn't possibly say that she suddenly became afraid of exams, to the point that she didn't dare to write. No one would believe this, even if she said it, so it was better not to say it. No, nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about me, just answer the questions yourself. Zyashin forced a smile to answer everyone's questions. And as he looked at the Chinese test paper in front of him, now he is no longer a rookie who just came to this world. He has mastered Japanese. In addition, he has read so many books, so getting a perfect score is not a problem, and he doesn't need to copy Zyashin's answers like before. He released his mental power and asked Dekisugi, "What's going on? Is it like yesterday again? Things that were familiar to me suddenly became very scary?" Dekisugi also responded to him mentally, "Yes, I feel like the exam is like a devil now, and I don't want to do it at all." Yuandaiji thought for a while, and said to him, "Don't worry, this is a prop that Nobita borrowed from Doraemon, which can make you afraid of certain things. Don't worry about it, leave the rest to me, I will definitely teach Nobita a lesson." As he said this, he used mental power to lift Dekisugi's hand, and started answering the questions. "No, let me go, cheating is wrong. Even if I lose to him like this, I can't cheat." Dekisugi immediately wanted to use mental power to push away his mental power, but he didn't expect that he would succeed at once. "Well, since you are so determined, I will believe you once." Yuandaiji didn't intend to force it. Anyway, he had already written a few questions for Zyashin. He could correct Nobita's paper at that time, and he would not lose. Dekisugi looked at the test paper in front of him, and fell into a struggle. How many people can really face the fear in their hearts? In the end, Dekisugi covered his head with one hand, and then slowly picked up the pen. Regardless of Dekisugi's struggle, when Yuandaiji withdrew his mental power, he suddenly discovered something. What's going on? There is an invisible line between Tsuneyoshi Yumi and Tsuneyoshi Yuma. Yuandaiji had always felt that there was something wrong with Tsuneyoshi Yuma, but now it seems that it was not his prejudice. So he did two things at once, carefully observing Tsuneyoshi Yuma while writing the test paper. The mental power slowly penetrated into Tsuneyoshi Yuma's body and soon withdrew again. At this time, the pencil in Yuandai's hand suddenly broke. What he just observed was too shocking. Tsuneyoshi Yuma is not a human. To be precise, it is not a living person. It is more appropriate to say that it is a puppet. Tsuneyoshi Yuma's body is very strong, even stronger than Yuandai's without magic. But there is no vitality in his body, it is completely an object. The soul that drives him is an alien, and has been refined into the spirit of this body by others, and there is no possibility of escape. Yuandaiji was sharpening his pen while thinking about this discovery. Tsuneyoshi Yumi must not be an ordinary person, she can actually control this puppet. A connection has been established between these two people, just like the connection between Yuandaiji and the Golden Cloak. No, it is deeper than their relationship, and has reached the point where the master and the servant follow each other in death. And that thread is the bridge of their spiritual communication and the embodiment of the unequal contract between them. This Tsuneyoshi Yumi, who usually looks weak, actually has such a terrifying background. Yuandaiji has been silently guarding against Tsuneyoshi Yuma in his heart. Now it seems that his previous peeping was not an illusion, but was really observing him. Although I don't know why this happened, it's better to be careful and not easily show any unusual places in front of them. Maybe he was targeted by them and was ready to find the time to kill him and take him away to be a puppet. The morning passed like this, and by the afternoon, the teacher had already started to hand out grades. Kato Osamu stood on the podium as usual and began to read out the scores one by one and then asked them to come up and get their papers. And Kosuke fell headfirst on the table. This time is over. I couldn't concentrate at all during the exam. I must have done very badly. Shizuka began to comfort Izuki from behind. It's okay. It's just an exam, right? While everyone was chatting, the teacher had already started reading out the scores. Yu and Deiji, 100 points. Tsuneo Shiyumi, 89 points. Shizuka, 96 points. Nobita, 61 points. Hearing this, Yu and Deiji suddenly remembered that, because he had been on guard against Tsuneo Shiyumi next to him today, he actually forgot to correct Nobita's paper. So he also fell headfirst on the table, and it seemed that he had really screwed Izuki today. The students present were very surprised to hear that Nobita actually scored 61 points. Nobita was also very happy. The devilish practice in the past few days did have some effect. This time Izuki is sure to lose. The teacher took out the next test paper, Chumushin, 100 points. Hearing this, Yu and Dazi almost choked on a mouthful of water. How could he get 100 points in this state? Isn't it too much? Naked contempt for the poor students. Nobita next to him also opened his mouth wide. How could Chumushin get 100 points in this situation? He lost, completely lost sincerely. Chumushin went up to take the test paper, and the people next to him began to congratulate him. I didn't expect that, Chumushin. You are not in good health, but you can get 100 points. It's amazing. Shizuka looked at Chumushin's eyes, which were about to turn into stars. Yu and Dazi looked at Nobita next to him with a green grassland on his head. Seeing that he had been hit hard, Chumushin was fine, so he let him go today. Chapter 127 Day Balloon. Friday came very quickly this week. Although some minor incidents happened during this period, they were not a problem for him. However, what bothered him the most was the guy sitting next to him. He seemed to be looking at him more and more frequently recently. Moreover, in the sketching class yesterday, two people of unknown origin, Tsuneo Shiyumi and Tsuneo Shiyuma, had been leaning towards Yu and Daisy intentionally or unintentionally. He now felt very insecure, both physically and mentally. Finally, he survived this week, and Yu and Daisy was ready to go back with his finished homework. That's right, now he secretly uses magic to do his homework during class. For a magician, doing it by himself is too outdated. Although there is a possibility of being discovered, he still wants to hurry up and finish his homework. At this time, Tsuneo Shiyuma, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said goodbye to Yu and Daisy. See you next week, Yu and classmate. Yu and Daisy also smiled and responded, yes, see you next week. Be careful on the road. On the surface, there was no flaw, but in fact, Yu and Daisy cursed them hundreds of times in his heart. It's better not to see you next week. Do you know how uncomfortable I am when you peek at me during class? I wish you a safe journey home. You disappeared halfway. Zyadishin and Dazi returned home together. Zyadishin had nothing to do this week, so at his strong request, Demishin was dragged out by him. You can't grow if you only study at home all day long. Demishin resisted throughout the whole process, but he couldn't resist Yu and Daz's strange strength, and he was finally dragged out of the door. Walking on the street, knowing that Yu and Dazi would not go back without having fun, he had given up struggling. At this time, Yu and Dazi suddenly saw a street in front of him, which was full of brown decorations. Yu and Dazi, who was interested in this, immediately pulled Demishin over there. Be gentle, your strength is too strong and it hurts me. Zyadishin, who was behind, had a helpless look on her face, and was forced to follow him to this block. Yu and Dazi looked carefully, and found that the decorations on the wall, people's clothes and goods were all dorayaki. What's going on? Why are there so many people selling dorayaki here? Is there any event recently? Zyadishin, do you know? Deiji looked at Zyadishin, thinking that today was a festival. Zyadishin also shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. At this time, Nobita also came over. Seeing that the area was full of dorayaki vendors, he was also confused. Then Yu and Eiji and Demushan saw him and went over to greet him. Hey Nobita, come here. Nobita heard their voices and ran over while waving at them. Then, He performed a full level skill flat fall on the side of the road, which made the two of them speechless. Do you have the ability to trip over your left foot and your right foot? The two hurried over to help him up, and then asked if he was injured. Nobita touched the back of his head awkwardly and said that he was fine. By the way, why are there so many people who love dorayaki here? Deiji and Zayashin were both very confused about this. Nobita also said, yeah, I'm also very surprised. There is no store nearby that is doing promotions. How come there are so many stores here? Just as Nobita was looking around, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Mom and Dad. Why are you here too? The two looked in the direction of the voice and found that Nobita's parents were wearing a set of dorayaki shaped clothes and selling dorayaki toys in front of a small stall. Nobita immediately went up to ask his father, Dad, why didn't you go to work today? Could it be you were fired by your boss? Dad picked up a string of dorayaki toys and hit Nobita on the head. You kid, why do you think about these unlucky things all day long? Today is our chairman's birthday, so we have a day off. Fortunately, today is a day off, otherwise I would not be able to catch this dorayaki festival. The three children were very confused when they heard about the dorayaki festival. There are so many festivals in Japan, and he has never heard of the dorayaki festival. Suddenly, a blue fat man jumped out from the side. Hey Nobita, Yuan and Izuki, hello. How is the dorayaki festival I set up? Isn't it good? Everyone immediately caught the key words. This festival was set up by Doraemon. Izuki asked quickly, Doraemon, why can you set up a festival? And why is it only effective in this area, while others are not affected at all? That's because of this good thing. Doraemon pointed to the sky. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and found a colorful balloon floating there with a colorful flag hanging below, which read Dorayaki Festival. Doraemon took them to Nobita's yard and explained to them as they walked. There are many strange festivals in this world, such as the Tomato Festival where people smash tomatoes on each other in the streets, and the Sanfermin Festival where people are chased by bulls. And this festival balloon is a prop specially invented for enjoying this kind of strange festival. You can write down any festival you want here and make it come true. Then he showed them. Just now I used the Tomato Festival as a prototype to make the Dorayaki Festival. Now let's use the Sanfermin Festival as a prototype to make a cat chasing festival. Doraemon's chubby hands took out a piece of paper and wrote the cat chasing festival on the card. Then he said, by the way, before making the next festival, you have to end the previous festival first. Then he pressed a green button on the festival balloon machine. The colorful balloons floating in the sky suddenly exploded, and the costumes of the people around them returned to normal in an instant, and even the small stall selling dorayaki on the street disappeared in an instant. At the moment the festival balloon ended, everyone forgot about this festival. Strange, why am I here? This was the main thought of the people outside. Then everyone was ready to go back. Doraemon inserted the card into the gap on the festival balloon machine. Insert the card into the slot and then pull down the handle next to it. And as he happened to be standing next to Doraemon, so he reached out and pulled the handle down. Seeing the handle being pulled down, the blue fat man continued to explain, yes, pull the handle down like this, and then the festival balloon will be activated, and the cat chasing festival will be established and implemented here. A colorful balloon like the one just now emerged from the round hole on the top of the machine and quickly rose to the sky. A white flag was hung on the rope below, with cat chasing festival written in large colorful letters on it. When the rope was pulled to the bottom, the balloon suddenly expanded in the air and became the same size as the balloon they had seen before. Then a burst of light burst out from the balloon and enveloped the surroundings, and the surrounding scene suddenly changed. When as he opened his eyes again, a circle of cat teasers had been wrapped around his neck, waist, and headdress, and there were two in his hands. And his position was unconsciously transferred to the center of the street, and he was unaware of the whole process. He turned his head and looked at Zayashin next to him. He also looked like he had just woken up from a dream. Is this Doraemon's domain prop? It's terrible. Not only them, but everyone on the street just now was dressed the same as them. In front of everyone, there was a colorful flag with "Start" written on it. Then Doraemon suddenly jumped up. Hey everyone, the cat chasing festival is about to start. Let's have fun together. The people who had been assimilated behind him jumped up and shouted, "We are ready." Just when Yu and Daisy was wondering what Doraemon meant by chasing, there was a sudden vibration from behind. The three of them turned their heads and found that there was smoke behind them, and a group of cats were running towards them frantically. Yu and Daisy opened his induction technique, and there were at least thousands of cats behind them. And they were all in an excited state, and their target was them, the humans holding cat teasers. This is attacking cats? No, run. Gian and Daisy and Dekisugi immediately ran forward. The others had already seen the attacking cats and also started running wildly. Great. So fun. Nobita, who was behind, always reacted a bit slower and only started to run when the cats were very close. But his speed was too slow, and he was caught up by the cats behind him after just a few steps. When he turned around and saw a large group of cats in the sky about to pounce on him, Nobita's eyes were full of despair. After everyone ran wildly on this street, the cat chasing festival was considered a halftime break, and the three of them also began to look for the lost Nobita. In the end, the three found Nobita on the ground, who was almost stepped on to become a paper man, with many cat footprints still left on him, and the cat toy stick was also stepped on. Doraemon went over and helped Nobita up. "I'm so sorry, I forgot that you are not good at running. Let's end this festival." Nobita nodded with a face covered with dust. Yu and Daisy saw him like this and couldn't help but covered his mouth and laughed. And Izuki-chan still looked at him with a smile on his face. Back in the courtyard, the blue fat man pressed the button and ended the cat chasing festival. When the balloon exploded, the cat toys on them disappeared without a trace in an instant. The cats resting on the street also disappeared. After the people around them returned to normal, they were all a little tired. It's really a busy day today, although it's fun. The crowd gradually dispersed with these sighs. Nobita was able to fully experience the magic of this prop, so he said to them, "Yu and classmate, Izuki classmate, let's celebrate the festival together." The two looked at each other and saw a little interest in each other's eyes, so they nodded at the same time. "Okay, Doraemon, lend us this prop." Doraemon actually refused in his heart, because every time he lent a prop to Nobita, there would be no good end. But seeing Yu and Dage's kind smile, he finally lent them the prop. Seeing Doraemon agreed, Nobita immediately said, "Then let's go and gather everyone first. Let's go find Shizuka now." Chapter 128 Snow Festival Limited. Nobita only called Shizuka to the open space. Shizuka looked at Nobita and asked him, what do you mean by playing the festival you just told me?" Nobita stuck out his tongue and wrote the Northern Ice and Snow Festival on the paper. After writing, he smiled at Shizuka and said, "Just wait and see, the answer will be revealed soon." Then he stuffed the paper into the machine, pulled down the handle of the machine, and started the festival balloon. Haha, just now I saw Yu and pulling it easily. I didn't expect it to be so strenuous. Amid Nobita's exclamation, a balloon emerged from the top of the machine and then soared into the sky with a colorful flag. When the balloon was completely formed in the sky, a dazzling light flashed, making them close their eyes. They all knew that when they opened their eyes again, the festival would officially begin. Sure enough, when the light gradually faded, Yu and Daisy felt the whole chill around him. Opening his eyes, he found that there was a castle made of ice and snow in the world around him. On the main gate of the castle, there are ice sculptures of Shizuka riding a magic broom and Nobita falling to the ground. Nobita was very upset when he saw the ice sculptures. "Really? Why did you choose me to be a sculpture? Am I the only one who can fall in your mind? Also, do you, a machine, despise me?" Shizuka looked at the ice sculptures and said, "I think it fits Nobita's image." After hearing this, Nobita gradually faded and lost his dream. Dekisugi's focus was not on Nobita, who had faded into a salted fish, but on Yu and Daiji. "You are also a magician. Why can't you ride a broom?" After hearing this, he felt that he was despised. He turned his head to look at Dekisugi and hugged his neck. "Please don't compare me with the witch in your imagination, okay? Magicians and witches are two different creatures, and they are not from the same dimension at all." Zyadishan patted Daz's hand and said with difficulty, "I know. Please let go, ahem." Seeing that Zyadishan admitted the difference between the two of them, he nodded with satisfaction and then released his arm from his neck. Looking around, they found that there was not only an ice and snow castle here, but also an ice and snow pyramid, an ice and snow palace, Japanese style, and an ice and snow amusement park, which can be said to be a complete variety. Nobita also told them that it was already late December, and since they couldn't see the snow scenery like in Hokkaido, they would just have an ice and snow festival here, to make up for everyone's regret of not being able to see the snow scenery. At this time, the four people of Fat Tiger, Tsunia, Yasuo and Haruo next to them were summoned by the ice and snow castle here, and came to the open space. When Fat Tiger saw that there was an ice and snow castle here, he was surprised and asked, "Has it snowed here before? Why didn't I know about it?" Tsunia looked at the surrounding ice and snow buildings, thought for a while and said, "The layout here is exactly the same as the last time I went to the Northern Ice and Snow Festival. It's amazing." Dazi and Zyadishin also noticed the guests behind them. Zyadishin waved to them, "Everyone, come and play together." The four of them received Zyadishin's invitation and immediately raised their hands happily and ran towards the Ice and Snow Festival building. Not only them, but also children in other places who were affected by the Ice and Snow Festival balloons began to gather rapidly. The Ice and Snow Castle, which was originally empty, was quickly filled with the children's laughter. They first came to the Ice and Snow Palace, which is an ancient royal building that is 100% restored with ice and snow. However, the purpose of these people is not to appreciate this thing, but the slide upstairs. This slide is the only way to enter the pyramid next to it, so they chose it. On the roof, Fat Tiger was the first to sit on the slide, followed by Tsunia, Shizuka, Doraemon, and then Izuki, Yu and Azi and Nobita. After going down the slide, you will see the interior of the pyramid. Entering from the entrance of the slide, there are two huge statues of pharaohs on both sides, which are magnificent. It's a pity that no one here understands sculpture, otherwise they can appreciate it. Fat Tiger landed safely, ran 2 steps on the ground to eliminate inertia, and then posed a posture that was somewhat like a gymnast, raised his hands high, stood on the spot with his chest straight, and waited for the people behind him to come down. When Zyrofu and the others saw that Fat Tiger was in this posture, they also followed him, raised their hands high, straightened their chests, and waited for the people behind him to come down. Even Chumashin was led astray by these people, and followed them to wait. Yu and Dazi felt so embarrassed when he saw this posture, so he decided not to follow suit, and just stood there with his hands on his hips. Behind him, there was a cry of surprise from Nobita, and when he looked back, he found that Nobita was not standing firmly. Yu and Dazi, who didn't have time to react, was knocked down by Nobita, and he also threw himself on Chumashin in front of him. The power was transmitted continuously until Fat Tiger fell down, and a new set of human-shaped dominoes was completed. Nobita, all the people in front, turned their heads angrily, and looked at the culprit behind them. Among them, Tsunia was the most angry. Because of his height, his face just hit Fat Tiger's butt and he almost couldn't get up. Mr. Shencheng was also disturbed by these noises. He opened the door and roared angrily, "Damn, who is making a fuss here? Do you still have a sense of public morality?" Then he saw the ice and snow world in front of him, and hurriedly walked out of the door to look at his house. He found that his house was also covered with ice and snow, and became part of the Ice and Snow Castle. This scene made Mr. Shencheng very excited. This is it's really great. I didn't expect that I could see such a beautiful scene in my yard in my lifetime. Wait for me, I want to join. Then he joined the queue of children next to him, and went to make a snowman together. A group of people also came down from the slide inside the pyramid. Seeing that Mr. Shencheng was actually making a snowman, they immediately became interested. Mushin suggested, "Everyone, why don't we make snow sculptures together?" This proposal was unanimously agreed by them. They immediately went to the side to prepare the materials needed for their snow sculptures. Yu and Dazi also began to think about what kind of snow sculpture he would make. After thinking for a long time, Yu and Dazi finally decided on the image he wanted to carve. Then he cast his eyes on a rectangular piece of snow not far away, and smiled with satisfaction. "I decided it was you." More than an hour later, they all completed their own sculptures, gathered together again, and invited everyone to visit their masterpieces. First was Tsunia, whose work was a sculpture of his own head. After seeing his sculpture, Yu and Daisy got goosebumps. He actually beautified his face into a handsome adult man. Bah. He is so narcissistic that he has no shame. Then it was Fat Tiger's work, which was still a sculpture based on himself. But this time, Fat Tiger added majestic muscles to himself, looking very strong. Everyone applauded Fat Tiger for his good work. Only Sunia said disdainfully, "TSK, gorilla." As a result, Fat Tiger heard this muttering and beat him up at that time, saying that you are such a rude person. Yu and Daisy saw that Nobita and Izuki had the same expression, and these two people really have a connection. And Doraemon also came out to smooth things over. Let's go and see Izuki's work now. Izuki took everyone to his Leaning Tower of Pisa. This is my work, because there is not enough time, I can only do this much. Yu and Daisy took a look and saw that this guy restored the general outline of the Leaning Tower of Pisa and all the corridors, windows and so on in just 1 hour. You still don't have enough time. Do you think I will believe it? You must have cheated with superpowers like me. After everyone's amazement, Yu and Daisy took everyone to his sculpture. This is the face of a middle-aged man, wearing a luxurious robe, with his hands folded in his long sleeves. But the only flaw is that his lower body is not a human, but a tail. This is the image of untimely, the mentor of Yu and Daisy in a popular game in the previous life. It's amazing. He even made the expression of the sculpture. It looks so stern. Nobita didn't dare to look directly at it, as if the sculpture was alive. Others also observed carefully. This sculpture was indeed carved to be lifelike. If it weren't for the fact that it was not painted, he would now doubt whether untimely really broke through the dimension wall and came to him. Hey wait, I seem to have broken through the dimension wall and come to the Doraemon world. Does that mean that I can really see other strange creatures in the future? This sentence means that there are no creatures even in the Doraemon worldview. He held his chin with his hand and began to think, while others were also carefully observing Yu and Daz's sculpture. This snow sculpture is of course realistic. He polished it bit by bit with his own mental power. Although his mental power is not as good as Dekisugi now, Yu and Dazi is much more familiar with the use of mental power than him. Because the magician's inheritance contains the method of using mental power, he has also practiced it for a long time. This part of the inheritance does not mean that Yu and Dazi will not give Mushin, but the soul-devouring monument has explained that it cannot be given to him. Every spiritualist must grow by exploring on his own and then find his own unique method of use. That is why, in ancient times, the spiritualists had no less tricks than their magicians. The most powerful of them can even change the trajectory of the operation of heaven and earth and forcibly reverse the laws of matter. These are the results of their own exploration. In short, the path of a spiritualist must be walked by himself and cannot be limited by the old path of his predecessors. Shizuka also came over and said, "Student Gian, I think you are really talented in this area. Do you plan to be a sculptor in the future?" Gian, as he shook his head, he would not do anything to put the cart before the horse. Everyone had seen almost everything and went to observe Shizuka and the other snow sculptures. The number of recommendation votes has increased rapidly. I will celebrate with 3 updates. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. The first semester is over. Next, Yu and Dazi looked around and saw Shizuka's snow rabbit, Doraemon's giant dorayaki, and Nobita's beloved, flat Doraemon. Yes, flattened. Nobita made Doraemon's head and body into an oval shape, making the name of the blue fat man worthy of its name. When Doraemon learned that the snow sculpture created by Nobita was actually himself, he immediately turned his head to the side to avoid being seen by Nobita with his disgusted eyes. The snow sculpture was also tired of playing, and Doraemon also put away the holiday balloons of the Northern Ice and Snow Festival and prepared to change to another festival. Nobita had already picked up a pen to think of a new festival, but the paper and pen in his hand was snatched away by Sunia next to him. "You are still too lame. Let me show you what a real festival is." Then Sunia quickly wrote down a festival, put it in the holiday balloon, and started the machine. Yu and Dazzy watched the balloon rise, and the colorful flag read Sunia's Mambo Festival. Suddenly, an ominous premonition came over him, and he once again felt the malice of this world, but it was too late. With the flash of golden light, Yu and Dazzy had changed into a strange dance costume and a pair of blue tights. Ziofu stood on the commanding heights, wearing a golden dance king costume, and began his passionate dance with the background music that sounded at some unknown time. There were many flower fairies around him dancing with him. What frightened Yu and Dazzy the most was that his body seemed to be out of control, and he actually danced with them. Damn it, you actually let me, a magician, dance with you. Believe it or not, I will go over and bankrupt your family next time. He thought angrily while dancing, and suddenly felt that it was not so embarrassing. After all, everyone was like this. Just when the dance reached its climax, Yu and Dazzy found that there seemed to be one less person around him. He opened his induction technique and saw Fat Tiger secretly writing something with a pen and paper. In order to satisfy his curiosity, he carefully used the induction technique to look at it, and it said, Fat Tiger Rock Festival. Suddenly, Yu and Dazzy felt that the world had lost its color. Why did the sky become so gray? Why did he go out this afternoon? No, I have to stop this from happening. Otherwise, it will lead to disaster. When Yu and Dazzy finally broke free from the state of losing his dream and was about to get rid of Fat Tiger, the festival balloon in the sky burst, and another festival balloon rose into the sky, emitting an unparalleled light. Until he opened his eyes again, Yu and Dazzy found that his clothes had changed back to his original clothes. But this was not a good sign, because there was an extra cloak behind him, and it was written with words like Fat Tiger, I love you. Yu and Dazzy's eyes turned into dead fish eyes, because as the protagonist of the festival, he could not hurt Fat Tiger in this area. He secretly swore in his heart that, if he could successfully escape, he would definitely use lightning and strong winds to raise this area to the ground. Fat Tiger above finally appeared and said loudly, hello everyone. Thank you for gathering here for me. Now let's experience real rock and roll. Everyone finally noticed that Fat Tiger had replaced the festival, and the faces of everyone present changed. Doraemon hurriedly said, everyone, hurry up. If you stay here for too long, it will really be fatal. In fact, without him saying it, people with a little bit of brains have already started to run away. But Fat Tiger's voice was faster, and a wave of sound suddenly enveloped everyone present. Now Yu and Dazzy only felt that his legs were unable to move, and there was no way to leave. Seeing this, Doraemon had to take out other paper and pen. During the festival, the protagonist cannot be harmed. Everyone, use other festivals to interrupt Fat Tiger's festival. Yu and Dazzy also picked up a pen and wrote the Spring Festival on it. Then he argued with others about whose festival to replace Fat Tiger. Everyone wanted to let their favorite festival go on stage. In the end, everyone made a decision. Everyone went together. They all stuffed the cards in and pulled the handle next to them. Fat Tiger's balloon burst in the sky, and then several balloons rose into space together. The balloons began to expand rapidly, and then there was a burst of golden light, and even the sun was eclipsed at this moment. The light faded, revealing everyone's figures. But this time it was not as orderly as before, but very chaotic. Where Raizuki was, everyone put on ancient clothes and studied hard. This was the study festival set by Raizuki. Seeing this situation, Yu and Dazzy wanted to say, Zayarshin, are you a devil? Even festivals are learning. Next was Ancient Hero's cake eating festival, and the two of them had a lot of fun eating. As for the last one, it was the girls dance festival and violin festival. Wait, Shizuka's violin? Yu and Dazzy quickly covered his ears. This was a terrifying music that could even suppress Fat Tiger singing. Why did he come out? Da Chaos Observer Zion looked at the chaotic scene below and was not affected at all. But he was determined to put an end to it all. Doraemon, I want to unify this place with a festival. This festival is specially customized for me and exists only for me. Dakshin Festival. Then he wrote the festival on a piece of paper, cleaned up the balloons of others, put his own festival into the machine, and pulled the handle to start it. The balloons of others burst in the sky, replaced by the last balloon. When the balloon expanded, a burst of golden light shot up into the sky. When everyone regained their vision, it was the end of everything. And as he opened his eyes again and found that he had changed his hairstyle, put on a pair of plain glasses, and lay on the ground wearing the same clothes as Nobita. And in his hand, he didn't know when a 0-point test paper appeared. He yawned out of boredom. Now and Dazzy just wanted to have a good sleep. This world is so chaotic, and he can't do anything well. Dreams are the most suitable for him. He fell asleep while thinking this. Nobita saw that people all over the ground were wearing the same clothes as him and holding 0-point test papers with the same name in their hands, and he felt very uncomfortable. Doraemon, why did it turn out like this? This is not the Nobita festival I thought of at all. Doraemon also took out a 0-point test paper and put it in Nobita's hand and stroked his newly grown hair with his other hand. Because this festival is for everyone to imitate you. I won't say any more. I'm a little sleepy. I'll take a nap first. Then he lay on the ground and fell asleep. Seeing this scene, Nobita finally knelt on the ground helplessly and cried, I don't want this Nobita festival. In the end, Nobita took the initiative to remove the effect of the holiday balloons, and everyone present returned to normal. Everyone waved goodbye to them. Although there were some twists and turns this afternoon, they still had a lot of fun. In this way, the two returned home, and tonight and Dazzy was also retaliated by Dekisugi. He took out a lot of extracurricular exercises for him. And he said to and Dazzy, I played with you all afternoon this afternoon, you should accompany me to finish these homework in the evening. And Dazzy looked at the two extracurricular exercises he just got and asked, are you sure you want to finish it tonight? Zion was very sure. Yes, we must prepare for the exam on Monday. Today is the 19th, and Japan will have a 2-week winter vacation after the final exams on December 24th. For the final exams, Demishin decided to step up his review in the next few days. For this reason, he asked and Dazzy to review with him. If and Dazzy refused, he would say, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't do well in the final exams, you won't have fun in the winter vacation. After hearing what Zion said, and Dazzy frowned, always feeling that this sentence was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. There was no reason to refuse, so he had to accompany Demishin to review. And Dazzy didn't want to read books either. This kind of review questions was really boring. Moreover, under Zion's strong request, Dazzy had to give up the Demon Clan physical training every night and shortened his magic training time a lot. When the 2-day vacation was over, and Dazzy's eyes had completely lost their spirit, and he just hoped that the final exam would be over soon. In fact, he was not disappointed. Once the exam started, time would pass quickly. The exam subjects were only 4 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, social studies and science. The results would be available on Wednesday. After the exam ended on Tuesday at noon, Demishin announced something in the classroom. Listen to me, everyone, the final exam is over, and the results will be available tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow is Christmas. So I want to hold a party on Christmas Day for everyone to get together. Which classmate is willing to provide a better venue? After hearing this, Ziofu was unwilling to miss this opportunity to show off, and immediately raised his hand and said, in that case, come to my house. My house is quite spacious, and it is not a problem to accommodate the whole class, and my mother will prepare dinner and let everyone perform. And Dazzy below caught the key word, performance, and he has begun to consider whether to let Sunia's house suddenly catch fire or not. Dekisugi nodded and said, then thank you for your trouble. Everyone remember to come to get the results at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will gather at Sunia's house in the afternoon. By the way, everyone should practice in advance after returning, and then everyone should try to come up to perform the show. Then it's settled. Let's clean up together, and then go back. Hi. The people below agreed together. After thinking for a while, and Dazzy decided to let Sunia's house go. After all, the house is innocent, and his mother is also very enthusiastic, and it should not suffer an unprovoked disaster. After cleaning, and Dazzy and Dekisugi walked on the way home together. At this time, Sunia suddenly asked him, Junjin, what show are you going to perform the day after tomorrow night? And Dazzy glanced at him and said, do I have to perform? I don't want to perform. Zayanshin smiled and continued, it's not necessary to perform, but if you don't, you might be laughed at. It doesn't matter. And as he raised his hand, and a flash of lightning flashed across his hand, I will make those who laugh at me shut up. Chumushin took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat that had just overflowed. It's better not to force him. Chapter 130 Everyone's performance. After returning home at night, Dekisugi was able to relax for the first time. And as he was also relieved, finally he didn't have to do a bunch of review questions. Tonight, he could finally lie on the floor and watch TV. Speaking of which, since I traveled through time, I found that my own fun seemed to have become much simpler. Remember that I used to be in my room with my phone and computer, but I always felt a sense of emptiness. Could it be that my personality is more suitable for this place? The next morning, everyone went to get their grades. As expected, and Azi and Dekisugi got full marks in all subjects. Although Nobita didn't do very well in the exam, he also passed 2 subjects. It seems that his tutoring was effective. After handing out the papers on the podium, the teacher said something. Then everyone went to the playground again, listened to the principal and teacher's summary of the semester, cleaned up again, and finally could go home. Next, everyone began to prepare for tomorrow's performance. And as he thought for a long time, and felt that as a magician, it was really embarrassing that he couldn't even perform magic at such a party. So he made some small preparations, went to the back mountain to pick many flowers, and then found a potted plant with all its leaves fallen off in Izuku's house. He put these things into the golden cloak, and that was it. As for Izuki, he was going to perform a singing show. And as he was stroking his chin and thinking, come to think of it, I seem to have heard it once in the original work, but I can't remember it. So he wanted to sit in on Kozen's practice, but Kozen probably refused as his listening for confidentiality reasons, and told him that, if he was really looking forward to it, he should listen carefully tomorrow night. Therefore, and as he still had a little expectation for tomorrow's party. Thursday afternoon, in Nobita's room. At this time, Nobita was lying on the ground, playing with his feet. Doraemon, who was standing next to him, saw his leisurely look, and couldn't help but ask him, Nobita, you are going to perform tonight, don't you want to practice your show? Nobita shook his head and said, huh, so what? I can't do anything. I can't sing well, I can't dance, and magic is even harder. And I don't think anyone is looking forward to my show, so I might as well not perform. At most, they will call me a coward. If I go up to perform, I might become a laughingstock for the next semester. Since you are so pitiful, I will help you. Doraemon saw that Nobita was telling the truth, so he decided to use props to help him, and finally found a mechanical hat. Superpower hat. As long as you wear this hat, you can use 3 superpowers. They are perspective, telekinesis and instant teleportation. How about it? If you perform these abilities on stage, you will definitely not be laughed at, right? Nobita heard about the superpowers, and immediately sat up and said, is it really a superpower? Let me try it. Doraemon did not give his props to Nobita immediately, but began to warn him. You have to think about it. Although this prop is very cool, it is also very troublesome to use. Superpowers can only be effective after hard training. So, have you decided to accept the training? Nobita, who was interested, didn't care what Doraemon said, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I've decided. Give me the props quickly, and let me try it out. Doraemon had to give him the hat, and then said, okay, let's start the superpower training now. First, let's train telekinesis. Nobita put on the superpower hat, nodded, and began to lift Doraemon. Seeing Nobita with a constipated expression, he asked him, what are you doing now? Nobita said as if it was a matter of course. What am I doing? Of course I'm practicing my telekinesis. I want to lift you up. Doraemon had to stand up and said, you can't do that. You should start practicing telekinesis with lighter objects. Let me see, you follow me. He took Nobita and started to walk downstairs, preparing to go to the living room to find a smaller object. After looking around the living room, he finally chose the ashtray on the coffee table. Come on, Nobita, let's practice with this smaller object first. This way, you will get the hang of it quickly. Nobita nodded, sat at the table, and began to practice his superpowers. While Nobita was training, his father suddenly came in and was about to pick up the ashtray. Doraemon quickly stopped him. "Dad, can you wait in another room first? We will send it over soon." Seeing that Nobita seemed to be using the ashtray, his father had to agree. "Okay, I'll wait for you in the next room. But hurry up, I really want to smoke now." Doraemon quickly agreed and drove his father out of the room. Then he urged Nobita, "Nobita, hurry up, Dad is waiting to use the ashtray." Under the double pressure of Doraemon and his father, Nobita's potential began to gradually burst out, and the ashtray finally floated up slowly. "Great, Nobita. Quickly control this thing and slowly walk towards the living room." He slowly controlled the ashtray and walked towards the room where his father was. After a while, he put the ashtray on the table on his father's side. Nobita was very happy to complete the task, but Doraemon poured a basin of cold water on Nobita. "Okay, now is not the time to be happy. Have you forgotten that you still have 2 superpowers that have not been practiced? Come up quickly, let's go to the roof with a wide view to practice perspective." Nobita, who had just completed an exercise, was in high spirits and immediately agreed, "Yes." Then he went upstairs with Doraemon and walked to the roof through the window. Looking at the houses around, Doraemon said, "Okay, let's practice quickly. Now imagine that your eyes can see through the wall and see the scene behind." Nobita did what Doraemon said. Doraemon kept reminding Nobita to concentrate, otherwise a superpower hat would be useless. Finally, Nobita couldn't stand it anymore. "Okay, you keep nagging me, I can't concentrate at all." After being yelled at by Nobita, Doraemon had to watch quietly, and Nobita didn't disappoint Doraemon, and finally successfully used perspective. The first person he saw was Shizuka, who was dancing with a puppet in the room at this time. What? It turns out that Shizuka's preparation is just such an ordinary program. Forget it, I'll watch other people's programs. Next, Sunia. Nobita adjusted his sight to the direction of Sunia's house. After several perspectives, he finally saw Sunia as he wished. Sunia was practicing magic, covering his hand with a handkerchief, and then pulling out new handkerchiefs from it. This magic trick seems a bit magical. Let me see what's going on with you. Look at my perspective. Nobita's eyes passed through Sunia's handkerchief and saw a ring on Sunia's index finger, and those handkerchiefs were torn off from the ring. After seeing the inner mystery of magic, people will lose interest in magic, and Nobita is no exception. It turns out that this principle is so simple. How can it be as exciting as my superpowers? Forget it. Let me see what Fat Tiger is performing. His eyes once again passed through many obstacles and saw Fat Tiger practicing belly dancing in his room. TSK, so boring. By the way, now let's see what Dekizun and the others are performing. Nobita adjusted his eyes to Dekizun's house. Let me see. Dekizun is practicing singing. I don't know how his singing compares to Fat Tiger. At this time, Dekizun suddenly looked in the direction of Nobita, which scared Nobita. He thought he was discovered and quickly looked away. At this time, in the room, Deki was practicing a song. Suddenly, he felt someone was peeping in a certain direction. He looked over there, and then the sight disappeared. So he went downstairs and said to Yu and Dazuki, "Yu Anjin, if you are really curious, just come and listen. Don't use magic to eavesdrop on the side, okay?" Yu and Dazuki looked puzzled. What's going on? Do I have to do such a tasteless thing? And I know your mental power is stronger than mine now. If I really eavesdrop, you will definitely find out. I won't do such a thankless thing. After saying that, both of them fell into deep thought. Since Yu and Dazuki didn't eavesdrop, who could have this ability and was bored? Wait, bored? Isn't that Nobita? They both thought of this person at the same time. It is likely that he borrowed props from Doraemon again. And Yu and Dazuki also recalled the props of the Christmas party, the superpower hat. What impressed him most was that Nobita's clothes floated above the Christmas venue. He must not miss such a famous scene, and he must laugh at Nobita. At this time, Nobita has also reacted. He is now in a perspective state. How could Dekizun discover him? It must be because he is nervous. So this guy once again cast his eyes on Dekizun's house, ready to take a closer look at what they are doing. After knowing who the culprit is, Dekisugi did not pursue it and returned to the original place to continue practicing. Not long after, a feeling of being spied on came again, and then flashed by. Nobita saw that Dekisugi was still practicing the song in the same place, and he lost interest. Why not see what Dazi is doing? So he searched the house, and finally found Dazi, who was watching TV on the floor. Haha, it turns out that Dazi didn't prepare a program at all. I must laugh at him when the time comes. Let him bully me all the time, make me do homework, and have so many extracurricular exercises. Dazi was watching TV on the floor, and suddenly felt a force peeping at him. He knew that this was Nobita's superpower hat. So he sat up slowly, mobilized his magic power and mental power at the same time, and punched the invisible force. Then the power of perspective trembled and disappeared. Dazi then lay back down and continued watching TV. Nobita was quietly observing on the roof and was a little nervous when he saw Dazi suddenly sit up and face him. But then he thought, they are so far away now, there is no way he can see him, so he continued to observe. Then Dazi punched him, and Nobita felt that the punch seemed to hit him in the face. His head tilted, and the superpower hat fell to the ground, and then disappeared. Chapter 131 Nobita deserves a beating again. Thinking of Nobita, who was punched by him through the air with his mental power, Dazi felt very comfortable. This guy secretly used props to spy on Zayashi at home, and he dared to let him take the blame. It was unforgivable. After waiting for a while, Dazi turned over on the ground. He picked up the watch and looked at the time. He found that it was already 5 o'clock. Today's time passed quite quickly. It was almost time to go out. If it was later, he would be late. So Dazi went upstairs to call Zayashi, who was still practicing singing. The two of them found a suitable set of clothes to change into and went out. In fact, the clothes were no different from usual, just a little cleaner. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the door of Ziofu's house. This iron door was still as unguarded as ever. If he wanted, he could even go directly through the gap in the iron door. However, Japanese etiquette requires you to knock on the door when entering, even if the door in front of you can be opened directly. Dazi didn't understand this at all. What's the point of putting this iron door here? Don't you have too much money and have nowhere to spend it? After ringing the doorbell, Sunia came out to greet them, and the two of them came to this luxurious villa again. In order to welcome everyone, Sunia hung a lot of decorations on the wall. They walked to the spacious living room, which had been cleared at this time, leaving a large open space for them to perform. There were also many plastic chairs placed below, and it can be seen that Sunia attached great importance to this event. Before these two people, someone had already arrived. At first glance, they were all familiar people: Jili Saka, Tsuneo Shiyuma and Tsuneo Shiyumi. Why did this strange brother and sister come so early? Do they want to live? Tsuneo Shiyumi saw Dazi coming, pulled out a chair next to her, and waved to him. Sit here. Dazi was just thinking about how to refuse without being impolite, and his pig teammate Dekisugi next to him started to assist. Classmate, it seems that you have a good relationship with people in the class recently. Let's go. Let's sit there. Hearing this, he really wanted to slap him against the wall with a slap that he couldn't get off. But since even Zayashi said so, he had no reason to refuse. Haha, let's go. Then he and Dekisugi walked to the side of Tsuneo Shiyumi, and Daiji sat on the chair that Tsuneo Shiyumi had just pulled out. While waiting, other people came one after another. At 6:30, Dekisugi began to count the number of people. He found that only Nobita had not come yet, so he said to Sunia, Ziofu, go call Nobita and ask him why he hasn't come yet. If it's because the program is not prepared, tell him that he doesn't need to come up to perform, and ask him to come to the gathering as soon as possible. Sunia agreed, walked to the corridor and dialed the phone. Hey, Nobita, why haven't you come yet? Do you know that the whole class is waiting for you? Nobita apologized repeatedly. I'm so sorry, something suddenly happened here, and I can't get away. I'll come as soon as I'm done. After hearing this, Sunia laughed. Come on, I think you don't dare to come, because you don't have any performance. It's okay, Class leader Isaacus said that, if you really don't have anything to perform, then just say it directly, and we won't laugh at you. Come here quickly now, don't make us wait too long. Nobita was very unhappy after hearing this. Who said I don't have any performance? I tell you, what I'm going to perform are superpowers, telekinesis, and teleportation. Just wait to be surprised. Humph. After that, he hung up the phone and quickly asked Doraemon next to him for help. Doraemon, please hurry up, haven't you found it yet? Everyone in the class is waiting for me. He was unhappy. It's because you suddenly shook your head on the roof. Not only did you lose your superpower hat, you almost fell down. If I hadn't held you, would my props be lost? You still have the nerve to blame me. Nobita said helplessly, it's not me who wanted to shake my head. It was you and Dazzy who punched me. Why didn't you believe it all the time? Doraemon would not believe his nonsense. There are hundreds of meters between you, and there are several walls. If you say he hit you there, would I believe it? Then he shook his head. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. You go to Sunia's house first together. I will help you find the hat, and then send it to you, after I find it. After listening, Nobita knew that this was the only way, so he had to believe him. Then Doraemon, I'll leave this to you. I'm leaving now to Sunia's house. You must bring it to me quickly. After saying that, Nobita hurriedly put on his shoes, pushed the door open and ran away. He didn't care that Doraemon was telling him to be careful. He stumbled all the way to Sunia's house and rang the doorbell. Sunia saw that it was Nobita and hurried out. Hey Nobita, you're finally here. Everyone has heard that you have prepared a magical show for us. We are all looking forward to it. Then he walked forward and took Nobita in. During this process, Nobita had a guilty smile all the time. At this time, he kept praying in his heart that Doraemon would appear by his side and deliver his superpower hat to his hand. In the room, seeing that everyone was finally together, Dekisugi began his speech. The process was very boring, and the general idea was to thank everyone for their cooperation with the class committee work this semester, and that everyone's long-term efforts will eventually be rewarded. At the same time, he also cited the example of Nobita, whose grades have improved significantly. However, during this process, Tsunayoshi and his brother looked at Yejindaiji from time to time and talked to him. Yejindaiji dealt with it with a smile, but it didn't seem to have much effect on them. Nobita was fidgeting in his seat, hoping that Izuki could talk more and find props for Doraemon to delay time. Finally, after mentioning at the end that he thanked Sunia for his strong support for this event and that the expenses would be reimbursed by the class funds, Izuki's opening speech came to a perfect end. Next was the food and performance time that everyone was looking forward to. Because everyone was a child, it was impossible to delay this event for too long. So in order to save time, dinner time and personal performances were combined. 22 people began to draw lots and perform in order. Because Tsunayoshi and his brother and Action Hero were working together, there were a total of 19 programs. Perform in order. Nobita's luck was pretty good, and he drew number 11. But what surprised him a little was that Yejindaiji actually prepared a program. He didn't see me preparing for the performance in the afternoon, so he thought he didn't prepare. The first to appear were Tsunayoshi and his sister. Because individual performances have a certain psychological pressure, the less stressful cooperation program was performed first, and they performed the waltz. As requested, Sunia turned off the lights in the living room. The two danced to the music, and the slow-paced waltz showed the beauty to the fullest under their feet. At the end of the song, Tsunayoshi Yuma knelt on one knee, ending this elegant dance, and everyone applauded below. This waltz was so beautiful that Sunia, who knew something about this, was even more fascinated. When he looked at Tsunayoshi Yumi, his eyes turned into the shape of a heart. Yu and Dazi was also fascinated by the dance. These two people are simply a perfect match made in heaven. Why did they choose me? I really hope that the German orthopedics will quickly accept them both. After the two left the stage, it was Hero Angshan's crosstalk. Although it was not bad, the previous opening waltz was too amazing, and their jokes were really weak in comparison. Soon it was Sunia's turn. He walked onto the stage and covered his fingers with a handkerchief. Let me perform a magic trick for you. Please don't be too surprised. Nobita immediately said to Shizuka next to him, I know, he is going to perform a magic trick of pulling a handkerchief out of his fingers. The voice was loud, and the people next to him heard it, and they began to whisper, I remember this magic trick, it's very boring. Someone else said, I also remember that this magic trick was once revealed by someone, it's not good at all. The people next to him also began to agree. The venue was not big, and Sunia heard everything, so he glared at Nobita angrily and said, since everyone knows, I won't make a fool of myself. Then he walked off the stage. Next was Fat Tiger. After he walked up, he put his hand on the hem of his clothes. Everyone get ready, my show will make you laugh. Nobita immediately clapped his hands and said, great Fat Tiger, let everyone appreciate your belly dance. After being spoiled again, the girls began to whisper again, it's actually belly dance, how disgusting. Amid everyone's whispers, Fat Tiger had to walk off the stage unwillingly. Shizuka's puppet dance also failed to escape this disaster, and was spoiled by Nobita. At this time, the patience of the trio has reached its limit. If Nobita's performance does not satisfy them, Nobita will definitely be beaten badly. Then it was Izuki Shigeki who came on stage to sing. At this time, Nobita still wanted to spoil the show, but because he didn't know what song he was singing, he didn't say anything. Shigeki's song is the famous song of today's popular singer Ito Tsubasa. The perfect voice and handsome appearance won unanimous praise from the female compatriots below, and the cheers made the people in front very jealous. The next one was Nobita. Nobita was feeling bad, because Doraemon's hat had not been delivered yet. Then he saw Fat Tiger, Sunia and the others starting to gather around him. Nobita felt something was wrong and said quickly, sorry, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable all of a sudden. I might as well go back home today. Then he trotted away and left the performance venue before everyone gathered around him. Everyone was filled with resentment when they saw Nobita leaving. Looking at the number plate, the next one was number 12, and it happened to be Yu and Daz's turn to perform. Yu and Daz nodded at him, then walked onto the stage and began his magic show today. Today's draft officially totals 200 chapters, and I will update as many chapters as I write every day in the future. Chapter 132 Surprise. Performing in front of so many people is actually a little psychologically stressful. However, since this performance does not require much technical skills, there is no such thing as mistakes. Yu and Daz took out the golden cloak and walked to the front of the stage, holding it in his hand. I will show you a little magic trick. Then he turned the golden cloak over twice. Everyone, look, this is just an ordinary cloak, and I don't have any props in my hands. At this time, Zyofubilo recognized the cloak on the stage. Isn't this the cloak you put on me last time in the jungle? I thought you had thrown it away. Yu and Daz looked at him. Yes, but this cloak is still pretty good. I can't bear to throw it away. Then he covered his hand with the cloak and said, spring is coming soon. Let me help everyone feel the breath of spring as soon as possible. Then, he opened the cloak, and countless petals fluttered in the air. They were flowers picked from the back mountain some time ago. Others didn't know what was going on, and they exclaimed, and began to appreciate the rain of flowers. Among them, there are many flowers that he stimulated to grow with his vitality. So there are also many flowers in spring and summer, and the colors are very bright. However, knowing that Yu and Age's cloak has a storage function, Deki was speechless. He actually used such a thing to deceive children. Not only that, a large bunch of flowers appeared in Yu and Age's hand. He covered it with his cloak again, and then said, next, I will turn these flowers into a wreath. Does anyone want it? While speaking, he began to weave the wreath with his mental power. When some girls were about to raise their hands, Tsuneo Shiyumi stood up first and said, Yu and classmate, I like the flowers you made. Can I have the wreath? Yu and Ag smiled and nodded, and then began to complain in his heart. It's really abominable. Why do you react so quickly? If I hadn't already woven the wreath, I would definitely make a wig for you to wear. He opened the cloak again, and a well-woven wreath appeared in his hand. All the branches were folded inside, and the outside was all flowers, without any green. Tsuneo Shiyumi walked forward, gently picked up the wreath, and placed it on her head, turning around. Then she turned to Yu and Eiji and saluted like a princess in a TV show to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Yu and classmate. I like this gift very much." His performance was over, and the remaining program of reviving the potted plants had to be cut off. If Tsuneyoshi and his sister found out that he used magic to revive the potted plants, things would become very troublesome. After a few more people came up, a feeling of being spied on came again, and Yu and Eiji guessed that Nobita had once again got the superpower hat. Not long after, Fat Tiger and Sunia suddenly flew up and performed a duet in the air. For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted. The students performing on the stage looked at the people below in silence and continued their performances on the stage very awkwardly. Everyone looked at Fat Tiger and Sunia floating in the air. "Is this your performance? It's amazing." Just as Fat Tiger was about to refute, Sunia shamelessly took over the conversation. "Yes, this is our real performance. How is it? It's very exciting, right?" Fat Tiger also reacted and followed Sunia. "Not bad, not bad. This is our real performance." After getting the recognition of the two of them, thunderous applause came from the audience, which lasted for a long time. Nobita, who was outside, was very unhappy to see that Fat Tiger and Sunia had shamelessly admitted it, so he controlled the two to collide with each other. The two of them were having fun in the air, and suddenly they stopped for a while, and then their heads collided with each other. After they collided, they fell to the ground all of a sudden, and their heads became dizzy. But even at this point, Sunia still did not forget to brag about himself. "It's okay, this is just part of our performance. Everyone don't have to panic." The classmates were relieved and continued to enjoy the performance of their classmates on the stage. Nobita outside was even more unhappy. "Damn Fat Tiger Sunia, you dare to plagiarize my achievements." Doraemon also chimed in. "Nobita, hurry up and use teleportation to get over there and deal with them." Nobita nodded and began to use the teleportation ability in the superpower hat according to the method described by Doraemon. In his mind, imagine a rope, one end tied to Sunia's house, and the other end tied to his waist, and pull himself into Sunia's house. When Nobita's imagination reached its peak, Nobita's figure began to blur, and a yellow shadow flew out of Nobita's body. At this time, Yu and Azzy was waiting for this classic scene in the room, and Nobita did not disappoint him. A yellow shadow appeared in the room, floating in the air. This is exactly what Nobita is wearing. Everyone gathered around the clothes that suddenly appeared and started talking. "Isn't this Nobita's clothes? Why is it here? Is this the teleportation that Nobita announced he would perform? It's so shameful to do such a thing." Nobita had already come to the window of Sunia's house with his bamboo helicopter. Hearing everyone's discussions, his face turned red like an apple. And as he also discovered the protagonist of this commotion, so he quietly walked over to open the window, and then said loudly, "Everyone come and see, isn't this the owner of the clothes, Nobita?" Then and as he handed the non-existent microphone in his hand to Nobita. "Excuse me, how do you feel about going out like this?" Hearing Daz's ridicule, Nobita was immediately overwhelmed with shame and quickly activated the bamboo helicopter on his head. Yu and Dazzy had no intention of letting him go for the time being, and continued. Nobita flew away. It seems that he likes this strange feeling very much. And Doraemon, he also only wears a pocket and wanders outside all year round. Do these two masters and servants have a special hobby for this kind of situation? The duo flying in the sky almost fell from the sky when they heard Yu and Daz's words. Tonight's activities were successfully concluded. Dazzy felt very relieved after playing a good trick on Nobita. He should have cleaned up this time. First, he was late for the party and made everyone wait for him, and then he ruined the evening performance of Fat Tiger, Sunia, Shizuka and the other three. He made so many mistakes at once. Even if Dazzy didn't clean him up, Fat Tiger and the others would probably not let Nobita go. Although this made him lose some face, it also saved Nobita from physical pain. It was already 8:30 when they got home, and they almost cleaned up and went to bed. Although today's activities were not very tiring, there were many emergencies. As the class leader, Deki was under a lot of pressure. Yu and Dazhi watched the show from the side the whole time while practicing his own cultivation and had a lot of fun. However, after practicing magic for a long time, he still felt tired and needed to replenish his mental power through sleep. Nothing special happened the next day, and Nobita did not come out to make trouble. It is estimated that he was afraid of being ridiculed by his classmates after his true identity was discovered, so he did not dare to go out for a while. But at night, a surprise came. At this time, Dekisugi was reading a book, and Yu and Azhi, a poor student, was lying in the living room watching TV. The door suddenly opened, and Yu and Azhi in the living room noticed the movement, and instantly opened the induction technique to check who was outside the door. Hey, why are they back? That's right, it was Dekisugi's parents standing outside the door. So Yu and Azhi hurried out to greet them. Uncle and Aunt, welcome home. I will call Dekisugi down immediately. Aunt smiled and stopped him. Don't worry, we will go up and give him a surprise. Then she and her husband changed their shoes and tiptoed to the second floor. At this time, Chumashin was completely unaware of the people behind him, and his parents covered his eyes with their hands. Seeing this, Yu and Azhi also cooperated with Zyashin's parents. Guess who I am? There will be a prize if you guess correctly. Chumashin put his hands on his parents' hands helplessly and said, Yu Anjin, please stop teasing me. I still need to read. He stopped talking because he found that the hands on his face were thick and rough, not like Yu and Azhi's. He was smart and immediately guessed who was behind him. He stood up and turned around to hug his parents. Mom and Dad, welcome home. They also touched Zyashin's head and gently asked about Zyashin's recent situation. Seeing that the three of them were so harmonious, Yu and Azhi quietly closed the door at the back and went downstairs to watch TV. But for some reason, his nose felt a little uncomfortable. After watching TV for a while, he felt that he couldn't watch it anymore, so he simply turned it off. Walking into the courtyard and looking at the stars in the sky, he suddenly found that his magic power was enough to write the second talisman. Now is the time for the three of them to reunite. There is no time to care about him. He can hurry upstairs to write his second talisman. Thinking of this, Yu and Azhi jumped onto the roof in a few steps and sat down cross-legged. Now, even if he does not use the wind spell, he can easily jump up with his own physical strength. After a short rest, he began to carve the talisman in his sea of consciousness. The talisman has become more complicated now, but Yu and Azhi's mental power is already very strong. Control your mental power, divide the magic power into 3 strands, and write the talisman in your sea of consciousness according to your own understanding. After more than 10 minutes, the talisman was written, and the next step was to carve the law. The mental power was on the talisman, and according to his own perception, he carved the 9 laws one by one. This process also took him more than 10 minutes. However, when the law was carved, a pure natural force began to hover around Yu and Azhi, which was a sign of successful promotion. The influx of natural power not only slightly strengthened his body again, but also integrated into his talisman, causing the talisman to slowly grow. Finally, both talismans were about 10% larger than before, and then the growth trend stopped. Not only that, Yu and Azhi's mental power also increased, and the detection range increased from 350 meters to 400 meters, which was equivalent to the mental power he gained from practicing during this period. Because the world no longer carves laws for Yu and Azhi, now after each successful promotion, the energy originally used to carve the laws will be used to strengthen himself. In this world, there is gain and loss. This is the law that the world must abide by. When he no longer carves laws for practitioners, he will inevitably pay other things as compensation. After the carving was completed, Zyashin and the others had said almost everything, and Yu and Azhi also returned to the room below. There are a lot of things to do at the beginning of the school year, and I'm not sure how much I can write every day. Chapter 133 Target Snow Festival. Yu and Azhi lay down in front of the TV, which was still playing cartoons. The family above had finished chatting, and finally remembered that there was a child below, so they hurried down to find him. Seeing them come in, Yu and Azhi also sat up and greeted them. They came over and sat in front of Yu and Azhi, and his aunt apologized to him. I'm so sorry, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and I forgot about you for a while. Don't mind, I understand. Anyway, for now, he also felt that he didn't really acknowledge that these were his parents. After all, people in their 40s would be very uncomfortable to suddenly call others mom and dad. Then his uncle also came over and said, "It's like this, we recently took a leave, and together with the spring festival holiday, we can have a total of January 3rd. So how about we go to Hokkaido and go to the Sapporo Snow Festival together?" Sapporo Snow Festival? Yu and Dazi thought about it and felt that going out to play was also a very good thing. After all, it was impossible to stay at home all the time. Okay, I also want to see what's going on over there. So when are we leaving? Aunt heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you wouldn't like this holiday. Uncle stood up and looked at his wife. We have discussed with Zayashin. In order to come back for New Year's Day, we will leave tomorrow. So you hurry up and pack your things. We have to leave tomorrow morning. Yu and Dazi nodded and said, "Then I will go upstairs to pack my things first." Then he stood up and walked out of the room. Uncle and aunt also smiled and took out their report cards. Both children are so excellent. It's great. Then they will have capital to show off in front of others. Uncle's company is also on the right track and everything is moving in a good direction. I really hope this good thing can continue. When he returned to the room, he saw that Dimushan had already started packing his luggage. Seeing Yu and Dazi coming in, Zayashin stood up and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm so sorry, I was a little excited because I haven't seen my parents for a long time and I forgot about you for a while." He didn't care about this matter. It was just a normal behavior of a child who hadn't seen his parents for a long time. What was there to blame? It's just that he is not the protagonist in this touching scene. He packed his luggage together, put the things he needed into the travel backpack, and then read a book with Chumushin, and then went downstairs to wash up and prepare for bed. Yu and Dazi slept very deeply tonight, and he didn't get up until Chumushin called him the next morning. Harai seemed to have dreamed of something good. After he got up, he yawned and began to talk to himself. It seems that he really had a good dream last night, but he couldn't remember it. Really? You said a lot of strange sleep talk last night, which made people unable to sleep. Chumushin also yawned. His sleep quality last night was very poor. Is that so? So what did I dream about last night? Yu and Dazi began to ponder. Zayashin next to him began to urge him. Okay, it's very late now. If you don't get up, you will miss the plane. In the end, the family hurriedly finished breakfast and went out, and finally caught the plane. But life has been pretty good lately. I've taken a few flights in just a few months. If this continues, I'll be too happy to leave. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Yu and Dazi suppressed his urge to go out and stand shoulder to shoulder with the clouds. This was not the first time he had been to the sky. The feeling of flying alone in the sky was indeed incomparable to flying on a plane. Having said that, flying on a plane is very relaxing. And you won't feel cold when traveling long distances, and you can also enjoy the scenery leisurely. If you fly alone, it will be a bit cold to fly so high, and you have to keep controlling the flow of magic, which is very tiring. Not long after, their family came to Sapporo. Now there are already many people traveling here. Fortunately, my uncle had booked a room half a month in advance and made full preparations for today. When the group arrived at the hotel, my uncle handed his information to the front desk and then got our room card. This is a pretty good deluxe room with 2 bedrooms. After putting down the things, my uncle took them out for lunch. My uncle took us to a more upscale restaurant and ordered a Japanese wagyu beef. After it was served, the unsophisticated Yu and Dazi took a closer look and found that it did have snowflake-like patterns. He first gave them the certificate of each wagyu beef, and then the waiter began to process the steak for them. First, fry the beef on both sides until no blood was visible, and at this time, it was already faintly fragrant. Then stand it up and process the side. Because there were 2 children here, it took a longer time to process. Then, the waiter cut off a small piece of well-cooked beef and placed it in front of them. When his uncle placed the first piece of meat in front of Yu and Dazi, he was a little surprised. He put this not so big piece of beef in the sauce and put it into his mouth. The taste of the beef itself was not strong, but there was a strange milky fragrance. However, the salty fragrance of the sauce made up for the shortcomings of the beef itself, and the taste was really good, but it was not up to the level of the rumors in the previous life. And the most important thing is that this thing is too slow to serve. How long will it take to process all the meat if it is fried bit by bit like this? In fact, it was just as he expected. The Japanese chef stood in front of us for 2 hours before processing all the meat and serving it on the table. As a foodie in China, he said that waiting for so long was really a test of patience, and it seemed that he needed to cultivate his character more. However, the tenderloin part later was indeed better than the first piece of meat. It was indeed the essence of the cow, which made people feel a little satisfied. Everyone had almost finished eating, so they stood up and prepared to leave. Gian and as he also stood up and followed them. As for whether he was full or not, now he just wanted to say, then order the dishes. Are you feeding the cat? Of course, when you go out to play, don't settle for so much. It was already 1:30, and the old father was going to take us back to take a nap, or do some homework, and then go to appreciate the snow sculptures of the Ice and Snow Festival in the evening. This is because at night, the charm of ice and snow sculptures will be revealed under the lights, and the entertainment during the day is not very strong. The two children had no objection to this, and they went back to the room, picked up their winter vacation homework and started writing. By the way, who said that Japanese children don't have a lot of homework? At least in this world, homework is not too little at all. Just math alone takes up 2 notebooks. When I was in China, I only had 1 notebook for winter vacation exercises. In order to have fun, Yu and Dazi decided to make his biggest childhood dream come true, using magic to do homework. Although it was not the first time, doing holiday homework was indeed what he had always wanted to do. He used levitation to control 2 pens at the same time, and then divided some of his energy to start doing math. In this way, he could write 2 pages at a time, and his handwriting would not repeat. It was perfect. Zio-chan, who was standing by, saw Yu and Dazi cheating like this, and strongly condemned him. How can you use magic to do homework? It is meaningful to do exercises by yourself. Yu and Dazi replied disapprovingly, I wrote it myself. Look, didn't I write it myself with magic? Zio-chan immediately used his mental power to take away his pen and said, you are not allowed to use magic to do homework. Don't worry, I did all these by myself. There is no magic that can make a pen do homework by itself. Yu and Dazi smiled and used levitation to start a war of pens with him. Zio-chan's strength did not slacken at all. I don't believe it. If you calculated it yourself, how could it be so fast? And all of them are correct. The person who invented magic is an antique thousands of years ago. How could there be such a thing as homework at that time? Taking advantage of this time to chat, Yu and Dazi separated a little mental power and quietly went around behind him. But because his attention was distracted by me, he didn't notice it at all and continued to fight with me fiercely. Then how do you explain that you can calculate 2 problems at the same time? And, hahaha, you guys actually attacked. While Zio-chan continued to argue with me, Yu and Dazi began to tickle him with mental power. Sure enough, this trick worked wonders, and he effortlessly took back his pen. Even if your mental power is stronger than mine, you are still a little naive to fight me. As the winner, he ignored Chumushin who had rolled under the table because of laughing too much, and continued to answer the questions with the levitation technique. He was able to complete 2 pages of arithmetic in just 30 seconds, which was extremely fast. The uncle outside heard the noise they made and walked in to check the situation. Yu and Dazi quickly removed the levitation spell and wrote his homework with his own hands. Zio-chan also climbed up and returned to his seat. When the uncle pushed open the door, it was already a peaceful scene. You two should get along well and don't play too much. He just reminded him and closed the door and left. It's normal for boys to play a little. When the uncle closed the door, the second Holy Grail competition, oh no, the pen competition officially began. This time they learned their lesson and used magic to block the sound here first so that they could play freely. In the evening, when the uncle asked the two to go out, they were both a little tired. After a few hours, the loss of mental power was not small. Seeing the two of them writing their homework like this, the uncle was a little worried. If you two are really too tired, let's go tomorrow. They shook their heads again and again, indicating that they were not tired at all now. Although the two have consumed about half of their mental power, if it comes to endurance, these two adults are scum. Even if they only have half of their mental power now, they can still be more than 5 of you. Just like that, my uncle and aunt took us out. Not only to watch the snow festival, but also to solve the problem of dinner. Sapporo's ramen is very famous, and the portion is not particularly large, so my uncle decided to take us to eat ramen. In this way, we can fill our stomachs, and it will not affect the taste of local specialties. We found a ramen restaurant, and my uncle ordered 4 signature ramen for us. After the noodles arrived, Yu and as he carefully compared them with the picture, and they were almost exactly the same. He scooped a little soup with a spoon and tasted it, and a familiar feeling came to his heart. Isn't this the ramen that I often make with magic? I can actually eat it here. It's really fate. Chapter 134. Tsukuyomi-sama's amulet. Yu and Daisy had never thought that the ramen Doraemon had made with props before would be based on Sapporo ramen. Although there was still some difference in the texture and taste, it felt like an improved Sapporo ramen. He looked at Zayashi, who had already tasted that this was the ramen they had been eating before, and also looked at Yu and Azuki. The two smiled knowingly and finished all the ramen. Then they waited for their uncle and aunt to take them outside to watch the night view of the snow festival. Uncle and aunt also finished their portion soon after and wiped the soup from the corners of their mouths with a tissue. Seeing that the two children had finished eating, they stood up and said, let's go out and have some fun. The two nodded, stood up together, and followed them out. The temperature at night was already a little cold, and snowflakes were gradually falling from the sky. However, the children on the street were still wearing shorts, and they were really not afraid of catching a cold. The lights around them gradually became stronger, and there were more people. Sapporo's night is the busiest time. The ice sculptures on the street show a unique style under the illumination of different colors of lights. There are lifelike knights kneeling on one knee, and princesses beside the guardians. There are also palaces made of snow. Although they are not large in scale, if you stick your head in and take a closer look, you will find that there are stairs, corridors, doors, and windows inside, which are very delicate. There are also some celebrities made of snow, placed on the stage for people to watch and touch. There are also some larger snow sculptures, and even small slides. Yu and Daisuke and Imashin became interested and went up to experience it again. After a few hours, they were tired and saw that it was getting late, so they bought some takoyaki for them to eat on the way back. Yu and Daisuke took a bite with joy, but was a little disappointed. He prefers sweets, and this takoyaki is a little light and does not suit his appetite. While eating and looking around, Yu and Daisuke suddenly found that there was a shop with amulets. At this time, he thought of what Imashin said at home before, so he walked over quietly without telling them. Because Daisuke was at the end of the team, they didn't notice that one of the children behind them was missing for a moment, and they continued to walk home. Excuse me, how much is this amulet for safety? Yu and Daisuke picked up a blue amulet and asked the boss. The boss looked at the name of the amulet and said with a smile, you really have good taste. This is the amulet blessed by Master Tsukuyomi. I'll give you 800 yuan. Yu and Daisuke sensed that his soul had no signs of lying, so he took out 800 yuan from his limited pocket money and gave it to him. He put away the amulet and quietly returned to the team. Along the way, he kept using his mental power to detect the amulet and found that it was not completely useless. There was a little bit of wish power left on the amulet, which should be the residue left after the incense, and it might help one's own luck. Although this little bit of wish power is not very effective, it is better than nothing. I didn't have any expectations for this thing, but I didn't expect it to be so good. Since it's not a waste, let me add some fuel to the fire for you. Yu and Daisuke injected magic power into the power of will, making it stronger, instead of being as thin as before, as if it would be blown away by the wind. Not bad. Now it looks like it can be given away as a gift. Not long after, they returned to the hotel, and then they were urged by their cheap father to wash up. After finally returning to the room, Yu and Daisuke handed the amulet he had just received to Zayashi. Here, this is the amulet you said you wanted last time. I just saw someone selling it, so I bought it. Demishin took it, looked at it carefully, and said, this is still the amulet of Tsukuyomi-sama. You are really thoughtful. Thank you so much. Then he carefully hung the amulet on his school bag and patted it with satisfaction. Yu and Dazi looked at Demission with a puzzled face. How did you all know that it was Tsukuyomi's amulet? There was only a word piece written on it. How did you know? Chumashin didn't notice his doubts at all and went upstairs to prepare for bed. Yu and Dazi had no choice but to shrug his shoulders, lie down, and start his magic practice today. He didn't have time to practice before, so he couldn't waste time. Chumashin also started his spiritual practice today, reciting the scriptures over and over again in his sea of consciousness. This scripture is not as simple as we think. The first time you recite it is the most basic requirement. The second time, the spiritual power required for each sentence is twice as much as the first time. It is precisely because of the rapid consumption that Chumashin's spiritual power is also growing rapidly. Not long after, his uncle and aunt had finished washing and returned to bed. Auntie lay on the bed, showing her back to her husband, and whispered, "Honey, help me, I feel a little uncomfortable now. You know, the pressure over there is very high." Uncle stretched his body. "Okay, wait for me, I haven't done it for a long time, I need to practice. If the pressure is really too great, you can consider switching back." And as he suddenly opened his eyes in the next room, as if he heard something extraordinary, he looked at Chumashin carefully. His 5 senses were not that weak. If he heard it, it would be bad. After the uncle finished the warm-up, he walked to his wife. "Then I'm going to go up, are you ready?" Auntie whispered, "I can't wait. Come on." Uncle stretched out his hand to his wife. A few seconds later, there was a comfortable cry from their side. Zayanishin was awakened by this strange sound and muttered, "What are mom and dad doing? Really, it's a bit noisy." After that, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate his mental power. And as he was also relieved. Since Zayanishin didn't use his mental power to explore, there was no problem. So he put away the magic wand he had just taken out. But after a while, another sentence came from the other side. "Push harder." "Yes, right there. Oh, it feels good. Don't stop." Dazi and Zayanishin opened their eyes again. At this time, Chumashin looked a little angry. Really, they clearly told us to sleep, but they didn't sleep, and they made such a strange noise. No, I want to talk to them. Then he got up and wanted to go to them to argue, but was stopped by Yu and Dazi. "Don't, they haven't seen each other for a long time. It's not good to disturb them at this time. Let's forget it. After all, we are just out to play for a day, and we won't hear it when we go back tomorrow. It's only one night." Zayanishin thought about it and felt that what Yu and Dazi said made sense, so he went back to bed to continue practicing. And as he also wiped a cold sweat and put away the magic wand he had just taken out again. I really don't want to use violence against him if it's unnecessary. But things didn't go as planned, and a strange sound came from the other side again. Zayanishin sat up. "What on earth are they doing? I want to take a good look." Then he released his mental power to investigate. And as he sighed, sat up, swung his magic wand and hit Zayanishin on the back of the head. Secret technique. Physical sleep technique. Just one hit on the head can make any target fall asleep. Then he used the healing spell to heal the wound on Zayanishin's head and then put him back to his original place. Really, I told you, children shouldn't look at this thing. His mental power is stronger than mine, and the sleep spell doesn't work much, so I have to resort to this last resort. Then he fell into deep thought again. By the way, why don't I just use the method in the afternoon to isolate the sound? It seems that insufficient mental power really affects thinking, so I'd better go to bed quickly. So Yu and Dazi also lay down and prepared to rest. But for some reason, he always felt subconsciously that the stick just now was very satisfying, as if he had paid off a debt by letting Mushin go. Soon after, the voice of my aunt came from the other side again. "Husband, your massage technique has not changed at all. It is much better than those so-called masseurs working over there. My waist is almost exhausted. You massage me like this, I feel much better." My uncle was also a little tired, of course. As for my massage skills, in our town, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say I'm first. Ha ha ha. Ah, so why didn't you just say you wanted a massage at the beginning? Chumashin. I'm sorry for you. Yu and Daisy tucked his head into the quilt, seeking self-comfort with the action of a turtle shrinking his head. The next morning, he was full of energy and got up early again. Seeing that Chumushin was still not awake, he immediately changed his clothes and went to the desk and started to do his homework with his magic power. Chumushin got up late. What happened last night? Why don't I remember anything again? Alas, Yu-Onjin, you secretly used magic to do your homework again. Really? After saying that, he started to use mental power to snatch his pen. Yu and as he symbolically argued with him this time and gave him the pen. Now he had finished writing a notebook and distracted Zayashin's attention. The main purpose was achieved, so it was okay to give him the pen. Because there was no scheduled entertainment today, they had dinner in the restaurant of the hotel. In the morning, under the consultation of his cheap father, he took his wife to go shopping, leaving the two children to do their homework. At this time, the two looked at each other. No, I have to do it myself. No, there is obviously a more convenient way. I want to use it. 10 minutes later. It's really convenient to do homework with mental power. Zayashin used his mental power to control two pencils and wrote on the homework book. And as he also used his mental power to write and draw on the homework book. See, there is obviously a more simple and effective method. Why do we stick to the rules? Laziness is the source of human progress. Hahaha. Fried rice, one of the four essences of human beings. You can never escape it. Before 10 o'clock, the two finished all the homework they brought. I finished my homework, and I didn't bring any books with me. What should we do now? And as he thought about it, television didn't appeal to me. I almost forgot about television, because I was so busy playing with my phone in my previous life. Why don't we go out for a walk? There's nothing to do anyway. Besides, the flight is at 5 in the afternoon, so there's plenty of time. Just leave a note for them here. What do you think? Zayashin thought about it and felt that her parents wouldn't be able to come back for a while, so she decided to go out for a walk. Anyway, the security here is good, and there's no need to worry about encountering bad guys. If you really encounter a bad guy, what should the bad guy do? Zayashin secretly glanced at Daisuke and decided not to think about the consequences. Chapter 135 Pre-instance tasks. The two left a note for their adoptive parents in the room, saying that they were going out to play for the time being and would be back in time in the afternoon, and then went out. So where are we going now? Yu and Daisuke asked, looking at the map that Demushan brought with him before leaving. Why don't we go here and take a look? There is a new amusement park being built nearby, so why not go and see what the difference is with the amusement park in Tokyo? He looked at the map in his hand and finally said that he had no objection. Then they headed towards their destination, and suddenly a team of bodyguards in black clothes came over and threw them aside. You kids, why don't you get out of the way? Don't you see that our president is busy? Zayashin immediately stood up and wanted to reason with them, but Yu and Daisuke stopped him. Forget it, let's go. There's no need to bother with a dying person. He deliberately spoke very loudly so that the president behind him could hear. What did you say? You'd better speak clearly, otherwise I will make you a corpse in Tokyo Bay. Sure enough, a person rushed out from behind and shouted at Yu and Daisuke in a rage. Just after he was thrown out by the bodyguard of the company president, he had already found this guy with the induction technique. But he didn't do it directly because he found something very interesting. There was an evil spirit in this guy that was slowly devouring his blood. Sure enough, this guy was pale, his steps were weak, and he seemed to be shaking 3 steps after 1 step. His blood and ki were seriously damaged. If no one treated him, he would be close to death. The treatment method is very simple. Both Daisuke and Zayashin can use their mental power to forcibly pull out the evil spirit. It's just that this part of the missing blood and ki can only be restored by slowly recuperating. But this guy's behavior made them very unhappy, so why should they help him? Nothing. I know I had no idea that there was an evil spirit haunting you, and I didn't know it was sucking your blood and ki, let alone how to get rid of it. Okay, Zayashin, let's go. After speaking, Daisuke took Zayashin's hand and prepared to go to their destination, the amusement park. Wait a minute. The president ran to the two children and bowed deeply to them. I'm really sorry for not being able to manage my subordinates. I have been haunted by this evil spirit for a long time. Please help me. Zayashi, who was next to him, felt a little bit sorry when he saw him like this. Why don't we help him? Although he is wrong, we can't just watch him being killed by the evil spirit. And the middle-aged man opened his mouth and asked again. I was so angry before, because I found many people who called themselves onmyaji, but they were either liars, or they were helpless with my symptoms. If you can save my life, I can do anything. Seeing that he was still sincere, the vengeful Yuandazi decided to leave him alone first. You asked for help, but you didn't take us for a cup of tea first, but blocked us on the street. Is that appropriate? The middle-aged man immediately understood. I'll take you to my office building now. Then he led the way. As they walked, Yuandazi asked him, Sir, you should have found a lot of people. You even believe our children's words. He nodded. Yes, I have found no less than 20 yin and yang masters these days, and most of them are scammers. And the one I went to visit today is a young man who is really skilled, but he is unwilling to take action, saying that he can't do anything about it. Dazi was a little surprised. I have long known that this world is not as simple as I think it is. The puppets have come out, and I didn't expect the yin and yang masters to come so quickly. Not long after, they came to a building. I'm the president of the Inagora Association, Kodomi Yoshio. You can just call me Yoshio. Please follow me up. You wait downstairs, and no unrelated people are allowed to come in. Then he stretched out his hand to signal them to come in. Dazi and Zayashi suddenly didn't want to help him, because the name of the Inagora Association is really not very good. But since we are here, we might as well go in and take a look. When they entered Kodomi Yoshio's office, the fortune teller inside hurried forward to greet them. President, you are back. What did you gain from this trip? The fortune teller felt bitter at the moment. Relying on his own divination skills, Kodomi Yoshio usually treated him like a god. But he was really helpless in this incident, and it was very likely that his treatment would not be kept. If he had not been watched and could not leave, he would have run away long ago. Who would care about his life or death? You know, this guy really has an evil spirit. He can't get rid of it. If possible, he should quickly please him, so that he won't die, and he will be dragged over to be buried with him. After Yuandazi entered, he immediately noticed the divination ball in the guy's hand. Because that thing did emit a little bit of very strange fluctuations, it might be the real thing. In other words, the fortune teller should also be real. Yuandazi's curious eyes kept sweeping over him, and he began to think about this problem. But no matter whether this fortune teller is real or not, even if he is real, he should still find a way to get this divination ball. The fortune teller was upset when he saw the child looking at his ball. Where did you find this child? Is it your illegitimate child outside? This sentence instantly offended all three people present. After Dazi and Zayashi communicated with each other through their spiritual power, they came to the same conclusion. Teach him a lesson. The two of them pressed him with their spiritual power. The poor fortune teller had no resistance to the soul attack. He lost control of his body for a while and collapsed to the ground. Yuandazi took the opportunity to walk over and said, "You are a fool who dares to say this to us. I will take this thing away as a punishment for your disrespect." After taking his crystal ball away, the magic power poured in to refine it. The ball gradually merged into his eyebrows, leaving a faint blue mark on his forehead. At this time, Kodomi Yoshio truly believed that the two children were capable people and hurriedly asked someone to bring tea and invite them to take a seat. As for the fortune teller lying on the ground, it was obvious that the current situation was not something he could solve. He would compensate him after the matter was over. Chumushin saw that Yuandazi had taken things by force and protested in his sea of consciousness with some displeasure. I stuffed them back one by one. He had already got this good thing. How could he spit out the meat he had already swallowed? And it was because he had offended his own people first, which gave him an excuse to steal his crystal ball. Even he didn't expect that his happiness would come so quickly, sweeping through his body like a tornado, and he was secretly happy in his heart. Please don't mind what happened before. Excuse me, do you have any good way to cure me for my physical condition? Don't worry, I will make you satisfied with the reward. Chumushin was about to speak, but Yu and Dazi stopped him, and at the same time, said in his sea of consciousness, "Let me handle this matter. After all, I just took someone else's things, so just treat it as a small compensation." Zyashin agreed to his request, and sat beside him without saying anything. He believed that Yu and Dazi had this ability, and Yu and Dazi had just got the things, and his mood became very happy. "I wanted them to copy. I will not use violence casually in the future, and I will treat children well 100 times, and then help him expel the evil spirit." Now that he has the divination ball, he is in a hurry to go back and check the function of this thing, so forget it. This is actually very simple. I can extract the evil spirit in your body, but it is difficult to replenish the blood and ki you have already lost. If you take good care of your body, I estimate that you can live another 3 to 4 years. Yu and Dazi gave his own estimated time, based on his physical condition. Although it is a bit hurtful, it is indeed true. Moreover, he is not young to begin with, and he only has a lifespan of 10 years. Hearing his estimate, he did not hesitate at all. "No problem. Please help me." Seeing that he agreed, Yu and Dazi began to chant the spell, and use the 3rd level magic soul extraction. His arm began to fade, and stretched into the body of Kodomiyoshio, grabbed the evil spirit that was about to escape, and pulled it out with force. A figure with a faint blood color was grabbed out of his body by Yu and Dazi. After seeing its full appearance, Yu and Dazi frowned. "This evil spirit is a child. Did this child die in your hands?" At the same time, Yu and Dazi turned on his induction technique to the maximum, carefully sensing the fluctuations of his soul. If the conclusion he finally came to was correct, Yu and Dazi would put this thing back. Demishin also stood up and began to feel his soul. For such a person, Dazi and Zyashin would never forgive him. "You misunderstood. Absolutely misunderstood." Kodomiyoshio waved his hand to prove his innocence. "Although I have killed many people in my life, I swear I have never done such a thing. I have never laid hands on the elderly, children and women. This is our bottom line." Yu and Dazi and Demishin stared at him for a while, and finally looked at each other. After confirming the conclusion drawn by the other party, they slowly sat down. "You should be glad that you didn't lie, otherwise I would make you die ugly." He was relieved and wiped the cold sweat on his body with a handkerchief. He swore that this was definitely the closest time to death in his life. He looked at the evil spirit in his hand again. "Since it's not because of you that they came to me, then someone wants to kill you. The specific reason is not my business, it's your business. But when you find out the whole story, you can tell us. Then we will definitely come and clean up this sinner." "That's right, we will never let him go." Even Dekisugi, who has always disliked using force, agreed with Dazi's point of view. "Okay, when I find him, I will definitely notify you too. This is my phone number. If you have anything to do in the future, please feel free to tell me." He handed a note to Dekisugi. Then he took out his checkbook. "These are my little gifts. Please be sure to accept them." He handed them a check for 100 million yen. Yu and Dazi wanted to accept it, but Zyashin firmly refused. "No, this is our voluntary help, and the instigator is really hateful. We can't accept this money." Seeing that he was so determined, Yu and Dazi couldn't accept the money. "Okay then, we have something else to do today, so we won't stay. By the way, Zyashin, give him the phone number in your room, and ask him to contact us when the time comes." Zyashin nodded and wrote his phone number on the back of the check. Now Kodomiyoshio had to take the check back. Otherwise, without their phone number, Kodomiyoshio's next plan would be difficult to carry out. Looking at the fortune teller who had already climbed up, but was pressed back by the soul field they released in anger just now, Yu and Eiji and Dekushan walked out of the room. "It's getting late now, we have to go back quickly." This small plot is related to the appearance of 2 characters and a small copy, so it is still relatively important. Also, if you think there is something unreasonable, please bear with it, it's just a novel anyway. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, New Year is coming. After walking out of the room, Yu and Daisy took out the evil spirit. He had not dealt with it just now, and now it was time to send him to the afterlife. A soul shock hit the evil spirit, and the baby screamed, and was beaten into soul fragments by Yu and Daisy. Just when he thought it was over, a fragment with resentment suddenly attached to his soul. Chumashin also found something wrong, and the two of them immediately began to work together to expel the resentment that polluted the soul. But after trying for a long time, they only barely stopped its spread, and even Chumashin's soul was almost polluted by it. Yu and Daisy felt it carefully, and found that the resentment had already merged into his soul, so he could only remove it bit by bit. And this whole process would take about a month to complete. Really, this deal turned out to be a loss. If I had known this, I would have used magic flames to burn it until there was nothing left. Seeing that he couldn't expel this abominable thing in a short time, Yu and Daisy had to complain a few words. Forget it, just be more careful next time. Zayanshin comforted Daisy. He walked downstairs in a sullen mood. After standing at the door of the office building, Yu and Daisy realized that he had lost his way again. Do you remember the way back? He turned around and asked Zayanshin. Zayanshin thought for a moment and said, the bodyguards were always around, so I didn't see how I got here. Fortunately, the bodyguard next to him was very smart and immediately picked up his intercom and said, prepare a car for the two young masters, and send them back. After hearing this, Yu and Daisy silently gave him a thumbs up. This young man is good, and has a future. After a while, a black car stopped in front of them, and a man in a black suit came out to open the door for them. Two young masters, please come in. The two were not used to this treatment for a while. We can do this by ourselves. You don't have to worry about it. Under the gaze of these people, Daisy and Zayanshin walked into the car with some embarrassment. After all, they were not black bosses, and it was really hard to accept their behavior. After Kodama Yoshio dealt with the two children, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of his subordinates. Check for me, my recent opponents, who have behaved inappropriately in the past few months. Report them all. How dare they want to kill me? I will make them bury me first. After saying that, he slammed the phone down, sat on the chair, and continued to calm his anger. Although he no longer likes to use violence after experiencing the disaster at prison. But this incident really touched his bottom line. He will do everything he can to find the culprit, and then kill him without mercy. As for the fortune teller, I will find a way to find him another crystal ball as an apology for this incident. Anyway, he was the one who started this matter, and he dared to bring me along, so giving him a crystal ball is good enough. In the car, after they told the address they wanted to go to, the driver drove away. Along the way, the driver perfectly played the style of being ruthless and taciturn, without any extra words. Not long after, they arrived near the hotel, and Izuki suddenly said, let's park here, and we will walk the rest of the way back by ourselves. Daisy was a little confused, and asked him with his mental power, why he made such a decision. I don't want my parents to see me getting off the gangster's car. So for safety's sake, let's walk back. This suggestion was not bad, and Yu and Daisy did not object. After all, it would be bad if his parents misunderstood something. The car stopped, and the driver in front immediately got out to open the door for them. After the two of them got out, the eyes of the people around them were full of awe and strong curiosity, and they both wanted to find a crack to get in. Okay, I'll take you here, and you can go back quickly. Daisy waved at him hurriedly, hoping to drive this plague god away. There was basically nothing good about the things that happened to them today. Oh, yes, it's not that there is no good at all. There is also a strange crystal ball. He has to go back and see what it is that made him pay such a heavy price to get it. Thinking of this, Yu and Daisy hurriedly pulled up Zayanshin and walked towards the hotel where they were staying. When he returned to the hotel, his uncle and his friends had indeed returned, and the time was almost 12 o'clock. Seeing the two children coming back, his uncle immediately began to scold them. How could you two run out without permission? Although the security here is good, what if you meet bad guys? Yu and Daisy, I'm talking to you. Don't just laugh there. Zayanshin, you too. You are usually so sensible. Why did you go out with him this time? Uncle kept chattering there, but Yu and Daisy didn't seem impatient. First, he blamed me because he cared about me, and second, he remembered my parents in the past, who said the same thing when he got into trouble. In this case, when nothing happened, he scolded more fiercely than anyone else, and when something happened, he acted faster than anyone else. After scolding the two children for more than 10 minutes, he was so tired that he sat on the bed. And as he went to pour him a glass of water, and Zayarshan walked behind him to pinch his shoulders to calm him down. Don't think that, if you try to please me like this, I will let you go. I tell you, use more force on the right side. Yes, here, it feels good. Thank you, I'm thirsty. And as he handed over the water cup in his hand, and uncle took it, and drank it in a few sips, and returned the empty cup to him. Well, it's fine this time, but next time you must not run out casually, okay? It's so dangerous outside. If you two get lost, I'll be very sad. Okay, don't pinch me anymore. It's getting late now. Let's go eat. But Zayarshan, your cooking skills are pretty good. You have learned a lot from me, ha ha ha. Uncle's anger had almost subsided. He put his hands on their backs, and took the children to eat. Speaking of the true skills, and as he thought of what happened last night. Can't you tell me, before you give me a massage, don't you know, that this wall is not soundproof? He got hit by a club for nothing, but why do I always feel so good when I hit him? After going out with his aunt to the hotel's own restaurant, and having a hearty meal, and as his mood calmed down a lot. But he only ate 2 portions. If he really wanted to eat as much as he could, he should go to the buffet. Otherwise, his monthly living expenses alone would make his parents on the verge of collapse. Back in the room again, Uncle asked them to pack up quickly and take a nap. After waking up, they had to leave to catch the plane. After a whole afternoon of running around, they returned to the familiar house again. After packing up, the aunt started to cook dinner, and as he and Zayarshan returned to their rooms to do their homework. They didn't bring much homework today, so they had to finish the remaining pile now. But he estimated that it wouldn't take long. There were only 6 exercise books in total, and including the previous ones, the 2 children had already finished more than half of the homework. Although half of the homework was not much, the vacation was only 3 days. Of course, this vacation was not long. This semester, the spring break for elementary school students will be from December 26th to January 8th, only 14 days. When the aunt finished cooking dinner, they had finished 2 exercise books. There was only the last one left, and they could finish it tomorrow morning. By then, and as he estimated that Zayarshan would pester his mother to buy new books and magazines again. As for himself, he should think about how to save the remaining 6,000 yuan of pocket money. After Nobita finished the exam, his mother gave him 4,000 yuan as a reward to thank and Dazi for helping Nobita improve his grades. Tonight, because there were not many dishes at home, his aunt made a stir fry and a bowl of miso soup. This vegetarian dish was completely different from the big fish and meat at noon. But since he didn't do it himself, it was okay to be simple. The whole family finished their meal in front of the TV and watched the news while eating. The job of washing dishes in the evening was still the children's, and the adults continued to waste their vacation in front of the TV. And as he finally found some free time, returned to his room and began to check the crystal ball. This thing has only 3 functions. 1 is perspective, 2 is to monitor a place, and 3 is to see a little bit of the future. It's better than nothing. He took back the crystal ball and sighed helplessly. I thought it was a good thing. Alas. The next morning, they finished their last homework as planned. Then Zayarshan went downstairs to go shopping with her mother. Are you sure you want to go out with me? I'm going to buy New Year's goods. There will be a lot of things. You two have to help me carry them. Zayarshan nodded immediately and said, no problem. Let's leave this to Yanjin. He is best at this kind of laborious things. And as he, who was watching the show on the side, had big doubts in his small eyes. Why did this matter involve me again? When did I say I would go out with you? 2 hours later. Ah, it's so easy to go out with you, Dazki. I'll ask you to go shopping in the future. Aunt looked at and Dazki and said with a smile. Zayarshan also nodded to show that she agreed with this point of view. At this time, he was carrying more than 10 bags of things on his body, and he was staring at a bundle on his head. There were tributes, straw ropes, Tusu wine, rice cakes and other New Year's goods, teriyaki, pineapple bread, chocolate, and chestnut buns and other snacks. There were also new clothes that aren't bought for them, new books and animal models that Zayashin needed, all on him. Although it is not difficult for him to lift it with his physique, you know that it looks very untasteful. In this way, the three of them walked home in harmony. When passing by Nobita's house, Nobita and Doraemon suddenly ran out of the room and bumped into Yu and Daisuke, and some New Year goods were scattered. Yu and Daisuke hurriedly used his mental power to protect them. If the things were broken, his aunt might ask him to run again. Nobita and Doraemon quickly stood up and apologized, and then began to help him pack up, and Zayashin also came to help. Soon all the things on the ground were picked up. Daisuke was a little curious. What made Doraemon so panicked? What's going on? Why did you suddenly rush out of the house? Did you offend your aunt again, so you came out to seek refuge? No, that's not the case. Nobita and the others were angry. Just now, an old man came out of nowhere and yelled at us as soon as he entered the door. He said that young people should go out and walk around. What's the matter with staying at home all day long? Then he drove us out. If that guy wasn't my dad's manager, I would definitely drive them away. Doraemon roared outside. Seeing him like this, Yu and Daisuke freed up one hand and took a teriyaki and put it in front of him. Happy New Year, Doraemon. The blue fat man's originally angry face suddenly became very cute. Yu and classmate, is this your New Year's gift to me? That's great. Then he put the teriyaki into his 4-dimensional pocket at lightning speed. Seeing how cute he was, Yu and Daisuke smiled and said, since we can't drive him away by force, why not use other methods to make him go back by himself? This way, it won't be considered as offending him. Doraemon suddenly had an idea and said, I thought of it. Thank you so much, Yu. Let's use the returning frog to make him go back by himself. Let's go, Nobita, let's go and drive away the annoying guests. Nobita and Doraemon returned to the house with a righteous look on their faces. They also smiled and went back. Chapter 137. If the telephone booth becomes. In the afternoon, when Izuki was about to look at the newly bought illustrated book, Shizuka's voice came from outside. Izuki, Gian, let's go fly a kite together. Zayashin looked at her newly bought book, but still put it down, and responded, okay, we'll be down right away. Then she walked to her utility room, and found the old kite. Oh, there's only one. Zayashin looked at Yu and Daisuke and said, I'll buy you a new one later. Yu and Daisuke waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not interested in kites. I'll just go with you to take a look. Don't worry about me. Zayashin didn't believe that this guy was not interested, but they still set off together. When they walked downstairs, Fat Tiger, Sunia, and Nobita were all there. Hey, Ian, why are you with Izuki? Fat Tiger was the only one who made this sound, because he was the only one who didn't know that the two people were currently living together. Although the reason for this, no one of them told him. Zairofu beside him also laughed at him. Fat Tiger, you are really not well informed. We have known about this for a long time. Fat Tiger blushed immediately. He didn't know about it for such a long time. He was really behind the times. But, Fat Tiger grabbed Zairofu's collar. Are you laughing at me? I think you are tired of living. As he said that, he raised his fist and wanted to beat Zairofu. But Chumushin stopped him. Forget it, it's New Year's Day recently, so don't worry about these trivial matters. Let's go to the river quickly, otherwise there will be no seats if it's too late. Seeing Zayashin begging for mercy for him, Fat Tiger let go of his hand. Since squad leader Chumushin said so, I will let you go this time. Zairofu wiped his sweat after coming down and finally escaped. The group of 6 went to the river. Their luck was pretty good at the moment. There were not many children by the river. They found a place and prepared to fly their kites. Everyone pulled up the kite and ran in front. But because there was no wind, the process of flying the kite was very laborious. Seeing this, Yu and Daisuke closed his eyes, and his magic power activated the sky pattern, and a cold wind gradually blew around. Everyone easily flew their kites. Sunia flew his kite first. Look, this is a high-end product from France. Yu and Daisuke looked at him with disdain. Kites from China are still better. And are you showing off your royal treasure house? After everyone flew their kites, Izuki suddenly wanted to gather them together. Everyone come here. I suddenly remembered something. In the distance, Izuki's voice also sounded in Yu and Daz's sea of consciousness, and he went over to gather. Seeing that they were all there except Nobita, Izuki began to tell his own story. The opening ceremony of the next semester on January 9th is the art festival. So we have to decide in advance what to perform and rehearse at the art festival. Why don't we decide on January 4th? By then, New Year's Day will have passed and everyone will have finished their homework, so it's a good time to discuss these things. What do you think? Everyone thought about it and agreed, thinking that they would have nothing to do by then. Nobita in the back also heard it and expressed his agreement with this view. And as he glanced at him, this guy still couldn't fly the kite into the sky with his help. He was really hopeless. Everyone laughed when they saw that he was still dragging the kite on the ground. Xiaoshan just curled her lips and didn't laugh at him. In the end, Nobita didn't fly the kite into the sky, so he had to throw his kite on the ground in hatred. So many people are playing with this broken toy, it's so boring. Then he turned around and left angrily. Seeing that he didn't want it anymore, and as he walked over to see if it was because of the kite, he picked up the kite, dusted it off, dragged it for 2 or 3 steps, and sent the kite into the sky. It seemed that Nobita was doomed. At this time, Nobita came back to retrieve his kite, but when he saw that he had flown the kite in 2 or 3 steps, he ran over in displeasure and said, "How can you take my things casually? I'm so sorry, I just wanted to try if the kite was broken. Come on, I'll fly it for you now." And as he had no interest in arguing with him, so he handed the kite back to him, walked aside and sat watching them, and began to miss his childhood alone. Nobita took it with satisfaction and flew the kite himself. After a few minutes, the kite fell to the ground again. Fat Tiger and his friends next to him immediately began to sneer. "Look at you, even you and Dazhi, who doesn't have a kite, flies better than you. Why not give this kite to him?" Sunir also said, "Yes, I believe the kite must like Yuan's more." Nobita heard what they said, wiped the tears from his eyes, picked up the kite and rushed home. At this time, Doraemon was roasting the stove, reading comics and eating dorayaki. Seeing Nobita's beautiful eyes with tears, he came back unwillingly, so he asked him, "What's wrong? Fat Tiger, Sunir and others bullied you again." Nobita immediately threw himself into Doraemon's arms, crying and telling him what happened today. After listening to Nobita's words, Doraemon wanted to find a reason to comfort him. But after thinking about it, he felt that there seemed to be no props and no excuses to make him happy. But seeing Nobita crying so sadly, he pondered in his mind and finally clapped his hands and found the best way. So he stood up and said, "Since kites make you so sad, let's erase them." Erase the kites from this world? But there are so many children flying kites here. How can we collect all these things? Nobita didn't believe Doraemon's plan. Of course conventional means won't work, but I have this prop, a telephone booth. Doraemon took out a long object from his pocket and put it on the ground. As long as you have this, you can realize any world you want. But you have to be careful, this prop is very expensive. I saved my pocket money for a long time and bought it during the discount promotion. Nobita didn't take Doraemon's warning seriously, walked in and dialed the phone. "Hello, I want a world without kites, is that okay?" There was no sound from the other side. Just when Nobita thought that the prop was ineffective, a crisp ring rang. Doraemon outside also saw the pointer flip 180 degrees from the original blue, real world, to red, fantasy world. After leaving the phone booth, Doraemon smiled and said to Nobita, "Okay, your wish has come true. Now let's go out and see this new world we created." At this time, they heard a phone ringing outside, and then the kite in their hands gradually turned into dust, and a part of everyone's memory about the kite seemed to be erased by this force. Yu and as he realized that something was wrong and immediately mobilized his magic power to protect his sea of consciousness and finally successfully protected his memory. The same thing happened to Dekisugi, who used his extremely strong mental power to forcibly isolate this power and retain his integrity. What's going on? What were we doing here just now? Fat Tiger, Sunir, Shizuka and the other 3 were all thinking about what they were doing just now, but in the end they couldn't remember anything. "Then we will go back first," We will meet at Sunia's house on January 4th, and then we will think about what drama to perform together. Fat Tiger decided to ignore all this and just go out for a walk. The others were also preparing to go back and waved to them as well. Then, Dekis and San, Yu and San, we'll go home first. We'll have a chance to play together next time. Dazi and Zyashin also responded with a smile. When everyone else left, the two of them immediately communicated in their sea of consciousness. Yu and Kun, you also discovered that great power just now, right? We just saved our memories from its cleansing. Yes. The kite was actually gone from this world. Based on what happened just now, I guess it should be Nobita who borrowed Doraemon's props and changed the current state of the world. Ian and Dazi were not panicking at this time, because I knew that Nobita and the others would definitely use the telephone booth to restore the world to its original state. And this time it was just a small matter. It shouldn't take too long. Let's go back first. Nobita and the others should have enough fun, and we'll change the world back. Zyashin nodded and went back with him. At home, their parents were a little surprised to see them come back so soon. Why did you come back so soon? Did something unpleasant happen? They shook their heads. Today was indeed a pleasant day. The only unhappy person was Nobita, who didn't know how to fly a kite. Well, go read a book, or play a game by yourselves. If you are bullied, you must tell me. Seeing that they all denied it, Zyashin's father did not want to ask any more questions. He believed in his child. After returning to his room, he remembered that Nobita would go out again, and then he took out a new kite for Fat Tiger and the others to fly. However, when he demonstrated, he could only drag the kite to the ground, while others wanted to imitate him, but they flew the kite into the sky and asked innocently how to fly it as well as Nobita. This scene is so funny just thinking about it. Sure enough, when they were having dinner, a fourth returned the kite in Zyashin's hand, and then the memories of others were restored. Zyashin carefully disassembled the kite and put it into a cylinder for storage. Nothing strange happened at night. He practiced Demon Clan physical skills and magic power upstairs. The last adventure has been partially changed by magic. The slit-mouthed woman and the vengeful spirits have appeared one by one. This world is not as simple as they seem. Moreover, the soul-devouring monument kept silent about the strangeness of this world, which made Yu and Dazi feel very embarrassed. He still didn't know what the purpose of coming here was. Yu and Dazi didn't know what kind of opponents he would encounter in the next adventure. To be on the safe side, he could only continue to improve himself. Chapter 138 Snow White Stage Play. In the next 5 days, the family was constantly on the move. Either relatives came to their house to pay New Year's greetings, or the father and his children went out to pay New Year's greetings. Yuan and Dazi also took this opportunity to collect 50,000 yuan in New Year's money, and so did Chumushin. When the father's spring break finally ended, the two children finally relaxed. It was time to say goodbye again. Zyashin and her parents cuddled at the door, while Yu and Dazi watched this happy family from the side. After they said many words of missing each other, Dazi finally sent his adoptive parents away. Although they were indeed more relaxed at home, the feeling of being controlled by someone above was not suitable for him. After all, it is normal for an adult to not like the feeling of being constrained. Moreover, Dazi had no blood relationship with them, nor did he have any deep family affection, so he felt that it was really difficult for him to integrate into this family. Most of the time, he was just a spectator, watching these people get together and leave. Chumushin was depressed for a while, and soon he plunged into the sea of books. Yu and Dazi did not disturb him, and he also took a book and read it next to him. Now he needs something to distract his attention, and it will be fun after a while when the pain of separation disappears. After lunch, Dekisugi looked much better. Yu and Dazi also received a call from Sunia, asking them to gather at his house at 2 o'clock this afternoon to discuss the school meeting. Well, seeing how excited he is, I guess he has thought of how to show off his king's treasure house again. Yu and Dazi listened to Sunia's voice and complained about this guy who loved to show off in his heart, wishing him to meet Fat Tiger. Looking at the time, there was not much time left for them to waste. So Dazi went upstairs and said to Zyashin, who was still reading a book, "Let's go, there is no time to read. We are going to Sunia's house now." Zayanshin turned his head and looked at Daisuke. Why are we going to Sunia's house? He covered his face helplessly. This guy must have forgotten about this matter because of the heavy blow he suffered in the morning. Didn't we agree to go to Sunia's house today to discuss the art school meeting? Dekisugi immediately remembered, put down the book, and touched his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, I forgot about it because I was in a bad mood this morning. Let's go now. After saying that, he stood up, walked out of his room with Yu and Daisuke, and went downstairs to change shoes. When Daisuke put the shoes on his feet, he suddenly found that they were a little tight. Sure enough, half a year had passed, and the children had grown a little taller. The two went out together, and happened to meet Nobita on the way. Dekisugi immediately greeted Nobita with a smile when he saw him. What a coincidence. Nobita, let's go to Sunia's house together. Nobita also smiled and nodded. Soon, the group stood in front of the iron gate of Sunia's house. Sunia was ready to welcome everyone. After they pressed the doorbell, Sunia picked up the communicator in less than 5 seconds and opened the door. You are here. Please come in. There seemed to be more plants in Sunia's yard, and some other koi were raised in the fish pond. It can be seen that he had a good time during this spring festival. Sunia led everyone to the living room, and his mother also served juice to the children, saying, welcome everyone to visit us. I will prepare some snacks for you now. Shizuka and Fat Tiger also arrived soon after. Seeing that they seemed to be late, they sat down with blushing faces. Everyone was present, and Izuki, as the organizer of this event, spoke first. As everyone knows, we have a performance for the art festival on the day after school starts on the 10th, which is Friday afternoon. Our class has no program yet, so we have to select the program and rehearse it now. Does anyone here have any good ideas? Everyone, please give your opinions, and then discuss it carefully and decide quickly. Why don't we perform Lion Mask? Nobita was the first to suggest. Lion Mask is very handsome and very popular. I will play Lion Mask, Shizuka will play the heroine, and then, as he spoke, Nobita entered his own imaginary mode. His face gradually turned red, his body was still twisting and turning, and he made one or two strange laughs from time to time. Everyone present was speechless, and looked at him with disdain, and then everyone chose to ignore Nobita's proposal. Although Lion Mask is indeed very good, after Nobita said this, they really didn't want to adopt his suggestion. Seeing that his chance had come, Fat Tiger immediately stepped forward and said, since no one has any good opinions, let's have a concert of mine. I believe that my singing voice will make everyone present intoxicated in it. La la la. As Fat Tiger spoke, he began to sing. Yu and Daisuke hurriedly went up and punched him in the chin to make him shut up temporarily. Shaking his fist, Yu and Daisuke returned to his position and pretended to be angry. Okay, the world is finally quiet. Everyone, ignore the suggestions of the two idiots in front and tell us your own ideas. Give me some feasible suggestions. If there is another program like Fat Tiger, I will make you suffer the same fate as him. Nobita withdrew from his fantasy world because of Fat Tiger's singing just now, and then he heard the ridicule of Yu and Daisuke. He wanted to fight back, but he glared at him and turned aside, and he started to draw circles. Then let's act out a fairy tale. I think Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs are pretty good. The only person who could say such a thing was Shizuka, but she got the approval of the duo that Sunia and Nobita secretly love. For no other reason, in this story, one of them will play the role of the prince. If they are lucky enough to be drawn, they will laugh even in their dreams. Even Fat Tiger, who was lying on the ground, jumped up to show his support for this plan. Seeing that Shizuka and his secret crush trio all agreed, Yu and Daisuke knew that it was useless to refuse, so he could only vote in favor. Zayanshin had no objection to this, and stood up and said, then we have decided on this program. Now we need a lot of actors. As the screenwriter, I will not participate for the time being. If someone does not come due to an emergency, I will also go on stage as a substitute. Now let's start drawing lots to choose the roles. Ziofu stood up and found a box in his room as a box for drawing lots. In front of everyone, he wrote 5 roles on it: Tree, Snow White, Queen, Hunter, and Prince, which just corresponded to the 5 people except Mushin. Seeing this situation, Yu and as he immediately said, "Ziofu, why did you write Snow White in it? What if Fat Tiger draws it? Do you want to make the audience below blind? This actor must be Shizuka." Ziofu suddenly realized, after listening to Yu and Az's words, and hurriedly asked Shizuka's opinion. Fat Tiger was very unhappy. "What do you mean? Do you look down on me, Fat Tiger, for playing Snow White? Let me tell you, I, Fat Tiger, have to play it." Then he immersed himself again. Forget it, otherwise his classmates and his opponents can laugh at him for a whole year. Fat Tiger also figured it out, so he sat in his seat and waited for the draw. Shizuka also expressed his willingness to be Snow White, and the rest of the people would draw lots. Snow White's note was removed from the team, and the remaining 4 characters were placed in a box. Everyone came forward to draw lots in turn, and opened them together after the draw was completed. Yu and as he looked at his note, which was the hunter. Sunia drew the queen, and the witch she played. And Fat Tiger was extremely lucky to draw the role of the prince. And Nobita exchanged all his luck for Doraemon and Shizuka, so he must be a background. Okay, then the candidates are decided. But what about the remaining 7 dwarfs? And there is only one background, and it is likely that they will not be able to handle it. Dekisugi began to worry about the direction of the script. At this time, even Yu and as he selectively forgot that there were other people in their class. Nobita suddenly had an idea. "Why don't we call Doraemon? I believe he and Minidora can definitely play the role of the 7 dwarfs." After Nobita expressed his idea, Yu and as he also began to imagine Doraemon as a dwarf, and found that this look was actually quite good. Others thought so too, so the matter was settled. The people present raised their juice, and clinked their glasses in the air. Then, "I wish us all a successful start." Then they drank the juice in the cup, and left Sunia's house together. Not long after, the 6 of them appeared in Nobita's room. Nobita explained to Doraemon why everyone came. Doraemon, as a childlike robot, is his mission to play with children. So he patted his chest without saying a word, saying that this matter was on him. Then he took out 6 mini Dora of different colors from his pocket, along with himself as the actor of the 7 dwarfs. Yu and as he picked up a blue mini Dora. This was not the first time he had seen a miniature version of Doraemon, but it was still so cute, no matter how he looked at it. "Doraemon, can you give me a mini Dora?" Yu and as he asked him, while holding mini Dora. The mini Dora immediately tried to break free from his hand, and Doraemon was embarrassed. "This, I guess not. We have a rule that props cannot be given away casually." Although he was a little disappointed, this result was indeed within his expectations. After all, mini Dora is really important, and if it is given away casually, it may cause other problems. Dekisugi next to him did not mean to stop him, because he knew that Yu and as he would not rob it by force in this regard. After sighing, Yu and as he let go of the mini Dora in his hand. After it fell to the ground, it smiled and said a few words to him. "Dora Dora." Yu and as he touched his head, with a question mark on his face, and he didn't know what it was saying. Doraemon translated for him. After listening to him, he is saying that he is sorry that he cannot go with you. Please do not blame us. Deiji nodded. He had given up hope a long time ago, so how could he be disappointed? Doraemon was relieved to see that he did not forcibly take mini Dora for himself. Then he said, "Since all the candidates have been confirmed, let's rehearse now. But we have nothing now, no costumes, props, and venues. How can we rehearse? So we should solve the problem of props first." Dekisugi made his own suggestions. Doraemon waved his hands to indicate that there was no need to worry about these. "It doesn't matter, I have this. Universal stage equipment." Then he took out a set of machines from his pocket. "As long as we have this thing, any scene can be simulated. Let's use it to practice." Chapter 139 Drama Queen Online. Doraemon set up the scene and asked everyone to practice. But Ziofu decided to leave for the time being. "Shizuka has already told you the general story. I will go and print out a copy of the lines for you. Then I will take care of the props and costumes. You can practice on your own today, and I will practice with you tomorrow." Everyone agreed to him in unison. After waving goodbye to them, Izuka left the room alone. Yu and Daisy followed him downstairs and sent him to the door. "Then be careful on the way." Zayanshin nodded. Don't worry, I'm not someone who will easily get into trouble. Well, see you tonight. After saying goodbye, she closed the door and left. Nobita's mother was in the living room. When she heard the noise outside, she came out. Seeing Dazi standing at the door, she asked him, has anyone left just now? What a pity, I haven't served snacks yet. Yes, Izuki had to prepare some things for the performance, so he left first. Nobita's mother thought for a while, and said to Yu and Dazuki, are you going to rehearse now? He nodded and admitted it. Then after you finish rehearsing, can you come down for a while? I have something to tell you. Yu and Dazuki nodded again. He knew that Nobita's mother wanted to talk to him about Nobita, so he agreed. Back on the second floor, Nobita and the others had already prepared the scene, and were waiting for Dazuki to enter. Seeing the last actor come in, Doraemon turned on the universal stage device. Now that everyone is here, let's officially start rehearsing. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding scenery instantly changed into an ancient castle. Sunia and Shizuka were wearing a set of gorgeous female aristocratic costumes, and Fat Tiger was wearing the well-known princess costume. Doraemon and Mini Dora have a set of hoods on their bodies, and they also pick up hoes and shovels and other labor tools in their hands. As for Yu and Dazuki, he was changed into a tight hunter costume, which also came with a bow and arrow and an axe for entertainment. The plot officially began. First, Sunia stood in front of the magic mirror and asked narcissistically, Magic mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Yu and Dazuki looked at Sunia's expression, and he was just as narcissistic as the real queen. This role really suits him, and he usually asks the mirror like this, so he is so skilled. Nobita, who plays the magic mirror in the back, immediately said, Dear master, you used to be the most beautiful woman in the world, but now Snow White is more beautiful than you. Damn it. Sunia was instantly furious, which was a perfect fit for this role. Since she is more beautiful than me, let her disappear completely. As long as she dies, I will become the most beautiful woman in the world again. Yes, that's it. After talking to himself, a vicious light flashed in Sunia's eyes, and he did it. As soon as he said it, guards, find me the best hunter in the kingdom, and tell him that the queen has a mission for him. After the universal stage device changed, Yu and Dazuki knew it was his turn to go on stage. He walked onto the red carpet of the palace in a hunter suit, and knelt on one knee in front of Ziofu. Dear queen, do you have any instructions? Ziofu was very satisfied to see Yu and Dazuki so respectful. Very good, I feel your strength, and I believe you can complete the task I gave you. Now, take Snow White to the forest, and then find a chance to kill her. Seeing this guy so into the play, Yu and Dazuki was not willing to lag behind, lowered his head, and placed his right hand on his heart. Dear queen, I will faithfully carry out your will, and execute Snow White. Ziofu was even more satisfied and laughed wildly. Lightning and strong winds appeared outside at the right time, and the whole scene was instantly rendered into a horror movie. Yu and Dazuki left the palace in this atmosphere, and the first stage was completed. At this time, everyone watching the play behind the wall was stunned. The scene just now was completely a real-life version of the queen. Sunia's performance was so realistic that it seemed like Sunia was born to play this role. No, this role was born for Sunia. Although Yu is not as good as Sunia, he is also very good. Shizuka, who was at the back, thought to herself that she must also do her best and must not drag them down. The second scene turned to Snow White's room, where Shizuka was secretly worried about whether she could play this role well. At this time, the voice of the guard, played by the hunter, came from outside. Snow White, the queen asked us to go to the forest to play together. Shizuka quickly agreed. Please wait. I'll be there soon. Then she ran down the corridor and came to Yu and Dazuki. Okay, let's go. Dazuki handed his hand to Shizuka, and the two went to the forest together. During this process, Yu and Dazuki tried to soften his face from cold to soft. When Snow White fell, he knew it was time for him to take action. Taking this opportunity, he quietly ran behind the tree, picked up the arrow, put it on the bow, and drew the bow to full length. Watching Snow White stand up with difficulty, Yu and Dazuki's hand holding the arrow was shaking slightly. At this moment, a bear appeared next to Snow White. Without any hesitation, he loosened one hand and the arrow pierced the bear's brain. Anyway, it was just a toy arrow. It would be fine if it stabbed someone. Then he walked out of the bushes and half crouched beside Snow White. Dear Snow White, your mother asked me to kill you. Shizuka's eyes were full of despair. I know, Mr. Hunter. You are actually a gentle person. But now, please follow the order of your mother and kill me. The axe was in Yu and Daz's hand, but he didn't have the courage to swing it. Finally, he threw it aside dejectedly and looked at Snow White with gentle eyes. Go away. Don't come back from now on. I will tell your mother that I have solved Snow White. I hope that from now on, you can live your life in peace. Go quickly, cross the forest. There is a new kingdom. He stood up, picked up the axe thrown beside him, and his figure gradually disappeared in the forest. Shizuka also looked at his back and said, "Thank you, Mr. Hunter. I will never forget you." Then she ran into the depths of the forest with tears in her eyes. The scene changed again. Shizuka lay on the cold ground, and at this time Doraemon appeared on the stage with his 6 mini Doraemon, and took the already sleeping Snow White back to his hut. At this time, the scene returned to the castle again, and Yu and Dazi knelt in front of the Queen Sunia. Dear Queen, according to your instructions, Snow White has been taken to the forest and then executed. Sunia was very happy after hearing this. Well done. I knew I was right about you. Go to the royal treasury and pick a treasure as your reward for this trip. Now, leave. Yu and Dazi lowered his head again, agreed, and gradually left the stage. This was his last shot in this script. After completing his task, he decided to go down and talk to Nobita's mother. So he said to Fat Tiger and Sunia, who were still watching the show, "You guys continue. I have something to do, and I'll leave for a while." After confirming that they received the message, Yu and Dazi went downstairs. The show above was still going on, and Snow White woke up surrounded by the dwarfs. The 7 dwarfs put cheese, honey, and bread in front of Shizuka and told her, "You can live here forever, as long as you want." Shizuka felt the warmth of the dwarfs, picked up the Doraemon, and said in his ear, "Thank you." The Doraemon blushed at Shizuka's action. The mother below was drinking tea, and when she saw Yu and Dazi coming down, she put down her teacup. "Yu and Dazi, our Nobita hasn't studied much in recent days, and I see that he hasn't done much of his winter vacation homework. Do you have time in the next few days? I hope you can take time to come and help Nobita with his tutoring. Of course, as compensation for the holiday, we will double the tuition for these days. What do you think?" "Of course, that's no problem. After I tutor Nobita in the next few days, we can practice the stage play together. Just leave it to me. I will make sure he finishes his homework on time." Patting his chest, he promised that he would complete the task. Nobita's mother heard my promise and smiled and said, "Then Nobita is in your hands." Then she remembered something and continued, "Can you tell me about Nobita's school? I really want to know how Nobita is doing in school. The teacher hasn't visited my home recently, and I don't know about it." Yu and Dazi thought about it and picked out some things that were more beneficial to him. Nobita's performance in school has been much better than before recently, and he has been late less often, but the phenomenon of dozing off in class. Above, the queen's husband had discovered the hunter's lie and decided to take action himself. He put a curse in the apple. "If you eat this apple, you will fall asleep until you are awakened by your true love." Then he set out on a journey to the dwarf's house with a basket of apples. At this time, Doraemon and the 6 mini Doraemon carried hoes and shovels and said to Snow White and Shizuka, who were cleaning the house, "We will leave first. You should be careful in the room alone." After Shizuka sent them out, she closed the door and continued to clean. Not long after, Sunia appeared in the audience's sight wearing a black robe and holding a basket of apples in his hand. At this time, Sunia knocked on the door of the dwarf's house with a smirk on his face. Snow White, who was unaware of the danger that was approaching, opened the door and saw a hunchbacked old woman in front of her. She squatted down and asked her, "Excuse me, what are you doing here?" The queen took the cursed apple in the basket and placed it in front of Shizuka. "This is a magic apple. If you eat it, your wish will come true." Seeing that the old woman was very kind, Snow White let down her guard and took the apple. I whispered to the bright red apple, "I hope I can be with the prince and spend the rest of my life happily." Then I bit it hard. "Sorry, I have too many things to do recently. I only have time to post something now. Please forgive me." After these 2 weeks, I should be able to keep updating twice a week. Chapter 140 Robbery. After Snow White ate the apple, she immediately fell to the ground and the apple in her hand fell to the ground. The queen saw that her plan had finally succeeded, and she showed an evil smile. Sleep, sleep, just sleep until the end of the world, ha ha ha. She threw the remaining basket of apples on the ground and walked away from this land belonging to the dwarves with a cheerful pace, but Snow White never woke up again. Not long after, the 7 dwarfs came back carrying tools. Seeing a person lying in front of their house, they hurried over, but found that Snow White had no breath. Everyone surrounded her, and the dwarves were very sad. Doraemon took out a coffin, filled it with flowers, and gently carried the princess in with tears. The mini Dora next to him was also wiping tears from each other, telling his sadness in Dora language. Fat Tiger was very excited at this time. It was finally his turn to play. Riding on the white horse given by the theater, Fat Tiger appeared next to the dwarfs. But he was not so pure, but wanted to take advantage of the plot and take the opportunity to have a kiss scene with Shizuka. Nobita, who was used as a prop at the side, saw that his head was about to be cuckolded and immediately reached out to stop Fat Tiger. What do you want to do? There is no kissing scene in our script. Fat Tiger opened his hand and said, when did we get the script? Nobita just remembered that the script was only dictated by Shizuka and the real script had not been printed yet. So, isn't it just improvisation now? Why are you stopping me? Besides, I'm a prince. I can do whatever I want. Fat Tiger looked as if it was a matter of course. Nobita was very unconvinced. You look like a prince at all. If you weren't lucky, you should be like me. Sunia next to him also came over. That is to say, a prince should be as handsome and elegant as me. You are just lucky. Fat Tiger heard that the two were refuting him and grabbed one with one hand. So you two are saying that I'm not handsome and have no temperament. Let me teach you a lesson. As he said that, he wanted to throw the two to the ground. Doraemon next to him hurried over to hold Fat Tiger to prevent a fight. Shizuka didn't expect it to turn out like this, and she was actually a little disappointed. It would have been great if the prince was played by Dekisugi or Gian. They both fit the prince's temperament very well, gentle and considerate. But now is not the time to talk about this. We should stabilize everyone's emotions first. So Shizuka sat up and said, enough, stop arguing. If you are like this, how can we rehearse like this? Doraemon also walked to the side of the machine. Really, how can we rehearse if you are like this? I took out the universal stage device to create an atmosphere for you. Mini Dora next to him also glared at the others, expressing his inner dissatisfaction. Originally, the rehearsal was going smoothly. Whether it was Shizuka's princess, queen, or hunter, it was perfect, but it was ruined by Fat Tiger. At this time, Yuan Deiji was having a pleasant conversation with Nobita's mother. After turning off the machine, the surrounding scene instantly returned to its original state, and everyone's clothes were taken away. Yuan Deiji's clothes had already returned to their original state when he left the room just now. Doraemon opened his pocket, and the mini Doraemon next to him jumped into his pocket one by one. At the same time, he complained, really, you are always quarreling. If you are willing to cooperate with the performance, it will definitely be successful. When the last mini Doraemon entered Doraemon's pocket, he gently closed the pocket and said to his pocket with a smile, thank you for your hard work. I will ask for more things in the future. Shizuka said worriedly, that's right. If you don't rehearse well like this, you will miss the performance time. Nobita on the side began his own fantasy. I wonder if there are really people like princes, princesses and witches in this world. Fat Tiger next to him also thought about it. Princes and princesses do exist, but witches, I guess they only exist in fairy tales like this? Sunia looked at his watch and suddenly said, I'm so sorry, the time is up now. I have to go to cram school. See you tomorrow. He waved goodbye to the others and left quickly. When Fat Tiger saw Sunia leaving, he also remembered that his mother asked him to go back early to help look after the store. He had no choice but to say to Nobita and the others, I'm so sorry, I have to go back to the store to help. Then he walked out. Nobita wanted to keep him, but Fat Tiger suddenly walked to the machine and said, well, Doraemon, I think this universal stage device is pretty good. so I'll lend it to me first, forever. Bye. Ha ha ha. At this time, Yu and Azzy was still having a pleasant conversation with Nobita's mother. Doraemon immediately stepped forward to stop him. No. This machine is very expensive. Fat Tiger smiled evilly, pressed his hand on the machine, and activated the anti-Doraemon treasure. What does it matter? Because of Fat Tiger's operation, a bunch of mice immediately ran out of the machine, scaring Doraemon in front of it to the ground. After taking care of Doraemon, Fat Tiger smiled mischievously. I'm so sorry, I just slipped and accidentally pressed the mouse out of the cage. I believe you don't mind, right? Hehe. Then Fat Tiger took the opportunity to pick up the universal stage device and left. If Yu and Azzy came up at this time, it would be difficult to leave. Nobita and Shizuka hurried over to help Doraemon up. How are you? Cheer up. Nobita looked at Fat Tiger, who had already run away, and still chose Doraemon, who he cared more about. With the combined efforts of the two, it still took a while to wake Doraemon up. However, after waking up, Doraemon couldn't get out of the fear of being dominated by mice for a while, sitting on the ground with an expression of being played. Help, there are mice. After finally waking up, Doraemon hurriedly looked at his props. Nobita explained to him, just now, Fat Tiger released the mouse phantom and took away your universal stage device. How can that be? What if Yu and Azzy finds out about this and asks me for the mini Dora? No, I must get the props back. Under the invisible pressure of Yu and Azzy, Doraemon immediately made a decision and searched for his props. Finally, he took out a red towel, exchange cloth. Nobita, go find something you don't need and give it to me. I want to exchange it for my universal stage device. Fat Tiger installed the universal stage device in his home and started to set it up. Let me see, the stage of the superstar is this button, and as for the audience, 100,000 people will do. After the setting was completed, the surrounding scene changed instantly, and there were crowds of people below, all calling Fat Tiger's name. Fat Tiger had never seen such a scene before, but now he was very excited. These were all his fans. He quickly went backstage, changed into his favorite rock costume, and returned to the center of the stage. He raised his hand and said, well, let's sing tonight. I'm Fat Tiger, I'm the king of children. At this time, Yu and Azzy was still having a pleasant conversation with Nobita's mother. Nobita immediately went down and brought the garbage bag from the utility room to Doraemon. Can you take a look at this? Doraemon took it and put it on the swaddle. Just say what you want to exchange with others, and you can use the sundries on the swaddle to exchange with what you want. Now I will put this bag of garbage bags into the swaddle, and then just say what you want to exchange. Put the garbage bag into the swaddle, and then Doraemon began to say what he wanted to exchange. Exchange Fat Tiger. And the hot guy Nobita next to him immediately said, exchange now. Doraemon secretly thought it was not good. This would. Sure enough, the swaddle began to grow rapidly. Finally, Fat Tiger appeared in front of everyone wearing a strange rock outfit and singing. Waves of terrifying sound waves emanated from Fat Tiger's mouth, and everyone present was overturned by this shockwave. And after a few minutes, there was still no sign of stopping. Doraemon and Nobita huddled in a corner, and Doraemon loudly questioned Nobita, you idiot who has accomplished nothing. Why are you making noise beside me when I'm using props? Nobita was unwilling to accept it. Yes, I have accomplished nothing, and I'm an idiot, so what? The two began to quarrel in the corner, and Shizuka, who was next to them, covered her ears and asked if anyone could come to save her. Finally, Fat Tiger realized something was wrong, because he had not heard the shouts of fans below for a long time. So he opened his eyes and found that he did not know, when he returned to Nobita's room, that he had just left, and there were 3 people huddled in the corner next to him, trembling all over. What's going on? I'm having a concert in my room and I'm having a great time. Doraemon and the others were afraid that Fat Tiger would be angry, so they apologized quickly. In the end, Fat Tiger was concerned about his own concert and forgave them. Forget it this time. If you want to listen, just come to my house. I can sing for you anytime. Then he took the microphone and left Nobita's room, and his own concert was only halfway through. It's better to go back and continue enjoying. Nobita and his friends finally got rid of this plague god, and they all sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do? Should we continue? Fat Tiger is too difficult to deal with. Doraemon nodded immediately. Of course, no matter which aspect, I must recover the props. So I must not give up. Let me think about which props to use next. At this time, Yu and Azzy was still having a pleasant conversation with Nobita's mother. No wonder. The people below were completely unprepared for the sound wave impact of Fat Tiger just now. So now the two of them are lying on the table, and they have fainted long ago. Have you seen the Earth Crisis in Tico's Summer Vacation? Chapter 141, Adventure Across Time and Space. Doraemon began to search in his pocket. Let me see, this is it, the space-time mirror and the space-time extractor. He put these props on the ground and began to explain to Nobita, just set the time and place of the space-time mirror and then use the space-time extractor to take out what you want. Come on, Nobita, take this extractor first, I'll set the time and place. He handed the extractor to Nobita. Go to Fat Tiger's house tonight to get it. Time, place, okay, you can already see the scene. At this time, after a flash of electric arc, the space-time mirror showed a scene of Fat Tiger sleeping. Nobita took the extractor and said to Doraemon, no, this distance is not enough. Doraemon, can you move the space-time mirror a little bit forward? Doraemon nodded and operated the space-time mirror slightly. The scene in the space-time mirror began to move forward slowly and finally stopped at a distance of 1 meter from Fat Tiger. This distance is already very good. Doraemon wants to take the space-time retriever from Nobita, but Nobita refuses. Let me do it this time. Nobita holds the retriever with full confidence. Doraemon and Shizuka are a little worried. Nobita, are you really okay? You can't even use the item exchange cloth just now. Are you looking down on me? I tell you, I want to get the universal stage device this time. Nobita put the retriever into the space-time mirror and slowly moved forward regardless of Doraemon's obstruction. The retriever has been inserted more than halfway, and Nobita feels that it is getting more and more difficult to operate this thing. It's almost there. In the end, the left hand at the back didn't hold it firmly, and the glue part of the retriever stuck to the sleeping Fat Tiger. No, take the retriever back. Doraemon and Shizuka saw that the situation was not good and immediately came to help. Fat Tiger, who was sleeping, was dragged to Nobita's room by the three people and fell to the ground. Fat Tiger was awakened by the sudden tearing and pain. He stood up and looked at Nobita and Doraemon, ready to vent his anger after getting up. As for Shizuka, Fat Tiger selectively ignored the goddess. You bastards, you dare to disturb my sleep. I must teach you a lesson today. You two, wake up. Fat Tiger lifted up his pajama sleeves and prepared to deal with them. At this time, a cold voice came from the back. You are the one who should be prepared, right? You were the one who sang just now. Fat Tiger stiffened when he heard this and slowly turned around and saw Yu and Azzy behind him. At this time, he was surrounded by black gas, which looked very dangerous. I once swore that if you sing in front of me again, I will never let you go. You sang very happily just now. Yu and Azzy began to move his fingers, and his joints kept making crackling sounds. Under his might, Fat Tiger began to retreat. You, what are you talking about? I didn't sing just now. Yu and Azzy didn't care about that. He was the only one present who could sing such a soul-touching song. He stepped forward, grabbed his collar with his left hand, and punched him in the stomach with his right hand. Then he turned around and used his waist and legs to throw Fat Tiger to the ground. Looking at Fat Tiger lying on the ground, Yu and Azzy did a backflip from the sky and pressed on Fat Tiger. The entire second floor made a sound of being unable to bear the weight at this moment. Seeing that Fat Tiger's eyes had turned into mosquito repellent eyes, Yu and Azzy moved his fingers again and let him go this time. Then Yu and Azzy said to Doraemon, why are you still standing there? Get your things. Doraemon woke up, as if from a dream, and immediately picked up the space-time object retriever to get his props back. Then he kicked Fat Tiger on the butt and kicked him back to his own time and space from the ring of the space-time mirror. But just as Fat Tiger passed through the space-time mirror, his shoulder hit the ring of the space-time mirror. The space-time mirror began to twitch again, and the arc flickered on the metal ring. It should be the collision that caused the malfunction. Soon after, the arc flickered, and smoke came out of the top of the whole machine. Doraemon, you only know how to buy these cheap props, and you can't bear even the slightest impact. Yu and Dazzy unintentionally teased Doraemon here, but he was a little worried in his heart. Now he finally remembered that this was a very old movie, which seemed to be called Nobita's Sun King. Because it was too long ago, it was so long that he couldn't remember the plot. Just when Yu and Dazzy was thinking about whether his action would affect the plot, Doraemon began to feel sorry for his props. Although this space-time mirror is not very expensive, he also saved money for a while to buy it. It is also a loss if it breaks down like this, and it will cost a lot of money to repair it. But the good news is that his universal stage device is back, saving a lot of money on buying props. But you're too reckless. You've messed up the space-time mirror. We have to hurry, Doraemon said as he tried to take the space-time mirror away. Yu and Dazzy saw this and immediately shouted, "You must not do that." The three of them all turned their heads to look at Yu and Dazzy because he had just blurted out a sentence in Chinese in a moment of anxiety. Just as I was thinking about how to cover up my lie, my mother's voice came from below. "Nobita, what happened up there?" Nobita and the others quickly said, "Nothing happened. Don't worry, Mom." Seeing Yu and Dazzy saying the same thing, Mom went back to her room. At this time, Dazzy and Nobita were all relieved. Shizuka also looked at the time and said, "It's getting late. I have to go back to practice the piano, so I'll leave first." Looking at Shizuka's great assist, he gave her a big thumbs up in his heart. Shizuka is Shizuka, and she can always assist at the most critical moment. When the two of them saw that Shizuka was going back, they couldn't persuade her to stay, so they could only say, "Then, we'll take you there. Be careful on the way." Nobita and Doraemon took Shizuka downstairs, while Yu and Dazzy was quietly watching the time-space mirror from above. The arc was still flickering, and it would probably take some time to connect to that time and space. His only memory of that place was that there was a witch in that time and space, and a prince who looked exactly like Nobita, so there shouldn't be any danger. It seems that, in order to make this plot go on, his help is still needed. As for the dangers of time and space travel, he has no problem now. After reaching the third level of magician, the world took the initiative to refuse to communicate with the laws on his seal. In other words, he can now travel through time and space at will without worrying about the dangers of the collapse of the laws. The induction technique has already sensed that they sent Shizuka out in order to see the witch and get her props. Yu and Dazzy will have to delay them for a while. He went downstairs and said hello to them. "Since everyone has gone back, there is no reason for me to stay here. I'll leave first and come to see you tomorrow." When Nobita heard that Yu and Dazzy was going to see him tomorrow, he immediately asked, "Why are you coming tomorrow? Are you going to rehearse?" Now Nobita really wanted him to confirm his answer, but it was not what he wanted. "No, I just talked to your mother for a long time and told her about your performance. Don't worry, I didn't deliberately mention your bad habits in school, and I also told her about your improvement in your usual performance, so she was not very angry. But your mother told me to discipline you well, and also asked me to come to you for tutoring in the next few days. For a little meager salary, I have to come again tomorrow." When Nobita heard what Yu and Dazzy said, he lost his dream and turned into a piece of black and white drawing paper. How could this happen? My wonderful holiday life. Doraemon quietly gave him a gesture of affirmation from behind. Nobita didn't do his homework a few days ago, and he was very worried that Nobita would ask him for props to do his homework before school started. For Nobita's sake, it would be better to let Gian, a top student, tutor him. Ignoring the faded Nobita behind him, Yu and Dazzy said goodbye to them and left. Nobita was stunned for 5 minutes before he came out of the shock and returned upstairs with Doraemon. At this time, a pink mole-like creature had emerged from the time-space mirror and stood on the table. A paw accidentally touched the switch on the desk lamp, and the desk lamp suddenly turned on. The mole was startled and jumped from the desk to the bookcase next to it. The bookcase that Nobita had finally sorted out was messed up, and comic books were scattered all over the floor. The mole smelled the comic books, and finally picked up a comic, and put it in the pocket on his abdomen. At this time, Nobita and Doraemon just came up the stairs and saw the mole in the house and the messy room. Both sides were silent for a while, and then they burst into shocking screams at the same time. For the sake of his comic book, Nobita rushed over and grabbed the mole's tail. The mole was not to be outdone and jumped back into the space-time mirror with Nobita behind him. Doraemon then noticed the abnormality of the space-time mirror. After carefully checking the props, could it be that, because of the collision just now, the space-time mirror has been connected to another space-time? No, I don't know what happened to Nobita now. I can't leave him alone. Doraemon immediately made his own decision and jumped into the space-time mirror with Nobita. The room fell silent again. Yu and Daisuke, who had been observing Nobita's room outside with induction, could finally rest assured. Although his appearance caused the beginning of the plot to be somewhat different from the original, it generally returned to the right track and moved forward according to the predetermined trajectory. The Sun King in the theater version was very annoying at the beginning. He hated the Sun King who had not changed back then. Now that he has the opportunity to get close to him, he naturally wants to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, Yu and Daisuke went home happily. It was getting late, and it was almost time to prepare dinner. He estimated that Zayashi, who was outside, would be home soon. Sure enough, when he went to the kitchen and put on an apron to prepare dinner, he heard the door open. Yu and Daisuke appeared in front of him with a shovel and an apron, and asked him with a smile, "Zayashi, it seems that we have a new adventure. Adding more chapters or delaying more chapters do not require a reason." Chapter 142 The Busy Two. What's wrong now? What did you say last time? Nothing good happened to us. After Chumashin experienced Treasure Island in the Magic Realm, he would have a similar stress reaction when Yu and Daisuke talked about adventures. He sighed secretly. Chumashin's personality was set to be an elite, and elites rarely risked their lives to take an adventure with unknown results. Don't be so excited, it's just an adventure. And this time it should be an adventure in another time. He poked his back with his elbow. Don't you like reading books about ancient ruins? This time you can witness the super ancient civilization with your own eyes. How about it? Are you very excited? Zayashi walked into the kitchen to tie an apron, thinking, how can you be sure that it is an ancient civilization? Yu and Daisuke organized his words and summarized what happened this afternoon. It's like this. This afternoon, Doraemon's props broke down for some reason, and a prop that can cross time and space connected to another time and space. As for how I know, my mental power is still looking at Nobita's house. A person wearing ancient costumes and looking exactly like Nobita appeared in Nobita's room, and Doraemon is communicating with him. So I guess we will go there to play later. If that's the case, it's not bad. If I'm invited, I'll go. Zayashi came over and picked up the kitchen utensils. But now, let's solve tonight's dinner first. The simple dinner was ready, and the two of them watched tonight's news while eating the dinner they made. At this time, the phone in the corridor suddenly rang. After the two of them exchanged glances, they concluded that Zayashi was closer to the door, so he would answer the phone this time. He stood up and walked to the phone. Hello, this is Izuka's house. Who are you looking for? It's Shizuka. You have something to talk to me about tomorrow. Just when Zayashi and Shizuka were discussing how to arrange tomorrow, the phone in Zayashi's room rang. Yu and Daisuke looked at his bowl helplessly and had to put it down to answer the phone. Damn it, you actually called me at this time. Don't you know that eating is the most important thing in the world? If you are looking for me for something boring, I swear I must pull you out of the phone and have a good talk with you about life. He walked to Zayashi's room angrily. Daisuke answered the phone and said unhappily, hello, this is Izuka's house. Who are you? The person on the other end immediately said respectfully, hello, I'm the secretary of the Inagoa Society. Are you Master Yuan? Hearing that the other party was actually from the Inagoa Society, Yu and Daisuke calmed down his mood. If it is about the child, he really needs to have a good discussion with the other party and can't let the murderer go. After taking a deep breath and making sure he had regained his composure, he said, yes, I'm Yu and Daisuke. You called me because there has been some progress in the matter of the evil spirit. Do you have any news about the murderer? The murderer who killed the child has been found, and our Inagoa Society has already executed them all. But these are just some minions, and the real mastermind has not been found yet. This time the president personally ordered me to find you. After you helped him expel the evil spirit, you did not accept his thank you gift. And the president has always respected supernatural people like you, so he wants to compensate you well. Oh, it's this matter. And as his eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes. Although his thank you gift should be quite a lot, he has no pursuit of money now. After all, he is just a child. How much money can he use? Not to mention that Zyashin's parents are getting richer and richer now, and they basically have no worries about life. He was a salted fish in his previous life, and he didn't want to be rich at all. Naturally, he is not interested in these things. Well, if there is really a chance, he is still willing to fight for it. After all, who doesn't love money? Yes, our president knows that you are not interested in ordinary money, so he has been looking for something with magic for you these days. A few days ago, we received a treasure, which might be the legendary demon sword Murasame. Our president personally verified that every time it was stained with blood, water drops would appear on the blade to wash it away. So the president thinks you will be interested in this sword and wants to give it to you as a reward for the previous exorcism. What? Could it really be a demon sword? And as his expression changed again. Your president is really good at choosing gifts. Yes, I'm interested. But if I'm deceived, I will be unhappy. The fortune teller before also said that this sword is indeed extraordinary. But we dare not guarantee it. After all, no one has ever seen the true appearance of this kind of knife. Are you free tomorrow morning? If possible, our president would like to invite you to meet at Puan Tea House in Tokyo tomorrow morning, so that he can personally hand over the props to you at that time. Seeing that he didn't say it too firmly, and as he couldn't judge whether what the other party said was true. However, with the mentality of giving it a try, he nodded and agreed. No problem. See you tomorrow morning at 9:30. After hanging up the phone, he felt relieved. He was about to embark on a great adventure, and it was a good thing to be able to strengthen his strength without knowing the enemy's situation. If the knife was real, then the blade type physical skills in the demon race's physical skills could be used. And as he had long coveted the magic warrior swordsmanship that was improved according to the human body. It was a pity that there had been no good knives to use, and he estimated that his parents would not buy them. At this time, the importance of being financially independent was reflected. Walking down the stairs, Izuki-chan had returned to the TV. Seeing him coming down, Dema-chan asked and Daisy about what happened just now. Who called just now? He sat back in his seat. It was someone from the Inagawa Society. They have found some of the murderers and dealt with them. They called to give us the reward for exorcising the spirits last time. I have promised them to meet at the Puan Tea House tomorrow morning. Zyashin was a little unhappy. Didn't you say last time that you would not accept their reward? And Daisy nodded. Indeed, but I can't refuse the reward they offered this time. I also want to see the legendary demon sword Murasame. If they were talking about the demon sword Shattering Star, I might have flown to Hokkaido now. You know, I have no resistance to this kind of thing. Please understand. Forget it. I don't want to care about you. Zyashin finished the rice in his bowl. I have something to do tomorrow too. Shizuka invited me to the library to look up some information about Snow White. It just so happens that I can borrow a few books. And as he finished his meal, put down his bowl and said, well, we'll go our separate ways tomorrow morning. By the way, I have to call Nobita and tell them that I have something to do tomorrow and can't go to tutor him. Really? It's just a small matter, but you made it sound like a farewell. Put the bowl here, I'll wash it tonight, and you can call Nobita and the others. Zyashin put away and as his bowl and walked towards the kitchen. Thank you. I knew Zyashin was the most considerate. She skipped to the phone and dialed Nobita's number. Hello, this is Nobita's house. Who is this? A familiar voice came from the other side. It was Nobita Tomako. I'm and Daisuke. Aunt Yuzi, I have something urgent to do tomorrow morning, so I can't go to tutor Nobita, so I'm telling you today. I'm so sorry that this happened. I will definitely go to tutor Nobita tomorrow afternoon. He originally wanted to say that he wouldn't go tomorrow, but when he thought that Nobita was about to exchange bodies with the prince, he couldn't help but go over and beat the prince up. The prince in his previous life left a deep impression on him. Before he ascended the throne, he was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Beating him up was something you and Daisy had wanted to do for a long time. Okay, I got it. Now I'll call Nobita over. You can talk to him yourself. After a while, Nobita's boastful voice came from the other side. Hey, you and classmate, I heard that you have something to do tomorrow, so it's a pity that you can't come. Haha, it's okay, don't worry about this little thing. It doesn't matter if you don't come in the next few days, I won't care at all. I won't care at all. Seeing that he was so happy, Yu and as he thought that if he didn't hit him, he would really be sorry for his conscience. Yes, I do have something to do tomorrow. But I heard that Izuki is also busy. According to him, Shizuka invited Izuki to the library to look up information tomorrow. It's really strange. She didn't invite so many people, but invited Zayarishin alone. Forget it, you won't understand, even if I tell you these things. I'll hang up first, bye. Hello, explain the matter clearly, hello. Nobita's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. After admiring it for a while, Yu and Daisy decisively hung up the phone and disconnected the phone line. Stupid Nobita, just wait for a green grassland above your head. Ha ha ha. After he laughed like a villain, Yu and Daisy used the induction technique to sense that Nobita had dialed Shizuka's number, so he plugged the phone line back. After dealing with his own affairs, he went upstairs with Zayarishin to read. I have only read a little of the new book for the new year, and there are many things in it that Yu and Daisy is interested in. And there is no other way to entertain myself now. Since there is nothing to do, let's read books. A pleasant night passed in anticipation. The next morning, the two of them sat up energetically, had breakfast, and went to their respective destinations. Then, we'll see you at noon. Daisy waved goodbye to Zayarishin. Be careful on the road. Don't get lost if you don't know the way. Tokyo is so big, it will be hard for me to find you. Ha, this guy's much more lively than in the original book. He actually learned to joke. Anyway, this is a good thing. As for getting lost, how could it be possible? I'm a magician after all. How could I make such a low-level mistake? While thinking this, Yu and Daisy took the subway to the city. Half an hour later. Damn, where is this? Where is Puyo Tea House? Yu and Daisy stood in the city of Tokyo, looking at the vehicles and people coming and going nearby, his eyes full of despair. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Don't be brave. Along the way, Yu and Daisy asked 3 people while walking, and the 3 of them gave different answers. He stared at the crowd in front of him with a dead fish eye. There are so many people, is there no one who can tell me the right way? He asked while walking, and just when he was about to get lost in the crowd, a voice that surprised him came from behind. Excuse me, are you Master Yuan? Yu and Daisy turned his head and saw a big man in black behind him, who was lowering his head to ask him. He guessed that this person should be a member of the Inagora Association, so he asked him back, are you someone of the Inagora Association's president, Kodama Yoshio? And how do I get to that Puyo Tea House? He immediately lowered his head. It seems that you are the person the president is looking for. The president happened to be in the car and passed by here. He saw that your figure was familiar, so he sent me here to ask. Please follow me. Daisy nodded, followed him to a black car next to him, and finally found the organization. During this period, pedestrians on the road cast surprised eyes on him. When he entered the car, there was no sign of Kodama Yoshio. He was a little surprised. Why was the president not in the car? So Yu and Daisy turned on the induction technique to the maximum, and found that Kodama Yoshio was in a car in front. At this time, the driver also explained to him in time, the president is in a car in front. Because the president is now being targeted, he has to drive several cars every time he goes out to confuse people. This is also to prevent the president from being betrayed and implicate you during the attack. Please understand. Because he had confirmed that the president was really there and the reason was reasonable, he also put aside his doubts. Okay, I know. Let's go to Puyo Tea House now. I can't wait to see the demon sword. Hi. The driver nodded and agreed, said a few secret words to the intercom, and then set off. Several black cars passed along the way and appeared in front of a retro wooden house more than 10 minutes later. After the car stopped, Yu and Dazzy got out immediately. Now he asked the driver in front to get out and open the door for him. He was not used to this. Just after getting out of the car, the pattern representing the future law suddenly emerged in his sea of consciousness. A sense of crisis came over him, and Yu and Dazzy squatted down quickly. A wave of air passed over his head and hit the black car next to him. The car door and window were instantly shattered, and then the car exploded, and the air wave threw him out. Now his body is no longer comparable to that of an ordinary person. Although this wave of air is strong, it is not enough to cause him too much damage. Turning on the induction technique, on a building 300 meters away, the sniper had packed up his things and was ready to leave. Yu and Dazzy was furious. The last person who dared to shoot him, now even his ashes can't be found. Do you think that you, an ordinary person, can escape the pursuit of the magician? The magic that can hit a sniper 300 meters away in a short time requires chanting, but soul spells can also do it. Mental power poured into the soul law, and an invisible wave crossed the space and fell on the sniper who was about to leave. He had just picked up the sniper rifle he had disassembled and took 2 steps when suddenly a sharp pain came from his brain and he lost consciousness instantly. Then he summoned the golden cloak and put it on, turned on the invisibility, added the 2nd level wind walk to himself, and flew directly into the sky. There are too many people here. If they teleport, the problem will be more serious than disappearing suddenly. In a few seconds, he crossed the distance of 300 meters and came to the sniper. He grabbed his collar, stuffed him into his cloak, and flew back to Puente House again. Kodomi was dealing with the problem of the car catching fire and evacuating the people around. Suddenly, Yu and Dazzy appeared in front of him and threw a man in a black tights to the ground. You'd better give me an explanation for this matter, otherwise I don't mind letting you go down to be buried with me. After saying that, Yu and Dazzy looked at Kodomi in front of him and used his mental power to carefully sense his soul fluctuations. He must ask the real situation. He saw the kid disappear for a few seconds, then suddenly reappeared, throwing out a man with a sniper rifle, and his evaluation of him was once again improved. But now is not the time to think about these things. First said to Yu and Dazzy, there are too many people here, it's not a place to talk. But I can guarantee that I know nothing about their intention to attack you. There is absolutely no falsehood. Carefully feeling the soul fluctuations, seeing that he was not lying, he picked up the sniper and walked into the Puente house. This sniper is more important, so he did not kill him directly. Yu and Dazzy believed that people like Kodomi would definitely be able to ask him for the information he needed and then leave it to him to deal with. Not long after, the president of the Inagora Association also walked into the tea house, followed by several bodyguards. One of the men in black was holding a square box in his hand, which should be the demon sword Murasame they were talking about. He showed his identity to the boss, and the boss immediately took them to the room reserved by Kodomi. The surrounding illustrations, layout and tea house all have some ancient Chinese style, but now he is in no mood to appreciate these. After the boss brought everyone in, he said tactfully, guests, please chat slowly. I'll go out and prepare tea for you. Then he left. Yu and Dazzy turned on the induction technique to the maximum, and everything within a radius of more than 400 meters was visible. After confirming that there were no other killers around, he retracted the induction technique and alerted the area within a radius of 200 meters. Then he searched the sniper carefully and used his mental power to remove the dentures with poison in his mouth. It's not so easy to die in their hands. After almost, Yu and Dazzy looked at Kodomi in front of him. Okay, now let's talk about business. He understood. First of all, I assure you that I really didn't know about this attack. It is very likely that after the last incident was exposed, someone felt threatened by you, so they took this desperate measure. After confirming once again that he was not lying or brainwashed, Yu and Dazzy completely believed his words. Okay, then I'll leave this sniper to you. I believe you can get a lot of information out of him. Then he used the levitation technique to throw the sniper, who was already missing a tooth, in front of them. Several burly men immediately broke his limbs and tied him up behind the crowd to prevent him from suddenly waking up and running away. Yu and Dazi had no mercy on this. If the bullet just now really landed on his head, I believe the instigator would not have any mercy. He once again turned his eyes to Kodama Yoshio. Then now tell me the purpose of calling me here. You also know that the reason why I suffered this disaster is inseparable from you. And I believe you should also know that I'm in a bad mood now. Of course, bring the demon sword up. The president immediately asked someone to bring the box containing the demon sword to him, and the two men in black opened it in front of him. An ancient sword with its wooden scabbard appeared in his eyes. Yu and as he immediately felt a murderous aura coming towards him, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. But after getting used to it, he felt that this was a good knife. He held the handle of the knife with his right hand, and his soul felt the joy of the weapon spirit. He gently wiped the blade with his hand, and a strange light blue pattern appeared on the blade. Yu and as his eyes showed a trace of joy, which turned out to be a magic pattern. He immediately injected magic power into the blade, and the magic power flowed into the blade without any hindrance. A burst of water vapor suddenly appeared around, and then the temperature around dropped significantly, and a layer of light frost formed on everyone present. Yu and as he slowly inserted the knife into the scabbard. It's a pity that I can't test the power of Murasame here. Ordinary people really can't exert its power. I'm very satisfied with your award. It's my honor to satisfy you. Please don't mind what happened today. Kodama Yoshio bowed his head and saluted, then stood up with Yu and Azuki. Since you are here, why don't you have a cup of tea before you go? He shook his head. Today's incident is not small. I think the police will be here soon. Although you are in front of me, I still don't want to appear in front of the police. Kodama Yoshio nodded to show that he understood, and then said, that's a pity. Come on, bring some good tea and snacks to this yin-yang master. Immediately, a bodyguard went out to prepare. Then he looked at Yu and Azuki. You should have come here by train, right? This knife may not be allowed on the train. Why don't you leave your address and I will have someone send it to you? No, don't bother with this matter. If you ask the killer anything, contact me by phone. By the way, did you bring the subordinate who contacted me last time? A big man in a black suit stood up from the back. He was the one who came to find Yu and Dazi just now. Dazi's eyes changed on the field, and his mental power forcibly invaded his soul, and began to search his memory about their number. After confirming that he had not leaked the two people's phone numbers, Yu and Dazi used his mental power to erase his memory of the two people's numbers. Because his memory was erased, he temporarily lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Then Yu and Dazi turned his eyes to Kodama Yoshio. Does anyone else know my number? He shook his head and denied. Absolutely not. I only told him your number. That's good. Since you can find out that I live in Tokyo, then I believe your opponent can find it too. If you have anything in the future, contact me in person. Don't expose my phone number casually. Looking around and confirming that there was nothing missing, he took Murasame into his hands. Then I'll leave now. Don't die yourself. Also, don't forget my business. Those guys dared to assassinate me. They must pay the price. Then he put on a golden cloak and emitted a burst of light. When the room returned to normal, Yu and Dazi had disappeared in front of them. Kodama Yoshio's face sank again, and he ordered others to find out the mastermind behind the scenes regardless of humanitarianism, and then he would go out to deal with reporters and police. Just now, Yu and Dazi activated the space mark left at Zyadishin's house and teleported back home directly. After resting for a while, Zyadishin also came back with a book. He immediately ran to the gate, took out Murasame, and stood in front of him. How about it? Do you think I'm handsome? Then he pulled out Murasame, waved it in the air for a few circles, and put it back into the scabbard. Dekishin stood at the door, stunned. A minute later, Zyadishin was bandaging his left hand with gauze, while Yu and Dazi used healing magic to heal his wound beside him. Look at you. You obviously don't know how to wield a knife. Why are you trying to be brave? You even tried to collect the knife like others, but you couldn't even aim the knife and cut your hand. Yu and Dazi covered his face beside him. Don't say any more. It's too embarrassing. Chapter 144. Some people are already dead. With Zyadishan's help, Yu and as his wound on his hand was quickly treated. Then Zyadishan put the medicine box back to its original place, and the two of them began to discuss what to eat for lunch today, a philosophical question that has been passed down through the ages. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yu and as he went to open the door, and found Dakshin standing outside in a yellow shirt. Hello, Yuan. Is Dekisugi here? I have something to say to him. Yuan and as he nodded, turned around and shouted, Dekisugi, Nobita is here to see you. Zyadishan in the room agreed, and then came to the door of the house. Nobita, what do you want to talk to me about? Nobita nodded, put his hands together and said, yes, let's go find Shizuka together. I'm also interested in the future virtual city you mentioned before. Can you tell me and Shizuka about it again? Please. Zyadishan agreed without much hesitation. Okay, let's go find Shizuka together. Then he turned to look at Daisuke. We'll go out first. Lunch is up to you. He made a gesture from behind that it was okay, and Zyadishan put on his shoes and walked to Nobita. It's okay now. Let's go. Nobita smiled and agreed, and left with Zyadishan. Yu and as he put his hand on his chin and thought, always feeling that something was wrong with Nobita today. Forget it, why bother with so much? He shook his head and threw away these strange thoughts. Let's take a look at another harvest first. What model is this sniper rifle? I don't seem to know how to assemble this thing. Looking at these parts, Yu and as he tried to assemble them a few times and had to put them back. Then he took out his precious sword. It's still most convenient to use a sword. Practice the sword skills quickly so as not to be laughed at by Zyadishan again. He ran to the yard quickly and began to practice step by step according to the sword skills inherited from the monster clan's physical skills. The first is the basic skill of swordsmanship, sword drawing, which is the foundation of all swordsmanship. Just when he was addicted to sword drawing, there was a knock on the door. Yu and as he quickly appeared at the door to open the door for him and found that it was Zyadishan who had returned. What's wrong with you? You've been out for only a few minutes and you're already wet. Seeing him dripping with water, Yu and as he couldn't help but ask. Haha, it's nothing. Just now, when Nobita was walking, he accidentally stepped on the water on the ground, so this happened. Now I have to change my clothes first. Can you help me wash the clothes I took off? Zyadishan went upstairs, and Yu and as he glanced at Nobita in confusion. You can step on the water so high with just one step. Are your feet made of bombs? Demishan changed into a new set of clothes and handed the dirty clothes to Yu and Daisuke. Then he ran outside and told Nobita at the door that he had changed his clothes and could set off now. Nobita was a little anxious. Then what about the clothes you took off? Who did you give it to? Zyadishan smiled and said, of course it was given to Yuan-kun. He usually washes our clothes. And he is very good at washing clothes. And he washes them very clean. At this time, Yu and as he was in the house, preparing to use magic to wash the clothes. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a strange thing on Demishan's clothes, and took it off. Strange, what is this prop that looks like an alarm clock? He looked at the alarm clock, and found that the countdown inside was less than a minute. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that this prop was one of the props that Nobita wanted to use to trick Dekisugi, the silly bomb. Just when Yu and as he reacted and wanted to throw it away, the timer returned to 0 and the silly bomb exploded instantly. A pink smoke spread out, and the background music of Gangnam Style sounded in his ears, and then his body couldn't help but dance along. When he came to his senses on the coffee table, Yu and as he remembered the action just now, and wanted to explode on the spot in shame. This damn Nobita, I will never let him go, come and die. Just when he was holding Murasame, and was about to go over to give him a one sword 999, he suddenly stopped his action. Because he suddenly thought, if Dekisugi was successfully tricked, would it become Dekisugi's only black history? Yu and as his eyes instantly emitted a red light that represented danger. Zyadishan's dark history. There is only one copy in the world. I must find something to preserve it. Putting away Murasame, he began to rummage through the boxes in his adoptive parents' room and found the brand new camera. He checked the film and confirmed that the machine could work properly and quickly used a cloak to hide and go out. Following along the way, Yu and Dazi suddenly saw the teacher and Ziofu's mother holding a pink timer. He recognized the stupid bomb and turned on the camera without saying a word. Sure enough, a burst of pink smoke appeared instantly, and then a kind of music used to satirize the king in ancient Japan sounded on the street. Then the two followed the music and danced a shameful dance on the street, and Yu and Dazi stood by and was responsible for recording the whole process. When the two guys finished selling cuteness, he turned off the camera. Although he collected the dark history, he was not very happy because he was not familiar with these two people, and he couldn't show their dark history to others for fear that they would kill and silence them. Continue to follow Nobita. This time this guy learned to be smart and waited until he reached the door of Shizuka's house before sticking the silly bomb on Dekisugi's back. During this process, Yu and Daisy did not dare to open the induction technique so as not to be noticed by Dekisugi. But he remembered which room Shizuka's room was, so he flew to the sky with a golden cloak and remained invisible during the period. Slowly approached Shizuka's window, set up the video recorder, and waited for Dekisugi to take the bait. The three were chatting in Shizuka's room. Shizuka suddenly stood up and took a book from the bookshelf. Turning back, he happened to see the pink silly bomb behind Dekisugi, so he took it down. Nobita had been paying attention to the movement of the silly bomb and found that it was taken down by Shizuka. As we all know, Nobita is a wife-protecting demon, so he immediately rushed up and grabbed it. Shizuka, this thing is not allowed. At this time, the silly bomb in Nobita's hand exploded. After the pink mist ended, Nobita looked silly, with snot all over his face, and then began to dance to the music. At the end of the dance, Nobita farted with his butt facing the window. Yu and Daisuke, who was hiding outside the window with a camera, was suddenly attacked by this yellow horrible biological weapon. He immediately fell to the ground, covering his nose, and almost didn't wake up. After Nobita finished dancing, he returned to normal, and his face instantly became extremely rosy. Deki and Shizuka watched all of Nobita's performances with expressionless faces, and only Shizuka said, "He looks like a fool." The two did not have a trace of ridicule from beginning to end, but Nobita couldn't stand the shame and immediately ran away with a red face. "I'm so sorry to bother you today. See you next time." Shizuka looked at Nobita's receding back and said to herself, Nobita is leaving just like that. I was going to give him the Snow White book I lent him this morning. Forget it, I'll give it to him this afternoon. Izuku also felt that it was time for him to say goodbye, so he stood up and said, "Then I have to go. We have to cook when we go back later." Shizuka said quickly, "Okay, I'll see you off." The two walked out of Shizuka's house together, talking and laughing all the way. Finally, with Shizuka's reluctant voice, "Izuku, see you next time." The two finally parted ways. Shizuka also returned to her room. Yu and Daisuke was kneeling on the ground in the yard of Shizuka's house, with his hands on the ground. "Damn Nobita, not only did you embarrass me and prevent me from taking the pictures I wanted to take, but you even dared to launch a poison gas attack on me. This afternoon, no matter whether the person in your room is you or not, a human or a ghost, I will not let you go. Wait, I will definitely make you feel good." Behind Yu and Daisuke, a dark shadow appeared again, and the murderous intention gradually emerged. In order to create the phenomenon that he had never left, Yu and Daisuke flew back to the room one step ahead, and then used magic to make 2 bowls of ramen, and waited for Zioushin to come back. The two of them held 2 bowls of ramen, and sat in front of the TV, to watch today's noon news. While eating Sapporo ramen, they watched the major events that happened today. However, a piece of news that made Yu and Daisuke embarrassed came on TV. At 9 o'clock this morning, the president of the Inagora-K, Yoshio Kodama, was attacked by terrorists in Tokyo, resulting in a small number of civilian deaths and some civilian injuries. Next, let's watch the surveillance video of the scene. After hearing this, Yu and Daisuke secretly cried out that it was not good, and hurriedly tried to snatch the TV remote control. And Dekishan also remembered that he lost communication with Yoshio Kodama this morning, so he took the remote control first and kicked Yu and Daisuke out of the door with a soul shock. He didn't expect Dekishan to be so heartless and immediately launched an attack on him. So Yu and Daisuke was completely unprepared for this and was directly knocked away by his not so strong soul shock. In the live video, Zyadishan can clearly see a child getting out of the car, walking a few steps, and then squatting down. The car door was smashed into pieces by a force, and then exploded. The child was also blown out by the heat wave of the car explosion. The video ends here, and Yu and Dazi also climbed in at this time. Zyadishan stood in front of me. Why didn't you tell me about this? You still don't trust me? He stood up and touched his head. Why so serious? I'm not hurt. Don't you think so? Hadarai wanted to take the opportunity to change the subject, but Zyadishan was not affected at all. Can't you take care of yourself? I don't care. You must take me with you on such dangerous things in the future. Okay, I got it. Yu and Dazi had to agree first. Anyway, who can predict what will happen in the future? But one thing is certain, that is, he will never call Chumushin for such things. Not to mention the problem of danger. If Chumushin is there, some things are not convenient to say in front of him, and he always feels restrained. After solving this matter, the two continued to eat noodles. Chapter 145 In the Name of God. In the afternoon, Yu and Dazi went to Nobita's house first. First, he had to urge Nobita to finish his homework. Then he called Zyadishan and asked him to notify everyone to come and rehearse their stage play Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Zyadishan sent Dazi out, and his kind smile immediately turned into a nuclear smile. This afternoon, whether you are Nobita or the Sun King, wait for the judgment. Yu and Dazi unfolded the induction technique and carefully explored the situation at Nobita's home. The current Nobita, no, it should be the prince, is frantically rummaging through Nobita's bookcase at home. After that, the prince made things difficult for Doraemon and asked him to bring him instant noodles all the time. Yu and Dazi absolutely couldn't stand this. Can you bully Doraemon? At this time, Shizuka's voice came from the door below. Is Nobita there? Seeing this, Doraemon immediately ran down to greet Shizuka. Ah, it's you, Shizuka. What do you want to talk to Nobita about? Shizuka took out her book. I went to the library with Diki today and borrowed this fairy tale of Snow White. You ask him to read it carefully, and you sit as the script for our performance. Prince Dio, who was behind, immediately came out, flipped through the book of Snow White in his hand, and threw it aside casually. What are you doing with this useless book? Shizuka picked up the book and was about to say something to Nobita, but Dio spoke again to attack Shizuka, the group's favorite. Girls are really in the way, get out of my sight. She swallowed the words that were already on her throat, looked at the familiar yet strange person in front of her with tears in her eyes, and finally wiped her tears. I hate Nobita the most. Then he rushed out of the door. Dio didn't even look at Shizuka. Before Doraemon could say anything, Shizuka ran away. This scene happened under the surveillance of Yu and Dazi, and at this time he just bumped into Shizuka who was coming out. Shizuka didn't notice the person in front of her because she was crying, so she bumped into Yu and Dazi. Dazi stood there motionless, but Shizuka was knocked to the ground by her own strength. I'm sorry. Shizuka wiped her tears and picked up her book. He stretched out his hand in front of Shizuka and pulled her up. It's okay, I know what happened just now. Compared with this morning, Nobita seems to be a different person, right? Shizuka looked at Yu and Dazi in surprise, and then burst into tears again. Well, Nobita is too much now, completely different from before. What should I do? He thought for a while. It seems that Shizuka really cares about Nobita in her heart, and she is also innocent in this dispute. So he decided not to let Shizuka continue to be sad, and told her the truth. It doesn't matter, the Nobita in front of you now is not the Nobita you know, and what happened just now was not done by Nobita. So you don't have to be sad at all, and don't misunderstand Nobita. I'm going to go over and teach that rude guy a lesson. Shizuka didn't quite believe what Yu and Dazi said. Huh? He's not Nobita? But he looks exactly like Nobita? And even Doraemon. Facing Shizuka's doubts, he just smiled. You will know why later, but now I have to hurry. Then Yu and Dazi walked to the door of Nobita's house, and Prince Dio was talking to Doraemon with his eyes closed. What does her sadness have to do with me? I'm going to go out for a walk now. Seeing that he wanted to run outside without knowing the consequences, Dazi said with a kind smile. Where do you want to go, Nobita? Don't forget that you have homework to do this afternoon. Doraemon saw him coming, wiped the sweat from his head and walked over. Yu and classmate, you are finally here. Nobita will be left to you this afternoon. No matter what excessive things you do, I will never interfere. So you can teach him a lesson without worry. He touched Doraemon's head. Don't worry, I will definitely make him do his homework well. By the way, Shizuka is still outside. You should explain today's things to her. Then Yu and Dazi walked over and took Dio's hand. Let's go. We still have a lot of homework to do today. We can't do it without time. At this time, Dio didn't care who he was and immediately tried to break free from Dazi's hand. You ignorant person. Dare to touch this prince's hand? Don't let go. This is the prince's order. Yu and Dazi twisted his hand behind his back. Nobita, when did you become a prince? And don't think that you don't have to do homework just because you become a prince. Damn it, let go. The idiot tried to break free like Furoku, but Dazi would not show mercy like last time. Furoku couldn't help it because he was in a bad mood and he wanted to deal with this guy a long time ago. Now he has plenty of ways. He kicked him in the popliteal fossa and made him kneel on one knee. Then he turned him around with the hand he was holding, put his arm around his neck, and took him upstairs. Doraemon was very happy to see that Dio finally had a nemesis. Then he thought of Shizuka outside and hurried out to catch up with Shizuka to explain to him. But Shizuka was standing behind the wall at the door. After the two met, Shizuka immediately asked Doraemon, I just felt strange. Why Nobita's personality has changed so much? And Yuan said, that guy is not Nobita. What's going on, Doraemon? Ah, so Yuan knows everything? That's right, that guy is indeed not Nobita. There was no time to think about why Yu and Daisy knew about this, but for Nobita's future happiness, Doraemon had to explain to Shizuka first. After our rehearsal yesterday afternoon, the space-time mirror was damaged because Fat Tiger was kicked into it and it was connected to an unknown space-time. This is the person who looks exactly like Nobita who we met there. And because he is a prince in his own country, he has developed a spoiled and arrogant personality. So please don't hate Nobita, okay? After listening to Doraemon's words, Shizuka finally understood what Yu and Dazi meant just now. At this time, the prince was sitting in his seat with a bruised face, and Dazi was smiling and teaching him math here. Come on, read this number 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Dio looked at the baseball bat behind his back with lingering fear, and wrote the formula 1 plus 1 equals 2 on the homework book with trembling hands. Isn't that right? Look at you. As long as you study hard, there is nothing you can't do. Okay, you have mastered the basic knowledge, now let's practice it. What is the answer to the formula 2.4 plus 7.6 asterisk 2 plus 2.5? Give me 10 seconds to tell me the answer. Don't look around. I don't like violence. Answer quickly. After Doraemon and Shizuka explained clearly, they hurried back to the room, just in time to see Yu and Dazi holding a baseball bat in his hand, to teach Dio math problems. When Dio saw Doraemon coming in, he immediately threw himself on Doraemon. Help, Doraemon. This person is too scary. Doraemon pushed Dio's face away with a look of disgust. I told you my name is Doraemon. You remember my name well, bastard. Yu and Dazi still smiled and looked at the two of them, and at the same time, complained in his heart, why does every Nobita like to throw himself on Doraemon? Is this the fate you will bear, after looking like Nobita? Doraemon despised him, but seeing this face, that looked exactly like Nobita, he still chose to help him. Hey, Yuan, since you know he is not Nobita, don't embarrass him. Seeing Doraemon protecting him, Yu and Dazi chose to let him go. He threw the baseball bat aside and said, well, since Doraemon has pleaded for you, I will let you go. Wait. He suddenly realized, I actually beat up the protagonists of 3 movies in a row? This is really great. Can I get an achievement if I continue to beat up 10? Regardless of his inner thoughts just now, Yu and Dazi said to Dio in front of him, how about it? Did you learn a lesson just now? If you only use force to oppress others, you will eventually be suppressed by a more powerful force. Dio immediately opposed his point of view. In that case, then I will become the most powerful person. I believe that one day I will become more powerful than you. Sorry, I don't see this possibility in you. He folded his hands in front of his chest and began to preach. After all, dealing with him is only a secondary goal. The right thing to do is to make him truly a qualified king. You are arrogant and have lost the possibility of self-improvement. You look down on others and cannot see your own shortcomings. You lack love and are not a qualified king. Your subordinates don't care whether they are good to you or not. They just keep trying to please you, so you don't know how weak, useless and full of shortcomings you are. This is why your mother has been reluctant to pass the throne to you. After a pause, Yu and as he continued, if you want to become stronger, then learn to be in awe. Be in awe of power, and power will be in awe of you. If you want to be a king, learn to be humble. When you can really understand the suffering of the people and taste all kinds of flavors in the world, you can truly understand what the people need most. At that time, you can shine your kingdom like the sun, instead of being a waste who only knows how to eat and wait to die. Dio took 2 steps back and asked Yu and as he in disbelief, you, who are you? Doraemon also frowned. I was surprised when you knew that Dio was not Nobita just now. I never told you these things. Who are you? Why did you come here? Yu and as he was shocked. Damn. He was pretending too much. What should I do? How can I save all this? Got it. Since I've already pretended, I might as well pretend to be bigger. Dio, I've been watching you since you swore to me. You are the future king of the Mayan kingdom, but you have accomplished nothing. In order to let you see your shortcomings clearly, I'll let Nobita exchange identities with you so that you can see why he can do better than you when both of them are trash. Doraemon was speechless when he heard what Yu and as he said. Although Nobita is indeed a trash, is it really okay to say it so bluntly? You are the choice of the sun. Take me, the will of the sun god, to learn the qualities that a king should have. After saying this, Yu and as his body burst into a fierce brilliance, and the shadow of a queen appeared on his body, and then drilled through the time-space mirror. Yu and as he pretended to fall to the ground and was unconscious. Chapter 146, Wild Weeds. I didn't expect that classmate Yu and just now was actually the carrier of the will of the sun god. Doraemon knew some inside stories of the past, so he believed in the existence of the curse and the sun goddess. At this time, Dio knelt in front of Yu and as his body and prayed devoutly. Respected sun god, please guide me. How can I defeat the witch Letana? Please, give me the guidance of the kingdom. What should I do? Doraemon took out the instrument to check Yu and as his body, and he woke up immediately after seeing this. How can you check my body? It was originally quite healthy. What if you detect something wrong? He stood up, yawned, and said, has the sun goddess finished talking to you just now? By the way, what's wrong with you, Dio? Even the sun god couldn't stand it, and traveled through tens of thousands of years to teach you to be a king. Doraemon saw that he was fine, so he had to put away his equipment. It seems that you know that you are possessed by the sun goddess. Why did you agree to her and not tell us? I met her just now when I came out of Zayashin's house and was on the way to tutor Nobita. She told me the whole story. It's because she saw an unstable point in time and space yesterday, so she emitted her power and found that there happened to be a child who looked exactly like the prince and had a very good personality. So she decided to use Nobita's hand to spur Dio on. But Dio not only did not learn anything, but became even worse, and refused to repent, and brought harm to you who are in another time and space. Then she said she wanted to borrow my body, to teach the prince a lesson. I saw that she was sincere, so I agreed to her. Finally, he made up his lie, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He would tell Zayashin later, so that he would not accidentally say something that would expose the conspiracy. Dio was very devout in his belief in the sun goddess, and immediately asked Yu and as he about other things. So did she tell you anything else? For example, what should I do now? How should I defeat Letana? Yu and as he rolled his eyes and yawned again, and at the same time, he began to think frantically in his heart, since this X has been installed so big, it is better to make it bigger. After yawning, he said slowly, she also told me that you should listen to my instructions in the next matter. Let me teach you how to learn to be reverent and humble. In addition, she also gave me a period of time to experience the power of the Sunday. What is a power experience card? Dio and Doraemon didn't know what Yu and Dazi was talking about. After all, when this online game had not yet developed, the term experience card was indeed uncommon. Nothing, just let me use some of my divine power in the next few days. God cannot directly interfere in mortal affairs and can only find an agent like me to deal with it. So now you have to treat me as if you were the sun god, understand? As he spoke, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in Yuandaz's hand, emitting heat. Doraemon believed in the existence of gods, but he believed in science after all, so he didn't have any other reaction, just a little surprised. But Dio on the side reacted more strongly and immediately knelt down. Greetings to the messenger of God. What should I do now? Doraemon was more interested in the principle of this. The human body can not only produce such high temperature flames, but also withstand the burning of flames. How do they do this? Forget it. Why do you care so much about him? And as he casually waved his hand to send Doraemon away, and then said to the kneeling Dio, since the sun god asked me to guide you, then you should go and pull the grass first. Hearing what I said, Dio couldn't believe his ears. Huh? Pull the grass? I came to seek guidance, you ask me. And as he glared back at him with a look. Yes, I know, Lord Messenger of God. Dio walked downstairs unwillingly and went to the yard to pull the grass. As he looked from the second floor and saw that there was not much grass on the ground, which should not play the role of training him, so he injected a life force into the ground and the weeds began to grow wildly. Dio didn't notice anything wrong, but he was just wondering why the grass here was getting more and more. And as he stood above and reminded him, Prince below, this is a test from God, how could you pass it so easily? Remember to pull out the grass roots, otherwise there will be more and more. Dio said without looking back, I know, I will definitely complete the test given to me by the sun god. Please rest assured, Lord God. Just as Dio was fighting with the haystack, Nobita came through the time-space mirror with bruises all over his body. Doraemon, save me. The blue fat man quickly took out the first aid kit to treat Nobita's wounds. What happened? How did you get hurt like this? Did Latina attack the Mayan kingdom? Nobita shook his head. No, it's because the prince has to practice stick fighting every day, and I was beaten like this by the stick fighting coach over there. After hearing this answer, everyone present had to give Nobita a bunch of he. But this is also good. Doraemon, go gather everyone. After the prince finishes weeding, we can also go to the Mayan kingdom over there to play. No need to call Zayarshan, I'll call him later. Doraemon agreed and went out, and as he also went downstairs to call Zayarshan, and told him that it was almost time to come to Nobita's house. Nobita heard that His Royal Highness the Prince was actually weeding, so he decided to go down and chat with His Royal Highness the Prince. Walking up to him, Nobita went over and suggested, after all, this is our yard, why don't you let me weed with you? But His Royal Highness the Prince refused righteously, this is not possible. Weeding is a test given to me by the Lord God's messenger. It is the first step for me to become king. I absolutely cannot accept your kindness, so please get out of the way. I must do it alone. Lord God's messenger? Who is this? Nobita was very curious when he heard the stranger, the Lord God's messenger. It's Lord Gian. He accepted the will of God and wanted to give me enough tests before I can become the king. Hearing that the so-called messenger of God turned out to be this guy, Nobita laughed so hard that he was out of breath. You said that his expressionless face was actually a messenger of God. You were probably fooled by this guy, right? He is just a little stronger, no different from us ordinary people. Dio was unhappy, grabbed Nobita's collar and said, that is the messenger of God who performed a miracle. If you slander him again, I will be rude to you. Seeing that he was so serious, Nobita had to smile and nod. Back to the second floor, and as he found that Nobita had gone downstairs to play happily with Dio. So he reminded them, Nobita, don't disturb Dio, let him weed alone. Dio, come back to the second floor after weeding, I have something to leave for a while. The two people below agreed, and then Dio continued to weed in the courtyard. And Nobita sat on the steps and watched him weeding there. And as he did have something to go out. What are you going to do? Buy a drink. In the original book, the drink that Dio got after working became sweeter than the original drink, which really made him remember it deeply. This was his first reaction after dressing up as the messenger of the sun god. Using this method, he can not only understand the hardship of labor, but also let him know the sweetness of the fruits of his own labor. Why not do this kind of thing that kills two birds with one stone? As for the previous things, Yu and Daisy has already made it clear to Demushin. I believe that with his intelligence, he will definitely not be exposed, so Daisy dared to leave here boldly. When he came back with a drink, Fat Tiger had already arrived at Nobita's house. Nobita received the news and quickly hid back in the room on the second floor. Downstairs, Dio, who looked like Nobita, became Fat Tiger's target. The two wrestled together and there was no winner for a while. Yu and Daisy took the new juice and saw Chanwei beating Leifu. As soon as he came in, the weeds around him began to grow wildly under the vitality he left behind. So he had to go over and kick Fat Tiger on the butt. What's wrong? I was the one who beat you yesterday. If you have the guts, come and get revenge on me. Fat Tiger covered his butt, and when he saw clearly who was behind him, he immediately became timid. Dio was free to continue squatting down to pull out the weeds. Nobita, who was upstairs, saw that he was finally safe, so he came down to greet everyone. Actually, I'm Nobita, and this is the prince from ancient times. You just found the wrong person. Sunia breathed a sigh of relief, and the fact that Nobita was able to fight Fat Tiger just now finally had an explanation. No wonder, I thought Nobita couldn't be so powerful, now it finally makes sense. Fat Tiger also walked over. You are a very powerful prince, and I, Fat Tiger, recognize you as my friend. Dio smiled. You are not bad either. With your strength, you can compare with the warriors of our kingdom. Continue to pull out the weeds on the ground. Seeing how hard he worked, Fat Tiger also pulled Sunia down without saying a word, squatted down and pulled out the weeds with him. But he didn't expect that. As soon as Fat Tiger started, the grass on the ground instantly grew half a meter high, scaring the three people on the ground and making them sit on the ground. What's going on? Yu and Daisy yawned. I'm so sorry, I just said that this is a test for him alone. If someone helps him, the growth rate of the weeds will increase 5 times for each additional person. After hearing what Yu and Daisy said, Fat Tiger and Sunia had to stop. Dio continued to pull the weeds without saying a word. However, the growth rate of the weeds has slowed down this time, because Yu and Daz's vitality left in the land is very little. It was just a small test, so there was no need to waste too much energy. He returned to the room, took out 8 glasses of juice, and distributed them to everyone after everyone arrived. Not long after, Izuki, Shizuka and Doraemon also came. Seeing Dio pulling weeds on the ground, Shizuka was very confused. Why is Nobita the only one pulling weeds on the ground? Can't you help him? Also, why is the grass so tall? The real Nobita came out and told Shizuka what happened. They understood and sat here together waiting for Dia. There is a patient at home today, so this is just one chapter. Hope you understand. Chapter 147 Arrival at the Mayan Kingdom. After about half an hour, Dio finally finished pulling out all the weeds. Yu and Daisy integrated his life energy into a glass of juice, held it in his hand and asked Dio, how do you feel after pulling out the weeds in the yard? Dio did not hesitate. What else can I do? Of course I'm tired. Lord God, what should I do next? He put down the drink in his hand and said, the sun god said that you will be the king of Maya in the future. To be a king, you must first learn to use your brain. Think about it now. Why do I let you pull weeds here? Do I have to waste my divine power to set up this level just to let you pull weeds? He knocked his head with his hand and began to think. In the end, he couldn't figure it out. I don't understand. Please explain it to me, Lord God. Yu and Daisy smiled helplessly. Do you remember what the sun god asked you to learn to do before? Of course I remember. Let me learn to be in awe. To be in awe of power, so that power will be in awe of me. Dio answered his question without thinking. What else? There is more than this one. Dio fell into deep thought again. Soon after, an idea flashed in his mind. And learn to be humble. Let me experience the sufferings of the people. Do you want me to experience these? But what's the point? I just need to prevent them from suffering from famine. What do you mean you just need to prevent them from suffering from famine? Does it mean that whether they suffer from famine is up to you? Of course, if they are hungry, just distribute the food in the kingdom to them. Yu and as he took a deep breath. Is this guy really stupid, or is he deliberately trying to irritate him? Have you ever thought that the food you eat is the food that others work hard to grow from sunrise to sunset, and you still sit on your throne and gratefully taking it for granted to enjoy all this? You know, you just complained of being tired after working for a while others have to work so hard for half a year to get such a pitiful amount of food, and they have to use it to support you princes and nobles. Seeing that, he began to think. He felt that the time was almost right and was about to strike while the iron was hot. But Fat Tiger spoke first. Classmate Gian, you are right. I will definitely treat my food well in the future. Ziofa also echoed from the side. Yes, I will try not to leave any food in the future. Lion Zayashin also muttered to himself. It seems that I have to cherish food more in the future. He covered his forehead helplessly. Actually, I don't mean to educate you, but it's good that you can learn to cherish food. He handed the juice with life energy in his hand to Dio. This is a little reward for your nearly 1 hour of labor. Now enjoy the fruits of your labor with a grateful heart. Dio took the juice he handed over with both hands, was silent for a while, and drank a big sip of the juice. Not long after, Dio felt warm all over, and his fatigue was relieved a lot. Is this the result of labor? It's really delicious, but it's really too little. Looking at the juice, that was more than half gone. Dio thought so. And as he handed the other 7 glasses of juice to others, and everyone raised their glasses and clinked them with Dio's glass. Cheers. Then everyone drank the juice in the glass. Dio also followed everyone else and raised his head to drink the juice. Seeing that the prospect was almost laid out, he started the main task of today. Since we have played almost enough, let's go to the Mayan Kingdom. Dio heard my suggestion and immediately agreed. On behalf of the Mayan Kingdom, I welcome you to our kingdom. Everyone discussed it and agreed. Doraemon raised his hand. In that case, let's set off for a new adventure. Everyone raised their hands. Head to the Mayan Kingdom. Then, everyone passed through the time-space mirror one by one. However, Yu and Daz's ability to foretell only goes so far, because he has almost forgotten the plot of the movie. After entering the time-space mirror, the first thing is a tree hole. Everyone else crossed over safely. Only Fat Tiger was stuck in the tree hole. Yu and Daz he excitedly looked back and kicked him on the butt again, kicking him out of the tree hole. Only the people at the back were able to pass. Seeing that all of us were present, Doraemon took out the cross-dressing camera. Everyone come and change your clothes. You can't go in with your current clothes. Everyone changed into their past clothes, and only 2 people were dissatisfied. I don't want to look like this. Can't you give me a male outfit? Nobita looked at his newly grown hair and was very dissatisfied. Sunia next to him made a timely supplement. This is also to prevent them from seeing that there are 2 princes, so just bear with it. Miss Nobiyuko. Hearing this nickname, everyone present laughed. Hey, why are you giving me this ordinary set of clothes? I want a set of armor, the kind that shines gold. And as he also looked at Doraemon next to him with dissatisfaction, wanting a set of clothes that matched his status. Doraemon had to comfort him. Forget it, everyone is wearing this outfit. Zayashin also used mental power to persuade him. You are not the messenger of the sun god, so it is better not to ask for so much. Under everyone's persuasion, he gave up his original plan to have a set of golden armor. In addition, there was Nobiyuko next to him, so he felt much better. Doraemon once again took out the door and opened it directly in the prince's bedroom. A group of 8 people walked into the prince's bedroom. It was all built with polished stones. It is conceivable how much manpower and energy it took to make this bedroom. It's amazing. It's all stone, and there are many patterns carved here. I wonder how long it will take to complete these decorations. Zayashin looked at these stones, and at this time he thought of the same thing as Dazki. Someone just happened to come over from outside. Your Highness, I'm Gugu. Is your Highness here? A little girl about the same age as everyone else walked into the room, looking for the prince everywhere. Gugu was also surprised to see so many people suddenly appear in the bedroom. Dio quickly told her not to panic. It's okay, these are my friends. They came from Japan, go find someone to greet them. Gugu nodded and then said, Your Highness, my father is looking for you. Nobita immediately retracted his head when he heard about her father. The stick coach left a deep impression on him. The prince didn't have any special reaction to this. Okay, Gugu, take them to see the Mayan kingdom first. I will go find your father right away. Gugu stepped forward and saluted everyone. Dear guests, my name is Gugu. Today I will take you to visit the Mayan kingdom. Please follow me. Everyone looked back at Dio. He gave a reassuring gesture, and everyone followed Gugu. Walking out of the prince's bedroom, this is one of the commanding heights of the kingdom. From here you can see most of the kingdom's buildings. Sunia looked at the buildings below. What a magnificent building. The real thing is much more magnificent than the previous picture. Xiaoshan looked at the pyramids in the distance and said, yes, especially that pyramid. I really don't know how such a huge pyramid was built with current technology. Seeing that everyone was very interested in the pyramid, Gugu said, since you are so interested in the arena, I will take you to the arena to have a look. Everyone nodded and agreed. Okay. The group walked down the prince's bedroom and then went around to the market from the other side. People here have already started selling some ancient textiles and wood-woven items. At this time, a pink mouse ran into Nobita's arms and rubbed Nobita's body with its head affectionately. Seeing this, Gugu said in surprise, it's really strange. Popolu would actually get close to someone other than His Royal Highness. Nobita quickly hugged Popolu in his arms. Because I'm more approachable to animals. Many small animals like to get close to me. Gugu just nodded. Because of the nature of Popolu, he did not doubt what Nobita said. Walking along the stone road and passing through another stone door, there were no stalls around. In front of them was the most magnificent pyramid building seen before, the arena. Gugu stood in front and explained to them, this is the arena we are proud of. In our kingdom, all men have to practice stick fighting here, since childhood to hunt. Fat Tiger saw this paradise for pursuing martial arts and immediately stepped forward. This is really good. I want to try it. Then he walked inside. But a burly man came over and blocked the way. Gugu, have you found His Royal Highness? After Nobita saw who was coming, he buried his face behind Doraemon's head again. Xiaoshan, who was standing at the back, saw him like this and smiled helplessly. I have found His Royal Highness the Prince. He was in the room with these guests just now. His Royal Highness the Prince said he would come over in a while. Then she stepped aside so that our eyes would meet directly with the uncles. Everyone present greeted the uncle together. Hello, uncle. The uncle was a little overwhelmed. Hello. Just now because His Royal Highness the Prince suddenly left while practicing stick fighting. Now I'm looking for him. Fat Tiger saw that this uncle was actually His Royal Highness the Prince's teacher and walked up to him without hesitation and said to him, Uncle, how about you teach me stick fighting? The uncle scratched his head. Hey, why do you want to learn stick fighting? Fat Tiger pointed at Yu and Dazi who was at the back and said, because I want to defeat him. Hearing this sentence inexplicably, Yu and Dazi was almost scared to the point of losing his helmet. Haha, I didn't expect that this child, who doesn't look good, actually needs your serious treatment. Well, I'll train you. But don't think that I will show mercy just because you are the guest of His Royal Highness the Prince. You know, when I train the prince, I will not let him go. The uncle led everyone to the arena. At this time, many people in the arena were practicing stick fighting. Two people in a group attacking each other. The uncle found an open place, asked someone to give Fat Tiger a wooden stick, and began to teach him stick fighting. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 148 Cruel Rules. Yu and Dazi watched the uncle teach Fat Tiger the correct force posture and some things that must be avoided in a fight. In his heart, he silently demonstrated his sword skills, hoping that his sword skills could be improved and he could unseal the magic sword as soon as possible. As for the others, they were taken away by Gugu to other places to visit the customs and practices of the Mayan kingdom. Chumashin also left. He was not as interested in this kind of fighting as Yu and Dazi, so he did not stay. At this time, an adult came over with a stick and said, Hey, I see you are also interested in stick fighting. Do you want me to train you? Yu and Dazi glanced at this guy, and there was no good intention in his eyes. He estimated that this guy might just like to bully people who are weaker than him. The conversation of the people around him also confirmed this. Look, Bess is bullying the kids again. How shameless. So Yu and Dazi pretended to be weak. Uncle, this thing is very dangerous. Will it hurt? What should I do if I get hurt? Beth smiled and said, it's okay, it won't hurt much if it hits people. If you really get hurt, you just need to rest for a while. This guy pretended to be kind on the surface, but he was actually very happy in his heart. He was so happy to bully another ignorant kid. It seemed that this guy was a turtle eating a weight and going to the toilet with a lantern in the middle of the night, and he was determined to die. Gian and Dazzy had to agree to him. Bess glanced at the head coach next to him and said, little boy, there are too many people here, let's go over there to play, okay? Gian and Dazzy pretended to be well behaved and nodded. Of course, uncle, you have the final say. He put his hand on Dazzy's back. That's great, let's go now. Pushing him to the other side. Fat Tiger and the head coach have also been fighting in the arena for a while. Two young men practicing stick fighting, Kakao and Mocha, were chatting next to them. Kakao, you see that guy's really good. Although it's his first time to touch this thing, he learns very quickly. Kakao also agreed with Mocha's point of view. Yes, I think, if we wait for a while, even that willful prince will not be a match for that guy. The prince also came to the door of the arena at this time, and happened to hear the conversation between Kakao and Mocha. At this time, he remembered the conversation between the two guys last night, which also said that as long as there was nothing to do, they would deliberately lose to him. Then there was the sun goddess, who described himself as worthless, and he was very angry. In the end, he made a decision in anger. He would gamble his life with Kakao and Mocha. Walking forward, the prince threw the stick and said to the two people, Kakao, Mocha. The two people who were named immediately knelt down to greet him. You two go to the arena immediately and prepare for Sakadi. The two of them were shocked and quickly agreed. Everyone present was frightened by this sentence and stopped what they were doing. Even the head coach lost his mind after hearing this sentence. He was almost hit by Fat Tiger because he didn't check it for a moment. Damn it, is His Royal Highness the Prince crazy? He actually wants to fight with two civilians. Fat Tiger, today's training ends here. Bring your companions, and let's go to the stadium. Fat Tiger nodded and looked around to find Yu and Dazzy, but he didn't see me. At this time, a young man who had just stood up next to him said, are you looking for a child about the same age as the prince? Fat Tiger's voice was filled with joy. Yes, we are looking for him. The young man continued, we saw him being taken away by Beth just now. Coach Yashiman immediately pushed Fat Tiger away. Why didn't you stop him? Don't you know that Beth likes to bully children the most? That scum really makes trouble for me when I'm not paying attention. Tell me where they went. The man pointed out the direction they were going tremblingly. Yashiman immediately rushed over there, and Fat Tiger followed closely behind. Not long after, they saw Yu and Dazzy sitting on something that looked like a human being, fanning himself with his hands. When he saw head coach Eastman coming, he said, now that you're here, I'm a little disappointed with the adults in your country. They're only this good. Eastman looked at the thing that Yu and Dazzy was sitting on, and it took him a long time to recognize that it was the Bess he was worried about. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Although Bess wasn't a very good person, he was very strong. Otherwise he would have been put in jail long ago. There was a reason why this kid could make Fat Tiger wait in awe. It seemed that it would take a long time for Fat Tiger to surpass him. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. The prince wants to continue the life-threatening activity of Sakadi. Let's go and watch the ceremony. Yu and Dazzy was a little disappointed. Really? I've already told him to learn to use his brain to think about problems. Why is he still so reckless? I thought he could skip the step of playing football. But it's good this way. Let's see if he can learn something from this. So Yu and Dazzy grabbed Fat Tiger and Eastman, and at the same time, let his voice spread to the entire arena. Now I'm witnessing this game as the envoy of the sun god. Eastman's brain didn't react. This kid is the envoy of the sun god. Are you kidding? Then he felt a buoyancy coming from under his feet, and the three of them ascended to the sky and flew to the arena. Fat Tiger saw Yu and Dazzy using his divine power like this, and angrily threw the stick in his hand to the ground. Damn it. Why did the sun god choose him as the envoy? How is he better than me? I'm so good. Eastman heard Fat Tiger's complaint and silently lowered his evaluation of Fat Tiger in his heart. He has his shortcomings, but doesn't face them, just like the prince is arrogant and complacent. Amid their complaints, Yu and Dazi led everyone to land steadily on the platform of the stadium. At this time, the high priest was already standing on the platform. Suddenly, several people flew to the high priest's side, scaring him. "Who are you? You can actually cast spells. Are you an accomplice of the witch Letana? Come on, arrest them." The guards above immediately pointed their spears at Yu and Dazi and approached him. But Yu and Dazi was not panicked at all. "You guys dare to disrespect the messenger of the sun god. This is a great sin." With a wave of his hand, 2 flames appeared around him, burning the tops of their spears into ashes. Now he found that he was getting more and more adept at pretending to be a charlatan. "The sun god received your prince's request and sent me to the mortal world to guide the prince to become a wise ruler. Now you dare to disrespect me. Do you want to be an enemy of God?" The high priest saw the child perform miracles and heard the words of being an enemy of God, and he knelt down without saying a word. "Please forgive my ignorance, Lord God's envoy. It is the supreme honor of our prince and our country to have you personally witness this Sakadi." Yu and Dazi walked to the center of the platform and was very happy in his heart. People with faith are really easy to deal with. In the future, when I encounter such a system with faith, I will just pretend to be a god's envoy. By then, this level can basically be pushed all the way through. Ha ha ha. He has already begun to describe a beautiful tomorrow in his heart. But there are only a few movers with faith. Suddenly, he slapped his head. "By the way, since I want to be a god's envoy, I'll do the whole show." He took out the embrace of the goddess of dawn and put it on himself, turning it into a set of clothes shining with golden light. Now he finally looks like a god's envoy. Seeing this, the high priest also knew the situation and gave the C position of this place to Yu and Dazi. He looked at Dio below, but he felt a little helpless. This guy had never suffered a setback and couldn't keep his composure at all. Seeing that both sides were ready, Yu and Dazi raised his hand high, and the guards behind him picked up the horn at this moment. Once again confirming that the two had entered the state, he put his hand down heavily, and the sound of the horn suddenly resounded throughout the stadium. The prince took the lead in kicking the ball with his superhuman reaction, and the football went through the gap between Kakao and Mocha. The prince also took the opportunity to speed up, broke through all the way, and ran towards the opponent's goal with the ball. Kakao and Mocha immediately charged at Prince Dio, and Prince Dio flexibly avoided the opponent's clamping attack in the air. Seeing that the prince was difficult to deal with, the two exchanged glances and immediately decided on their new tactics. After approaching Dio again, Mocha used his size advantage to hit Dio with his whole body. Although the prince was very strong, his body was not as strong as this kind of sturdy player, so he was knocked away. This was just like this afternoon. Although the prince could knock down Fat Tiger, he was pressed to the ground by Fat Tiger because he was too light. Kakao on the other side immediately took the ball away, and the prince was desperately stopped by Mocha and successfully won the first game without any obstruction. Seeing these guys' almost cheating behavior, the people in the stands shouted that they were fouling. Fat Tiger relied on his loud voice to shout out his own voice. "Yu and Dazi, they are fouling. Don't you care?" The audience in the stands were quiet at this moment, quietly waiting for the judgment of him, the messenger of God. Yu and Dazi has decided to let him learn to bear the consequences of his words and deeds, so that he will not act impulsively in the future. So he looked at Fat Tiger calmly. According to the rules of the Mayan kingdom, as long as the hand does not touch the ball, it is not considered a foul. Therefore, this goal is valid. Fat Tiger was furious when he heard what Yu and Dazi said. "Damn it, why is Yu and Dazi like this? I must teach him a lesson." Eastman stopped him. "It is indeed the rule of our kingdom, so the judgment of the Lord God is correct. If Dio can't break this situation, then he may be in danger." "Damn it." Fat Tiger punched the stone pillar next to him to vent his anger. The three people returned to the midfield and stood still. Someone also picked up the ball and put it on the midfield. Yu and Dazi used his mental power to confirm that the three people had adjusted their status and once again announced with gestures, "Kick off." As the horn sounded, Mocha passed Dio from the left, and Kakao took advantage of the short time when Dio was distracted and took the ball away. Dio immediately rushed from the back, trying to grab the football back and regain the initiative. but Kakeo kicked the ball to Mocha, who was running in front. After catching the ball, he continued to move forward towards the goal guarded by Dio, and kicked the ball into the goal. The envoy on the stage raised his hand again to indicate that this goal was valid. The whole audience was boiling. Everyone wanted to see if His Royal Highness would really die in Sakadi this time. The prince also stood up and thought to himself, I can't make any mistakes, I must win. He raised his fighting spirit again and returned to the midfield. Don't ask me why I don't go on the shelf anymore, it's all tears. Chapter 149, Cheating in Turns. Kakeo and Mocha also stood on the opposite side of Dio, and the two began their own ruthless mockery. Your Highness, if you admit defeat now, I can still spare your life. Although Dio was very nervous, he was not afraid. Just come on, I will definitely hold on to the last moment. And as he looked at Dio's performance below and nodded. Although it was far worse than by Anbion, it was barely like a prince. As for making Prince Dio lose, sorry, he never thought about it. Even if Nobita didn't come out in this round, he would use his superpowers outside to let the two experience the consequences of trying to go against the chosen one. In the stands, Nobita felt that things couldn't go on like this and hurriedly walked down the stairs next to him. Gugu and Eastman looked at the prince. They grew up with the prince, and it was impossible to say that they had no feelings at all. However, Gugu could only watch the person he secretly loved slowly leave him. His heart was full of sadness, and tears inadvertently slid across his face. Shizuka stood behind Gugu and encouraged her. Don't worry, I believe His Royal Highness the Prince will win. Zayashi, who always believed in me, also walked up to her and said, I also believe that Dio will win. Don't forget that Dio is the king chosen by the sun god. How could he die because of this? Fat Tiger, who was behind Yu and Daisuke, rushed over and grabbed his collar. Are you so heartless and ungrateful? Are you going to watch Dio die in front of you? The guards behind immediately came over and wanted to pull Fat Tiger away, but Yu and Daisuke stretched out his hand to stop them. He did not resist, but stared into Fat Tiger's eyes and said, then Kakeo and Mocha's lives are not lives. If Dio wins because of me, they will probably die. Who will sympathize with them? Rules are rules, and they can't be changed because of personal feelings. After a pause, he said, I'm waiting for an opportunity to have a perfect ending. Don't disrupt my arrangements, just watch from the side. Hearing this, Fat Tiger had to let go of his hand and stand aside. After Yu and Daisuke confirmed that the three people below were ready, he waited for a while. Nobita's physical strength is really poor. He hasn't come down after walking for so long. When he slowly raised his hand and the people behind him had put the horn to their lips and prepared to play, a sentence resounded throughout the arena. Wait a minute. Lord God's envoy, I request to fight alongside the prince. If I lose, I'm willing to bear the consequences with the prince. Dio immediately retorted, no, I have lost 2 games now, and even Lord God's envoy is disappointed. I can't let you down again. Get out of here. Nobita stubbornly tried to persuade Dio, you have lost 2 games now, but the 2 of us may not lose. I believe that, even if 1 + 1 does not equal 2, it must be greater than 1. So, Your Highness, please let me fight alongside you. Dio was obviously tempted after hearing what Nobita said. Yu and Daisuke also started his assist. That's right. Dio, you have never been fighting alone. Why refuse help from others? A team can always exert more powerful power than one person. I declare that the 3rd game will be played by Nobuyuko and Dio against Kakeo and Mocha in a fair match. In the 3rd game, everyone returns to their positions. Seeing that the God's envoy also said so, Dio raised his fist to Nobita. Nobita understood and raised his fist to touch Dio, and the two returned to their own positions. Kakeo and Mocha couldn't help but sweat. It was already difficult to deal with Dio alone, and now there was Nobuyuko who didn't know the details. At this point in the game, Kakeo and Mocha felt the pressure. And as he raised his hand again, and the horn sounded at the same time, when I put my hand down, Nobita and Dio relied on their small stature to pass the gap between their bodies with the ball. But Nobita ran slower and was caught up by Mocha. Nobita had no choice but to kick the ball out in order to keep the initiative. and he himself was unstable because of the excess of force, and he accidentally sat on the floor and couldn't get up for the time being. Dio was worried about Nobita, so he was a step slower, and the ball was intercepted by Mocha. Doraemon and Sunir in the stands almost lost confidence in Nobita. However, Dio caught up quickly, and in order to protect the ball from being snatched away, Mocha had to learn from Nobita and kick the ball away. And as his eyes condensed, and his mental power was released to control the direction of the ball, forcing Nobita to use his strongest skill. 100% empty face to catch the football. Nobita just got up, and he was kicked in the face by someone, and he was almost kicked back to bed. Dio took advantage of the two people's distraction, and ran past Nobita again, controlling the ball under his feet. Mocha and Kakeo hurried forward to chase, but Kakeo, who ran faster, was desperately grabbed by Nobita's waistband with his hands. In order not to expose himself in front of the whole country, he had to slow down his most proud speed. Mocha tried his best, but failed to catch up with Dio, and his first blood was finally taken by Dio with a powerful shot. The two ran together and slapped their hands to express their joy. Kakeo shouted unwillingly from below, "Damn it, she kept grabbing me with her hands, isn't that a foul?" And as he still looked at him expressionlessly, "I can count it as a foul," but Mocha used his size advantage to knock Dio to the ground in the first game, so I can also count it as a foul. Before, you two were 2 against 1, and I could only count the score of the fair war after 2 against 2. Do you want me to keep counting like this? Hearing his explanation, the two knew that Yu and Dazi had now established an image of a firm law enforcer in the eyes of the people of the kingdom, and it was impossible to reason with him. In order not to give up the huge advantage they had already obtained, the two of them could only secretly yell bad luck, and then walked back to their positions. Dio and Nobita also returned to their positions. When the football was in place, Yu and Dazi raised his hand. After confirming that everyone was in the state, the kickoff was announced. This time, Mocha took advantage of his size, knocked the two away, and controlled the ball under his feet. Then when Kakeo approached, Mocha passed the ball to the faster Kakeo. Dio saw the timing of their passing, and kicked the ball away, and Kakeo was tripped by Dio's kick. When the ball flew to Nobita, Yu and Dazi knew that the opportunity had come, and he controlled the ball with his mental power, and sent the ball directly into Nobita's dress. He wanted to get the ball out, but then he thought, this seems to be a good opportunity. Anyway, as long as his hands don't touch the ball, it won't be considered a foul, and it will be easier to dribble the ball. Seeing that this is a good opportunity, Nobita hurriedly ran towards Kakeo's goal with the ball. Mocha is fat and can't catch up for a while. In the end, Nobita ran into the goal with the ball. But, it's really great. Shizuka and others who were present immediately stood up and cheered for the wonderful cooperation between Nobita and Dio. Only Izuki noticed that Yu and Dazi had just used mental power to help and shook his head helplessly. You said that the rules cannot be changed, but in fact you also tend to Dio's victory. But it was good. At least on the surface the law was upheld, although the method was not what he liked. The 4 people present returned to their positions for the last time. The score was now 2-2, and there was only 1 round left in the best of 5 match. Yu and Dazi also raised his hand for the last time. This is the last game. I believe everyone hopes to be the final winner, but there will always be one side that will fail. So please relax and go all out to welcome this last sentence. After saying that, he put his hand down. The horn sounded, and the hearts of all the audience present were hanging. This game will determine whether the future prince of this country will have a chance to ascend the throne. After the announcement of the start, both sides stood in place, staring at each other closely. In the end, Nobita lost his temper and kicked the ball forward. Dio, Kakeo and Mocha went to chase the football. And because Nobita's physical strength was almost exhausted, he could only try his best to follow them. Seeing that Dio was holding the ball tightly, Mocha had to use his size advantage to hit Dio next to him again. Dio fell down because he lost his balance, and Mocha also stopped temporarily. Kakeo immediately turned around and prepared to kick the ball towards the goal in the direction of Dio. Don't even think about it. Nobita, no, it was Nobuyuko who rushed forward with all his strength and kicked the football. Kakeo was stunned for a moment, because according to his estimation just now, he should have kicked the ball. Yu and Dazi looked at Zyadishin in confusion. When he wanted to shoot just now, Zyadishin took the lead to slow down the ball and let it hit Nobita's feet. He was a little surprised. I didn't expect Zyadishin to shoot too. In fact, Zyadishin was very opposed to cheating, but Mocha hit Dio again just now, which seriously violated Zyadishin's cognition of sportsmanship. That's why he shot and slowed down their ball, although this is not very in line with the spirit of sportsmanship. The last ball was scored by Nobita, Dio and Ikushan with the joint efforts of the three. The trumpeter behind Yu and Dazi played magnificent music. He also took this opportunity to announce, the prince and his teammate Nobita Kumako won this game. The cheers of the crowd drowned the entire stadium, but Yu and Dazi felt that something was missing. After thinking carefully, he chanted a spell and threw a ball of light out, which turned into a rain of light floating in the air. Nobita and the others only felt that the scratches they had just received on the field were gradually restored to their original state under the rain of light. This is a large-scale third-level magic, Healing Rain. Yu and Dazi felt that it was quite appropriate to use it now. Although this large-scale magic will consume the magic power of a talisman, and the healing ability is not particularly strong, it's okay. Happiness is the most important thing. Look at the people below, how happy they are laughing. With the blessing of the sun god's messenger, the crowd cheered for a while. Then began the inevitable thing after every Sakadi, the winner judges the loser. Yu and Dazi and the high priest walked to the throne, which was now empty, because there was no king. Kakeo and Mocha knelt in front of Nobita and Dio. The high priest asked Dio, "May I ask your highness, how are you going to deal with them?" Yu and Dazi looked at the prince with a smile, waiting for his decision. Chapter 61 is ready. I'll write a chapter to celebrate. Chapter 150, Abolition of Sakadi. At this time, the sun was setting. Everyone stood in the afterglow of the sunset, waiting for Dio and Nobita to make their decision. Dio looked down at Kakeo and Mocha, who were kneeling on the ground and shaking constantly. After a period of silence, he finally turned his head to Nobita. "You deal with them." Nobita pointed at his nose in disbelief. "Are you talking about me?" Dio nodded. "Yes, without your help today, we would not have won, so you have the right to deal with them." He didn't think too much, and blurted out his decision. "In this case, let's let them go." After hearing his words, Dio turned his head and stared at Nobita in disbelief. "You said you would spare them?" Even Kakeo and Mocha on the ground raised their heads and looked at Nobita, who had just made the decision, with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. The center of the vortex just smiled and nodded. "That's right. Everyone worked hard and had fun, right?" Dio wanted to persuade Nobita, but was blocked by Nobita's words. "Just now you said that I can do whatever I want, so let them go." Prince Dio closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm down. How many people expect to win this game and get huge benefits? But in front of them, these rights are not as good as a sentence "have fun." Maybe it's really because everyone's experience is different that there are such different results. But since I promised Nobita, I can't go back on my word. Once again, I cast my eyes on the two kneeling people, and Dio said loudly, "Did you hear it? According to Nobuyuko's wishes, I will let you go this time." The two of them immediately buried their heads lower. "Thank you, Prince, for your tolerance." The audience also burst into thunderous cheers because of this decision. In this arena, where their lives are at stake, it is the first time in their lives that they can say to let their opponents go after winning. The people who came with him were also very satisfied with Dakshin's decision. They surrounded him in the middle, threw Dakshin up and cheered. Yu and Dazi did not join this group, but walked to the front of the throne, ready to announce his decision. He injected his magic power into his throat, so that his voice could reach every corner of the stadium. "Everyone here, the meaning of sports is to make everyone healthy and fit, and experience its unique joy in the process, instead of risking your life every time you exercise like now. So I declare here, to abolish the rule of Sakadi, that the winner judges the loser every time, and make it a sport that all people can participate in." Hearing this, the high priest wanted to say something immediately, but Yu and Dazi's next words made him swallow everything he wanted to say. He raised his magic power to the peak gathered his hands above his head, and said the four most important words to ensure that this sentence could be implemented safely. In the name of God. A huge wave of voices broke out again on the field, but this time it was not just cheering, but also a huge discussion. Some people were cursing because they were ready to use Sakadi to deal with their enemies, and some people were cheering because they were the enemies of those who cursed. Similarly, some people should invite those people to play Sakadi with them after they excitedly discussed themselves. Doraemon and his friends were so excited by Yu and Daz's speech that they forgot about Nobita, who had been thrown into the air by them. When the enthusiasm faded, they left here with the prince and returned to their bedroom. At this time, the prince suddenly stood in front of Yu and Dazuki, knelt on one knee and said, "Lord God, I would like to ask you to help take a look at my mother and hope you can help lift her curse." He did not agree immediately. "I have the ability, but the promise you made to the sun was that you would kill Letina with your own hands in exchange for peace in your kingdom. Are you sure you want me to take action now and help you fulfill your wish?" Dio was entangled at this time. In the end, he was unable to draw a conclusion for the time being. "Please give me one night and I will tell you my result." Yu and Dazuki nodded and agreed to him. Doraemon stood up at this time and said, "Everyone, it's getting late. We should go back now." Dio looked at Yu and Dazuki and said, "Lord God's messenger, are you leaving too?" Yu and Dazuki still nodded. He didn't want to spend the night here. Although the environment is quite good, there is no electricity, and it is not fun at all. Although he was a little disappointed, he didn't try to keep him too much. "I know. Then we'll see you tomorrow." Doraemon took out the anywhere door. Everyone said goodbye to Dio in turn, and then walked into the door. Back home, Doraemon took out the dress-up camera and changed everyone into their usual clothes. Fat Tiger looked at Yu and Dazuki and said, "Really, I also want to be a god's messenger once. I envy you so much for having this superpower." He rolled his eyes in his heart after hearing this. "Do you think God's messenger is lucky? No, it's based on strength, right? The whole process is all done by your own strength. You are standing there. Why are you envious?" But Yuan's performance on stage today was also very good. I think he is really suitable to be a messenger of God. Also, he was so handsome when he said to abolish Sakadi today. Shizuka blushed at the end of her words and quickly covered her face with her hands. Nobita on the side looked at Yu and Daisy with jealousy, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. He was thinking about whether Doraemon had a forgiveness hat. Soon after, they stood at the door of Nobita's house and waved goodbye to each other. "See you tomorrow." Then everyone went back to their homes. They would gather here again tomorrow, so there was no need to say those particularly sentimental parting words. On the way back, Zyadishan looked at Yu and Dazuki and said, "You really have the potential to be a charlatan. If I hadn't known in advance that you were a magician, I would have been fooled by you." He just smiled and said, "Of course. Let me tell you, I have always wanted to go to the United States to be a pastor. Not only is it very easy there, but the salary is also very high. The life of a pastor is so happy." Zyadishan obviously didn't want to talk to him about this and immediately changed the subject. "So, do you really have a way to solve the curse on someone's mother?" Yu and Dazuki nodded. "Of course. After I entered the world, I noticed that there was a dark force in the palace at the top of the arena. So I sensed it carefully and found that the curse would cause the body to fail and unable to get up after sleeping. Of course, the solution is not difficult. The first is to directly kill the caster Letina. The second is to use the huge power of light to destroy the dark curse. And the third is to isolate the connection between the spell and Letina, which is similar to the first one." Then Yu and Gian, "Which method do you prefer?" Yu and Dazuki said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Of course, the first method can completely eradicate the problem. The other two methods have consequences." After returning home, he used a little magic power to make fruit for dinner. After hastily finishing dinner, he picked up the demon sword Murasame and teleported to the center of the clouds. Let's try the real power of the demon sword Murasame now. Injecting magic power into Murasame, the already low temperature around it dropped again, and ice crystals gradually condensed in the clouds. With a casual wave of his hand, a stream of icy air flew out from the blade and cut through several clouds in front. This sword has the ability to manipulate water vapor and can also control the rapid drop in the surrounding temperature. It can be regarded as a pretty good weapon. Just as he was evaluating this weapon, the voice of the soul-devouring monument suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. This weapon is not that good. There is no magic stone inlaid on it, so it won't increase your magic power. Its defensive function is okay, but it's not a good offensive magic weapon. It's made of just low-level magic metal, and the magic pattern isn't particularly good, so its growth potential is relatively low. I guess you should throw it away, now that you've reached the 4th level magician. Also, why do you have a strange thing between your eyebrows? Do you want to learn from Erlang Shen? And I've only slept for a short time. How come your soul has been polluted? Fortunately, it's not serious. Let me heal you. You make the things I found with great difficulty seem so worthless. And as he was speechless. This guy had very high standards and always looked down on the things he found. The soul-devouring monument swallowed up the remaining resentment in his soul, and then spoke. That's right. I even looked at the treasure house of the demon clan in the past. What are these things of yours except rubbish? Hearing him deny the fruits of his labor again, and as he couldn't help but retort. So where are your demon clan treasures now? Can you just give me one or two? The old man was choked and couldn't speak. Let's not talk about this. The crystal ball is actually still useful. It is made of soul crystal. I will re-engrave the magic pattern for you and add some new functions related to the soul. As for predicting the future, don't use it casually for the time being. Because when your perception of the power of the future has not reached a certain level of success, only the passive prediction is the most reliable. Active predictions have a certain error rate. The soul-devouring monument took away the crystal ball, and as he continued to practice swordsmanship in the sky. Although it will be of no use in the future, it is still quite useful now, but without magic stones, it consumes a lot of magic power. After practicing swordsmanship in the sky for a few minutes, he had to return to Xiaoshan's room. And as he now finally understood why he said he had to throw it away when he reached level 4. Without magic stones, not only will there be no increase in magic power, but the consumption rate will also be greatly accelerated. At that time, others can spend 3 hours with you, but you can only last half an hour. But now, you can still use it. In the room, Xiaoshan was practicing spiritual power, and as he was also preparing to wash up, and then it was almost time to go to bed. When he was lying on the bed, the soul-devouring monument spit out the crystal ball. And as he communicated with it with his spiritual power, and found that it had several more functions: soul protection, accelerated spiritual power recovery, storage of excess spiritual power and soul attack. When the crystal ball returned to his brow again, and as he felt that his spiritual power recovery speed increased by about 50%. In other words, his evening practice time can be increased again. He quickly closed his eyes and put his energy into recovering magic power. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.